Okay, we're going to get started. I'm a recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. I'd like to welcome everybody to the first Keystone Big Book Study Workshop Men's Retreat. Yeah. And a lot of guys did a lot of work. Joe, Nathan, guys are awesome, Renee, and then all you guys. You guys is what makes this possible.
Hey, Mike.
And so what really helps is when I'm talking, you're listening, and you find we'll get along a lot better that way. Or we could wait till you finish what you have to say, but I mean, why? Just so, what we're going to do tonight is a bit of an introduction of some of the people that put this together and why, right? And why we continue to do what we do and what we're hoping to achieve this weekend and some of the highlights of that, right? And so we're going to spend about 20 minutes apiece going through this thing. And like I said, I'm a recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. Sobriety date's April 8th. 1989, and why am I doing this after 33 years? You'll find out, right? You'll find out not only tonight, but by the end of the weekend. So we're going to have a little introduction. Joe's going to spend about 20 minutes, and then Renee, and then we're going to, I'll spend some bit of time going over the overview. Then we're going to have an open mic and open sharing for a little while, and then we're going to have a real serious meeting over by the smoke pit with some cigars. That's when it'll really be happening, and the recorder will be off, and then we can get really into it, right?
Yeah.
So, Joe, my main man.
Thank you, Tony.
Stand up in humility row over there.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And tell us what's going on, brother.
Yeah, we'll tell you what's going on. Guys, my name's Joe, recovered alcoholic.
Hey, Joe.
Welcome to this weekend. And,
20 minutes, eh?
We'll keep it. He's gonna cut me off at 11. Watch. Welcome to the weekend, and yeah, it's a real pleasure to be here with you guys, and I really want to get to know you guys on a deeper level. When I came back to AA in 2017, October 28th, that was after many, many years of really trying to beat the game, like really trying to stay sober, really trying to overcome this illness, which I didn't even know was an illness, really trying to overcome, the control and the desire to want to drink. I was coming out of a stage where it was like a war zone, obviously, right? Constantly wanting to not drink again, but find yourself drinking, promising people that you're never going to drink like that again, only to drink like that again and make more of a mess. My life was just a constant mess, just a complete, utter disaster, and I didn't know why. And I remember trying to attach things to why my life was the way it was, kind of like throwing spaghetti at a wall, hoping that, if that was the reason, then I can just solve that problem and I can move forward. Anybody have that experience here? Right? I can move forward once I get this in order. Well, I got that in order. And then what happened? Again, pulled the structure down on a senseless series of sprees. So, to get into my life as a kid and my home and all that stuff, it was actually pretty good. I had a great upbringing, a good family. I made it intolerable. The way I conducted myself made it worse because I was always trying to overcome something that was much more powerful than what I thought it was. And, I came into AA, my first AA meeting, I was 16. I met a guy named Pat Corbett. He used to chill at the Burnaby Fellowship up on Hastings. And that guy always told me, the door swings both ways. You're not ready, kid. He hooked me up with smokes. I liked him because he was nice and he gave me smokes. So I kept going back because he kept giving me smokes. And and I sat in there, but I always judge everybody's share. Right? I don't know if anybody does that here. And I always said I'm not as bad as that guy, or I haven't got to the extremes that guy's gone to, and I'll never get there. Well, I got there. And I got there just as bad or even worse than the guy that I hurt. Right? I had one guy, my first sponsor, who was 19 years sober. This guy said, well, you need to learn patience, kid. That's your problem. You're always too jumpy. You're always too excited. You always come into the room and talking shit and you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to show you the way. So he got me to spend $5,000 on toy soldiers so I could learn patience. That was my first sponsor. And I thought, this guy's 19 years. I'm willing to go to any lengths. I was smoking a lot of meth at that time. I came in at about 90 pounds, right? Because I was doing meth because I was scared of drinking. Because the last time I drank, when I was that age, I chased a bunch of people with axes and a blackout, almost killed my ex-girlfriend. So I was scared to drink again. So I started doing drugs because guess what? On meth you don't black out. On meth you don't lose control. So that's what I started using to try to overcome drinking. Right? So I did that for a period of time, and I'll get into that. So after this method of his failed, after 11 months, right, I went back out and just shy of my 1-year cake, obviously at 11 months. And then I found myself coming back in repeatedly over and over. You know, trying to avoid that group, obviously, because he was there. Right? I didn't want the shame, the guilt. Now I feel like I couldn't live up to this guy's expectation. But I still didn't know what the illness was. I still didn't know what I was up against, and I was still trying to figure it out. Anybody trying to figure it out here?
Yeah.
Over and over and over, trying to figure out what it is. And I didn't have a clue, and neither did anybody in AA. Right? So then I turned to heroin. I turned to heroin because I couldn't do meth, but on heroin I could kind of function. And I was still scared of drinking. Didn't want to drink because of that experience. Fear sobered me for a bit, but I used other things to keep me occupied, right? So here I am on heroin. We'll just fast forward. I ended up in treatment in 2012, coming off about a $4,000 a week habit, 200 mils of methadone, 16 mils of Suboxone, and I went into detox and I quit cold turkey. And then I went to a treatment center, a local treatment center, and they let me withdraw there. That was the only way that I could do it, right? And I remember getting introduced to the book, and they said, go read Bill's story. And I said, stockbroker, 1930s. I said, these aren't my problems right now. Why do I need to read this? Because someone told me to start at page 1. Said, go find yourself in Bill's story. A couple pages I didn't find myself, I tossed it away. You know, what is this? Lois, wife, what are you talking about? Right? Again, improper information handed down to a guy who's dying. So there I am, 53 days withdrawing, worst pain of my life, praying. Oh, I was introduced to prayer. So I thought that was enough. So the serenity prayer took me up to 12 months. Got about 12 months sober on my own power and the serenity prayer, and that was my program. I had a great program, actually. I would take everything that I heard in the rooms, apply it to my share, and I sounded really great at the podium. And a lot of new guys, all the old timers were looking at me like, shut up. But the new guys were like, like seals, like, that's so good, buddy, I can't wait to use that one. None of us knew what we were talking about when it came into regards to the illness. And that was my story for so many years, was not really knowing what I was up against, but trying to pluck at anything that kind of made sense, and then trying to use that to stay sober. You know, people told me that I need to rely on God, and you know, what I saw of God when I was a kid was, you know, I went to like 20 funerals when I was a kid. I was like, there's nothing but death here. And everybody's talking about God in this loving way. Well, all I see is all the people that I love are dying. All my friends are dying. And, you know, I couldn't get into the idea that there's a loving God. I couldn't get into the idea that God had better plans for me, especially at that time. So I put a lot of my faith, just like a lot of gentlemen do, into a relationship. You know, if I can maintain this relationship, if I can keep her by my side, you know what? No one can say I'm not a man, right? Anybody have that same experience here? Right? If I can maintain this, I got things made. Can't tell me nothing. How many people went to money? If I can maintain my bank account and everything, I got this made. Right? All this, I need to get this, and I'll be okay. And that was my experience. And, you know, I lost a fiance. She left me because what happened after that 12 months, I got into that relationship. I got chasing all those things that I thought would make me well in this world, right? So she was a normie, and we had tossed the idea around, you want to drink again? And right when she said that, I was like, no, I can't drink. She's like, why? I'm like, I don't want to tell you, right? That story back when I was younger, and the way I drank when I was young was exactly how the book describes how we drink. So she says, come on. I said, no. And then shortly afterward, maybe 2 months later, I'm sitting on a bus, a party bus, with her and her friends. You know, 6-figure job, house, full custody of my son. You know, I went to war to get all these things. And then just like that, someone said, hey, can you pass that bottle of champagne? And suddenly the bottle came my way, and I'm like, I'm going to take a sip. Popped that cork, and I started chugging it, like no thought. Didn't make sense. Here I am trying to avoid that for so many years, and suddenly I take that drink. Just came. Right? And she looks at me and she's like, I thought we would talk about this. I'm like, there's nothing to talk about.
Game on.
There's nothing we can talk about. Like, it's go time. We went to the Blarney Stone that night. I ruined the night. You know, I I got wasted. She's just like, you're embarrassing. I said, you know, it's just my first time drinking after so long. I'm a lightweight, right? Trying to justify my drinking, not knowing I suffered from an allergy, right? Not knowing that I suffered physically from alcohol. So that went on. That story, you can only imagine 4 years of me now trying to control my joy in my drinking, controlling joy. And then, how many times do you think I promised her I was going to quit?
Thousands.
Every time. Every time I promised her, Joe, come on, can't do this. My parents are asking questions. Look what you're doing to Mateo. All we do is fight. You're angry all the time. You say you're not going to go to our friend's house, and you look, why are you doing this? And then I would try to come up with an excuse to say, well, that's why I get like that when I'm drinking. But none of it made sense, did it? Nothing made sense. And then after promising her, begging her, on my knees, crying, stay with me, still didn't make sense why I would do it again. There was an incident out in Cultus Lake. That's where she had a cabin. And you got to remember, she comes from a wealthy background, beautiful, you know, all this stuff. So they have a cabin out in Cultus Lake, and there I am, and I'm getting, you know, taxied home at 2 in the morning because of the way I'm drinking. I used to get taxied home a lot from people not wanting me to be around anymore. I started losing all those friends, and I started doing a lot of things while drinking that, you know, you guys use your imagination. Right? And so there I was, 16 years old. I'm now in my 20s, and I'm wondering, how come I can't stop this? I quit crystal meth, I quit heroin. It was about, I don't know how many years in between when I quit, but I was like, if I could stop that, there's got to be a way I could stop drinking. There was no way I could stop drinking. I couldn't leave it alone. She left. A year went on where now I'm by myself, and I've got my son, full custody of my son. He's still living with me. She left, took most of all her stuff. It's just me and a couch and a TV in my living room, and Cardi, Captain Morgan, Jack. You know, now I got multitudes of women coming in and out. My son's watching me just bang all these women, right? He's wondering, Dad, why aren't you paying attention to me? Full neglect to my son, right? Because I can't stand looking at myself for where I'm at, and there's no way that I could rise to the occasion to even pretend that I'm a good father, right? I'd go to work and guys are like, what's the matter with you? I said, nothing, it's just a bad day. I was a head safety officer down on the docks in the longshoremen. Head safety officer, I could come up with SOPs and HPPs to keep you guys safe, but I couldn't keep me away from alcohol. Just wondering what the hell's, like, what's going on. So what ended up happening was I was at Lintern, one of the docks where we do break bulk. They got long rope on that dock. So I grabbed a truck, I grabbed some of that rope, went to the shed, put it in my backpack, took it home. Because I was like, you know what, fuck this. I can't stop drinking. I let my son down. I lost my fiance. Now I can't pay my fucking bills. I'm begging my family for help. I'm about $50,000 in debt with ICBC because when I was drunk one time, I hit a car with 5 guys and it nearly killed them all. One guy ruptured his spleen. I owed them $156,000. Still wasn't enough to keep me sober. I remember going to court saying, yeah, I'll never drink again. That was in 2007. I didn't get sober until 2017. So here I am, 2017, my last debauch. I went to a Halloween party in a gladiator outfit, woke up naked, covered in blood, wondering what the fuck happened. Right? Got a bunch of texts and everything, said you punched out Rob for no reason, he busted you up, you know, you broke your window when you went to climb into your house, you were butt naked, you stripped at the party. The girl that I was with, she was just annihilated, eh? Like, just couldn't believe what happened. My little pashtones hanging out everywhere. Fucking guys are laughing at me, right? And what? Here I was. I already had the rope though, because I was planning on doing it about a month before, but it was still sitting in my basement. So after that, last laps, I went downstairs and I sat on my stairs and I'm sitting at that rope and I'm like, this is it. Like, this is the way to go. No solution, no nothing. That page 25. You know, until they come to believe in the hopelessness and futility of life they had been living in. I was hopeless and my life was futile. Every attempt to rearrange it was futile, producing no result, utterly useless. And so I wanted to do it. And the Ironworkers was right down by my house. And something said, you just can't do that. There's something that just just entered into my heart and said, you know what, there's got to be another way. And guess what popped back into my mind? Alcoholics Anonymous. Call your brother. He's in Alcoholics Anonymous. People are still sober there. Why are they sober? There must be an answer there. What did you not do? That's kind of the conversation I'm having in my mind. So I call up my brother and he shows up at my house. I phoned him. I said, I'm going to kill myself. He was there within 15 minutes. Took me to a nooner, and I was worried about going to this nooner because I knew exactly what they were going to say. Hey, keep coming back. Just for today. Just surrender. Have acceptance. And again, that's the shit I've been hearing for most of my life in the rooms. Right? And none of it had any depth and weight. Keep coming back. Why? I did meetings solid for years. Come back to what? Nobody ever took this book and said, hey, do you know what the problem is? Solution, course of action? Nobody. In all those years, except for Tony when I showed up to his studies. But I wasn't really paying attention anytime I went to those studies. You gotta remember, that was always around. Even when I was 16, I went to one of his studies. I left. Another time in 2012, I went to one of the studies. I wanted to knock him out because remember I told you I had catch-phrase sobriety? Well, he took one of my best lines. He said, it's not in the parking lot doing push-ups. I said, I'm the fuck out of here. Of course it's in the parking lot. I just learned not to do treatment in all the other meetings I've been going to. Everything he was saying was contradicting everything everybody else in the rooms was saying. So I didn't believe in it. So here I am. My brother picks me up back to 2017. We go to that nooner. It's the same shit. I said, buddy, I can't do this. Just take me back to the bridge. He goes, no, you ever been to the Monday night speaker meeting? I go, no. I never wanted to go to a speaker meeting because I would never speak, right? I only went to the meetings that I would share at, right? I always wanted to go share my story, right? My pity story. Poor me, right? So I go to the speaker meeting and I'm hearing this guy, Essie, one of Tony's sponsees, and I'm hearing him up at the podium and he's talking about not being able to control the amounts he consumes. And I go, yeah, I got that. Then he starts talking about that sudden thought before taking a drink. It comes and there's no defense against it. And I said, yeah, I got that too. For the first time in Alcoholics Anonymous, I'm hearing my story, but it's not circumstantial or what's the other word I'm looking for? Consequential. It's not circumstantial or consequences. It's something that's going on internally and mentally, physically and mentally. And that's the message I heard. So he started talking about this, and then he started talking about this big book study. He started talking about being introduced to a way of living. And I'm like, I've never heard this in the rooms before. I was blown away. Blown away. And he comes up to me, like, at the end of the meeting, and it went, is there anybody new or coming back? I go, yeah, I'm coming back. You know, the head's down. You're in shame. You're like, shit. Coming out of the war zone. You don't even want to talk to anybody, right? Yeah, I'm coming back. So I guess he has obviously seen that, right? And being tapped into the spirit, what's his job going to be? Go talk to the new guy, right? I'm the new guy. So I go downstairs after the meeting. I go to have my cigarette, and here he comes. And he goes, hey, buddy. I go, hey, how you doing? I said, that was a really good share. I never heard anything like it. He goes, give me your phone. He takes my phone. Doesn't ask me my name and shit like that. He's like, you want to go through this thing, you let me know. You want to get sober, let me know. I'll show you how to go through it. We'll use a book in basic terms without getting really into it. And I was kind of blown away with that because nobody ever offered me that method and took my phone and really wanted to talk to me, right? So I'm telling my brother this on the way back home, and I'm like, man, that guy was unreal, like, you know, and he's like, you should probably call him. You know, and I'm like, yeah. And I went home and I thought about it, right? Thought about it. And I was sitting there, I'm thinking about it, I'm like, am I making too big a deal out of this? Anybody ever get that thought?
No.
And then I go, you're going to die. You were just about to kill yourself. Give him a call. So here I am in tears. This is hopelessness at its best, right? Here's what humility is. Now I'm going to ask for another way out rather than one that I'm going to create. So I phoned this guy up. I said, hey, I'll be your student. Can you be my teacher? I'll never argue with you. I won't question you. Can you show me how to do this thing? So he came over the next day. He took me through, you know, the forwards, the preface, everything that I'd never even heard of or seen of in a meeting. Basic text, first portion, 1939, millions of copies sold. I've never heard any of this. I always thought, he showed me the difference between fellowship and program. The first time I learned the difference was that in my living room that day. And I was in AA for 15 years. And I never knew the difference between program and fellowship. I was fucking crying. Unreal. Just leveled with the fact that now I'm learning the straight goods. Took me to the doctor's opinion. He showed me about the allergy. Crying even more because I'm like, I have that. And in the doctor's opinion, it talks about an alcoholic doesn't believe that they have that allergy is incomplete. Incomplete. I conceded that I had that. I conceded that I suffered mentally. When it talks about it in the Forge, they do not know how sick they are, but we're hoping our experience will help them. I realized how sick I was. And I realized that there was nothing that I was going to be able to do about it. But the best part about that is we have a method that works. And that's what he introduced me to. He said, can you believe that these steps are a power greater than yourself? I said, 100%. He said, could you believe that the method I'm showing you, if you make the decision to go through with it, can relieve you of this? And I said, 100%, I believe that. So he said, do you believe in God? I said, sure. Why not? That was it. I was just willing to believe that maybe I'd gain access. And he said, well, that's step 2, believing that this method could help you gain access to that relationship. And I said, I don't know about that relationship. And I remember sitting in my living room like, I don't like Christ. He said, you don't have to like Christ. And so I'm like, I can choose whatever conception? He goes, yeah. So I danced around a couple religions and I picked paganism. I picked Odin. So I started praying to that. Didn't know anything about it. I had nothing prejudice or anything tied to it. He just said, well, that will work. Right? Just like Bill talks about, he calls it the Father of Lights. That was enough for him to make his beginning. Well, me and Odin, that was enough to make my beginning, right? I'm a Christian today, just to let you know. What a trip that was, but again, whatever your conception is in the beginning, to make a beginning, that's your own affair, right? Just like he gave me that same luxury, where I could start building along those spiritual lines. And we did the steps, and I remember there's a period in my 4th step where I said, where he phones me up, he goes, how's it going? And I go, it's been a couple days since I've been doing some writing. He goes, oh yeah? I say, yeah, my house is really clean. He's like, you want to die? He's like, no. He's like, well, you better keep doing this thing because we're not done yet, right? Did my 5th step. It was 10 hours. Just so much shit, right? But it was the most freeing experience I ever had. Everything got brought, everything got seen, everything. And at that time, I didn't know, really practice 6 and 7. All it was at that time was a beautiful, just a release, right? And now I was no longer hiding from God. Everything was out in the open. I was no longer hiding, and there was no one else to hide from because now this guy knew everything. And I finally felt comfortable for the first time. I remember going down for that hour of meditation, feeling so free that it was unbelievable. The relief was unreal. And then he said, you got to continue. I said, I want to continue. I want to go make amends. And after that 5th, my first week, I went out and made 40 amends. And then the harder ones, Tony ended up taking me under his wing. And the harder ones, we counseled together. He gave me beautiful advice and guidance. And I was able to go make more amends under more difficult circumstances, thanks to his past experience with similar situations. And then I got to build a stronger relationship with Tony. I got to earn some more trust. I got to even put on the big book study at 6 months sober. Sitting at the Alano, and now I'm carrying this message to a bunch of guys that are still sick and suffering. And I'm wondering, how did this all happen? I'm wondering, is this really the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous? I started believing in this power, and I started carrying this power. And most of all, I started believing that the symptoms that were described in this book were true to the point where this information will save somebody if they're willing to seek it. This solution will save somebody if they're willing to apply it to their life. And so coming up on 5 years this October, it's all thanks to Alcoholics Anonymous. That method outlined in that book, good sponsorship and relationship with God, not first and foremost. And today, those amends with those people, beautiful relationship. My family, we have a beautiful life. My son, beautiful life. I'm getting married in 2024 to a beautiful woman. And it's all thanks to that relationship with God that was offered to me through this process. The key thing is the stones. You guys will learn about them. And that's that foundation of complete willingness on page 12. It's the cement. It's the method that's being offered to us, found on page 17. It's the willingness to believe in their ideas and build on their ideals and have faith in the God that they understood and how to gain access to that God that they understand. So it wasn't my understanding. I could call it what I wanted to call it, but how to gain access to it was through their method. It wasn't my method on how to gain a relationship with God. And I trusted their method. Thus, my keystone was fixed in place. And the most important stone is 97, the foundation stone, is the self-sacrificing of self. Just like I learned how to, the new proper use of the will found on page 85, not to pray for myself, but to pray for others. Not to think of myself all the time, but what I could pack into the stream of life. These are all concepts that I adopted and applied to my life, and my life is now no longer mine, it's God's. Those concepts were never, ever a part of my life growing up. Those concepts and ideas were never, ever in my vocabulary, and nor was I ever a demonstration of any of those things that I just mentioned. But that's, again, all thanks to what's been offered to us for the last 85 years. Love you lots, Tony. Guys, I hope you have a beautiful weekend. Thank you.
That's awesome, man. That's part of the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. Renee, another example of the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, good evening, friends. Renee, alcoholic. I haven't met all of you, some of you, but I want to welcome everyone, especially anyone who's newish in sobriety. And those who've been here for a while, thank you, for supporting us on this weekend. I shouldn't say us, because Tony kind of inflated my role I play in this weekend. Came out of the idea, the Keystone group. We want to have some fellowship. We're meeting, online, little squares, and just get together and meet each other. Start a personal relationship, and I love these things, right? And anyway, did I say Renee alcoholic?
It's worth repeating.
Yeah, it's worth repeating. My sobriety date is February 11, 2008, and Tony's my sponsor. And it was interesting how we met at business in Vancouver. I was 5 years sober, it's like almost 10 years ago now. And I was coming to Tony's Big Book studies when I was in town Tuesday and Friday, and I was impressed. I walked into this room, and there were people like 45 minutes before the meeting. They got there an hour and a half, but when I walked in like half an hour before the meeting, people were sitting there, sponsor and sponsee, not just one. There were tables full of them, and people were going through worksheets and helping each other with the fourth step, and that impressed me. I did not see that anywhere. In my experience in Alcoholics Anonymous, right? And and Tony had the message. He was talking. He was working with the book Alcoholics Anonymous, making the message transparent, and I liked that. And I walked up to him and I said, would you sponsor me? Right? I was without a sponsor at that time. And Tony said, yeah. I think that was the whole conversation. Would you sponsor me? He said, yeah. And looking forward, we've been to at least a dozen events together. I went along with Tony when he was speaking in Washington State and a couple other places. We went into 12-step workshops, very similar to what we're doing here, a few times, right? And Tony came out to Kelowna. He's going to be the Saturday night main speaker at our roundup coming up in 2 weeks, next week and the weekend after. Been to the roundup in Kamloops in Halfley Lake with Tony, Joe, and Joanne, right? I just enjoy this kind of fellowship, right? And we become friends. We become friends. We have similar interests. We share about that, and it's not all about recovery. It's not all about the steps and things like that. It's more about how we do this life. I met Tony's wife. It's your story to tell, but the same thing like when I walked into that room and I saw these alcoholics, working, helping each other, right, in the room, I always watch Tony and his wife, right, and there's a loving relationship, supportive, right, and this is what we talk about, practice, being able to practice these principles, in all our affairs, not just in the meeting room of Alcoholics Anonymous or a relationship with another alcoholic, but being able to live this AA way of life, right? And that's why I jumped right on there, and I was thank you guys for coming along. Those who, Walter, you drove up yourself from Kelowna, and Caleb, John, and Jeremy, right, joined me today on the right. Thank you guys for coming, right? This makes it special for me, right? When I met Tony, I already had like 15 sponsees, and I was doing big book studies, once a week in my home. On the weekend, I would do 12-step workshops, right? In my basement, I had like 30 guys there. So I was not new to Alcoholics Anonymous. I definitely had, I think I was way into my spiritual awakening, when I met Tony, and, I had a good sober life, right? But, it is really special to have a brother who's doing more than he did more than I did. I was busy in Alcoholics Anonymous, right? And why are we doing these things? Because we possessed by something. So it's ego. Now, if you want to be a big shot in Alcoholics Anonymous, you have to think about that, right? You really have to think about that. My goal is I'm going to be a big shot in Alcoholics Anonymous, right? It's like that head nut in a psychiatrist, in a psychiatrist, like I'm the top nut here, right? So what it really is, for him to be able to do this work, he has this connection, right? And that's what I want my friends to have. That's what I'm trying to maintain on a daily basis. You let me know about 15 minutes in that I'm not going over.
No.
Right. So some of you, from little squares there on Zoom, some of you might have heard part of my story. I'm one of these guys. When I found alcohol, and I use a phrase what I heard in a speaker say in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. When I found alcohol, I found something I was looking for all my life. And I didn't even know that I was looking for it, right? Up to the time I started drinking, I had the occasional drink, but never enough to feel the ease and comfort it brings, right? 13 years old, I'm left alone on my own devices. Parents sent me into a foreign country to learn English, and I had a host family which they thought their only responsibility was give me a bed and feed me, right? There was no supervision, right? And I remember I had bought 2 bottles of vodka on the ferry, and I was going to give 1 bottle that was given to the host family, but I kept 1 bottle. And I'm in that room, and I can explain the wallpaper, the sink, right? I also bought a carton of cigarettes, never smoked before, right? Taking the cigarette out, French, Foreign Legion, no filter, black tobacco, right? I light that cigarette, and I fill myself a water glass full of vodka, and I drink it, and I smoke that cigarette, and I lay down in that bed, and nothing happened, right? And I wake up next morning, and I go to class, and after that they said, what, let's go to the pub. 13 years old, right? So anyway, I walked along with the pub, and believe it or not, I'm sitting in that pub, ordering pints of beer like this was an everyday thing. And I talked to this 16-year-old girl, looking her deep in her eyes about my deepest feelings. I would have run from this girl, right? I would have not dared to breathe in a company, right? It was magic right from the beginning. But also what happened, I became incredibly selfish and self-centered. I turned from a victim into an assassin, from not enough into too much. Within 6 months of drinking as much as I could back then, I just thought I know about everything. And that was it's my life story. It carried on right till I walked into that treatment center, right? I went into the military, and I prided myself that I never took any instruction, or if I got instructions, I made a joke out of it, right? And drinking, and I went to law school. And there was the beer parlor, and they were playing cards at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I like to play cards. So I asked them if I could sit down. They said, sit down. I grabbed a pint of beer, and I would have it every 45 minutes. I would get it. So I drank like 6-7 liters of beer, and I did that for 4 years and 2 months. Never attending another class. Basically, I forgave, like an education for drinking and gambling every single day. The amazing thing is, I not once thought, oh my God, if they find out, right? Still living with my mom, right? She would see me sometimes every night, sometimes I'm gone for a few days, you know, and yeah, you know, I never thought once, oh my God, what I'm doing. Our alcoholic life becomes the only normal one. That's my story, really, right? The family was so severe at the end, my problem, you know, it says that Dr. Silver talks about it. You know, I had no ability to stop. I thought I always could stop, but I said I didn't want to stop, right? And you know, and I hasn't lost my self-confidence yet, but you know, what alcohol had turned me into started to cause problems. You know, so my family, I uprooted the whole family, and I found only out years later we moved to Canada. And again, nothing changed. You know, I'm the kind of guy, when I walked into my treatment center at the age of 43, I had maybe taken 5 days off. You know, and in my 20s I started drinking in the morning, like 6 o'clock in the morning. Bottle of wine. You know, later on, when I had to go to town to my office, I would pick up, like, you know, stop at a local strip joint who had opened at 8:30, would have 6 Budweiser, and then I'd go to my office. And then I'd sneak out for a couple of doubles at lunch, and then I'd drink in the afternoon, I'd drink with wine in the evening, then in the morning at 6 o'clock I start again. So I pretty much drank as much as I could. I think if I would have drunk any more, I would have to quit, you know, be hospitalized or whatever. You know, I shared my story in Ireland once in more detail, and they walked up to me and they said, you know, Renee, we didn't quite drink like you. You know, if they tell you that in Ireland, you know, I was satisfied. I said, okay, then I have to ask myself again if I'm the real deal or whatever, right? But, you know, it is, yesterday is in the daily reflection, alcohol is but a symptom, right? No, sorry, that was one from the big book they talked about. Alcohol is but a symptom. I was depressed out of my mind, you know, chronically depressed. You know, I went at least 12 times to see my physician, and every time I would walk out with an antidepressant. But I did not take it because I did not want anything to interfere with my will, right? You know, a lot of long bouts of severe depression where I'm basically sitting in my chair for hours, not being able even to go and pick up a piece of paper from the floor, right? And many of you probably can relate. Right, this deep depression, you know, it's pain, right? And I'm drinking, and it's not going away, right? Alcohol is a depressant. I found that out way later. Right? That's not helping, right? The racing mind. You know, I had a racing mind all my life. My mind went 24/7, all the time. If I wanted to have a night's sleep, I would have to fill a whole page up, write down all the things. I clear my head, phone numbers, amounts, things to do, errands to run, whatever. I had to put it all down. Then I could lay down, and in the morning, as soon as I wake up, the mind is running again. Never worked for anybody. I always had to create my own opportunity because I knew intuitively that if I going to go and work for someone, they would have some problems from me showing up drunk at 7 in the morning, right? Or drinking while working, right? So, you know, I had a bakery and I was drinking there all the time, you know, and I was a realtor and I rarely showed up in the office and I was drinking every day, right? All these jobs I had, right? And, you know, and allowed me to drink whenever I wanted to drink. Never thought about having a problem. Walked into a treatment center in 2003 and they asked me at the door, so when did you have your last drink? And I say, I'm not here for alcohol. I said, we have to put something down. I said, you know what, I flew here from Kelowna. I don't like flying. I had 7 of this little bottle of wine on the plane. And a liter of red wine was my great dinner. And 3 or 4 beer from the minibar. So not really. They said, can we write down 2.3 liters of red wine, 1.2 liters of beer? I said, yeah, that sounds about right. You know. Never understood that alcohol had anything to do with, you know, the crazy life I lived, right? The crazy thoughts I had, right? You know, I had a family, you know, that loneliness, you know, and it was, you know, my kids were around me and I could not connect with my kids. I always said tomorrow I'm going to play with my kids. it was painful for me to do anything with my kids because it was all about me. 27 years old, my first relationship, I was in a common law marriage. She came one day and said, Renee, if you don't drink or adjust your drinking, I'm going to leave you. I only heard her saying, I'm leaving you, right? I mean, I swear to God, I did not hear the other part of it, right? It was inconceivable, right? There's a story in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, of a guy who says, he basically lived to drink, and really, in hindsight, that was me. And I came into Alcoholics Anonymous. I did not understand. I was not like you, right? And I never had tried to quit drinking. Maybe at times to adjust my drinking a little bit. I never really tried to quit. And so, after I put it down, that was all. I thought, this is it. You just don't drink it, right? But the time came I was drinking again. And that was a different story. Then I really understood what. How powerful alcohol can be, and how it was impossible for me to quit. And I now had to get up in the middle of the night and drink, right? And she's leaving and I can't quit, right? And taking the kids with her, my business are failing. With sufficient reason, I just could not quit even for a day, right? That's when I went into another treatment center, my number 3 treatment center last time around. And I almost would have missed it again. My sister got on a call in there, and I had some reservation about being a real alcoholic or whatever. And she said, I said, I never really had blackouts. She said, what? I said, no, I can't. She said, remember when you stole the company truck, 22 years old, and you drove into a different town, and we took 2 days for us to find you. And 5 days. I don't remember anything. 5 days just gone. I often said to my wife, so how was I last night? Right? Because at the end of the night, when I was drunk, when I passed out, I would go to bed. I would go to sleep, right? It happened all the time to me. And I finished with this, because we want to get to the good stuff, right? I'm sitting in this treatment center, had done my first 5 steps. They put me a little bit under pressure. They wanted me to do agreeable to something I wasn't quite agreeable to. And I was struggling. And someone came up to me and said, Renee, you don't have to do this on your own anymore. And I had a spiritual experience. I had a shower, an orgasm going through my whole body. My racing mind stopped. My desire to drink was lifted right then and there, never came back. Even my blood pressure went down. I did not have, it was not about drinking and gambling. I did not have to do life and life's terms on my own anymore. That's when I found the love for God, and I found the connection with this power through the application of the steps. Never looked back. I've been to thousands of fellowship meetings, and now that I'm a little bit more experienced with this spiritual way of life, that's what I want to share. I want to, for those who are new here, I want them to come to believe that there is a power here, that there is a solution to alcoholism, right? That it works in our life in a truly miraculous way. So this is what the weekend's all about. Like the book says, the whole purpose of this book is, to introduce us, connect us to the power of ourselves. For me, it happened in a little bit different way, but it happened, right? I just stayed with it. Right? I'm so glad, that I was given the opportunity by another alcoholic telling me that, help is there. And once I accepted that, that's my new story, my new life started. So thank you very much.
Right on. Thanks, man. All right, I guess I gotta stand up too, eh? Most of you know I'm a recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. April 8, 1989. A lot of guys heard me share. One of the things we need you to be present. So when you're in this room, it's a phone-free zone. You need to be present because the mind's very deceptive. It keeps us distracted. Right? It wants us not to really look at stuff. Not that any of you have a problem with that, right? But it has the ability to keep us ahead of ourselves. Anybody have that problem? right? Like, and so we try to stay occupied with things that are not in the present, right? And alcohol was good for that, wasn't it? Anybody?
No.
You know, it's not the first time I had a drink, right? Because then I was still in diapers, my mom tells me, right? Where I come from, how I was raised. It's a big part of my story, you know, where they talk about there are those two who have grave emotional mental disorders. I'm one of those guys. I came in here and I didn't know how warped I was, thank God, but the people around me was quite aware of it from a young age, right? And controlled environments, on and on. But I think what happened was the first time I felt the magic in a drink, my life changed. Because before that, I remember many a times wine from the neighbors or stealing the uncle's drink or whatever, having a Ryan Coke sitting at the Horseshoe Tavern. You know, as a kid watching Sweet Daddy Siki, and that was it. There was never a desire for anything more than what I had. But then there came a time when I was drinking the beer I had, and I started thinking about the next one. Am I in the right room?
Yeah.
And somewhere that happened, and I remember exactly when that happened. I don't know if you can remember when it happened, but I remember when it happened. I was in foster care, and we were at Hain, and the guy said he didn't like the taste of beer. One of my brothers in the foster care, and all I remember is I'll take it. I became more concentrated on the next drink before the first drink was even finished. And then I started becoming manipulative for another drink at a young age. Nobody like that in this room, right? So when I look back at my drinking history, I see these things of distractions were always there. And the distraction I was looking at was for me, right? But the first time I felt the magic in a drink, the magic, the promises, right? How many people hear the promises? The first time I felt that in regards to alcohol changed my whole life. And I can tell you the exact moment when that happened. I haven't been drinking many times before that, but this one time I was sober outside my place. I'm 16, I'm outside the controlled environment. These two older kids came up. They were 17, 18, maybe 18, 19. And they were drinking, started making fun of me. And I remember feeling a lot of anxiety and fear, shame, guilt, and internal dialogue as they were picking on me. And that fear was coming over me. And then they left, and I remember my girlfriend was there, and then the shame in regards to how she was looking at me, and my friend in regards to how I thought. So all this conversation is going inside. Meanwhile, she's feeling empathy toward me. I'm not seeing that. I'm just thinking she's feeling shame toward me. And my friend is now thinking, anybody picking up what I'm putting down there?
Yeah.
Right? Nothing's happening but within me. So I get resentful. I don't know if anybody about the situation. And I'm going to my friend's place where I left a 40 ounce or I think it was vodka or gin or something. We were doing restaurant taverns at the time. So back then you could kind of drive to the industrial area. You take the exit door off. They used to come off the outside. Walk in, shut the alarm off. I don't know if nobody do that kind of activity here, right? And we'd empty the bar of all the good stuff, the liquor and the float, right? So then we'd distribute it all around us. So anyway, that's another story. So I go to my friend's place, and I go all the way there, and I'm angry. I pour a big glass of rum, and as I'm drinking this, I feel a change come over me. And by the time I finished the second glass of rum, I intuitively knew how to handle situations used to baffle me. I became 6'2", 240 pounds, right? First degree black belt. And then I was like, okay. I left there, okay, let's go find these guys, right? So I'm going there but I go to my friend, but if they both jump in, right? But mind your own business. Like, you gotta stack the cards. Anybody? Yeah. So I know exactly where they are. I went right through the door. Boom! I said, both of you outside right now. They came outside, bam, bam, bam. I punched them both out. So next time I had a problem, what do you think came to mind?
Have a drink.
Have a drink. The magic started from there, right? And then not long before they out of control, right? There was times before that that I've felt the partying and all that other stuff. Like when I was 15, standing on the 18th story of a building after balcony after 3 days of drinking, thinking if this is the rest of my life. I felt the incomprehensible demoralization. I felt the buzz. I felt being stoned. I felt the, you know what I mean? There's a difference. But when you feel the magic of what, oh, I've seen something go right across the floor. Oh, there he is. He's coming for a meeting. Here he comes. Okay, so I say hello. So AA meeting says, no, looking for Al-Anon. So there was a difference. So when I felt that magic and the transformation of how I was feeling in an instant in that drink, anytime I had a problem, drink now became my solution. And so when I started going to events and troubles, anybody? So Bill talked about that, right? The world's going to shit in a handbasket, right? People were jumping from high finances. What did Bill do?
The bar.
How many people had a problem here and went back to the bar? That problem went away, didn't it?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it did, unless it's a warrant. If it's a wife, if it's a wife, it's going away. If you stay in that bar long enough, it's going away, right? If it's a job you're having a problem with, you stay in that bar long enough, it's going away, right? Financial problems? Oh, it's going to continue, but you're getting the gist of it, right? You have too many problems at one bar, where do you do? Go to another bar. You embarrass yourself too much in one group of friends, find another group of friends. Anybody like that here? Because you can't stop doing what you're doing, so you got to change what you're doing, right? So you change your life to accommodate what you're doing. And so my first meeting, I was 16 years old, right? And we're going to get into a bit of that and all that, right? And some of the stuff off the tape stuff, we're going to get real this weekend, right? So the point is, my first meeting, I came when I was 16, and I want to change, right? Because before that, I'm standing on the balcony thinking about offing myself. If I had to live the rest of my life like this, I don't know if anybody's ever had that thought.
All day.
Been there.
Right? That just incomprehensible demoralization, that the future looks like more crap than the crap you're living.
Yeah.
Anybody been there? Imagine the mindset. If I got to live the rest of my life like this, my God, you're 15 years old. So if you can only imagine. And so when I came into the fellowship, the guy who introduced me to this thing was my dad. Right? He found a religious idea in the sanitarium because he was committed to life for sanitarium. I'm not going to tell his story. It comes from a couple bike clubs. I'm telling my mom's story. It comes from a whole different organization and lifestyle. So a part of that, growing up, the trauma and all that other stuff back, when I'm not going to even go there. So what happens is I got introduced to AA, and I knew there was something different here because I used to hear my dad's stories by everybody. I had my godmother sit me down when I was 14 crying because of the road I was on, because they transferred me up there to try to relocate my life. And I find people just like me no matter where I go. Anybody ever move? And you find people like the ones you just left, it's like a shit magnet, right? Anybody got a shit magnet no matter where you... Same story, why is this always happening to me? Right? And then the good one is, God, why are you doing this to me? Anybody got the God card? I don't know why God don't, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, I came into the fellowship, and I had that spark, and I had that feeling that change was possible. And who was making the change was me, without realizing it. Right? Because they say, found God. You remember they say that, how it works? Maybe you find him now. Everybody talked about God, so where do you find God? You go on the quest. Anybody been on the God quest here? Time to go on the quest, right? They come here looking for help, now I'm going to go on the quest, right? Where's the treasure map? And so I joined the Baptist church, because that's exactly where God is. And then I get drunk, and so I must be in a Nazarene church, right? And I get drunk, and then it must be, and the whole abandonment thing. So it must be the army. I'll join the army, right? It must be a disciplinary problem. This is stuff I'm hearing from AA. And what happened is I'm deteriorating in Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm dying of alcoholism in AA. So I've gone from the inability to control my emotional nature and my surroundings and what I'm doing to a place of puking brown bile. Anybody do the bile thing?
Yeah.
Right? Then blood with the ulcers when I was in the army, right? And then started getting the blackouts. and then the green bio. So 11 years, in and out, in and out, in and out. There's a lot of reasons to come back here, but nothing sufficient enough to ever happen here.
Yeah.
So these guys, I came in, when I came out here in 87, I got a visit from somebody in a trusted position, a sergeant of a certain detachment in Toronto. And he informed me I had a private meeting with him because prior to that, we just had the riot people. Well, 4 cops showed up with all the riot gear to extract me from a building. That's another kind of story. So I'm trying to keep it real simple here, right? So I come out here on the advice of these people, and I was looking at a lot of different things because we're getting into it. And so I came out here to start a new life, right? And I came out here in 87. I ended up in AA back at my first meeting. I came in August because I had trial August 31st. I skipped out on that. September, I started getting in where I always prided myself I didn't do domestic violence. I started having episodes of domestic violence. I couldn't control my emotional nature. I couldn't go out. I was a danger to me and the people around me. My brother couldn't even take me out with his friends. So what happens is I started living in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous to try to get sober. So I was part of the Wine and Still. I'm in 12 and 12 studies. I think I managed 6 months and I relapsed. And then I managed 3 months and I relapsed. And so, long story short, my last relapse, I did 360 meetings in 90 days and 4 12 and 12 studies. I'm doing everything that I'm hearing to do in meetings. Anybody been there? Mm-hmm. Everything. I'm still batshit crazy. People, you ever been to those meetings where they talk about feelings? Yeah. Describe how you're feeling. Okay, and I'm thinking, how do I feel? And this is how I describe my feelings. So it says, Tony, how are you feeling today? I feel like I could chew the shithole out of a skunk while it's still moving. Who wants to go for coffee? Nobody, right? I'm cutting my own hair. I'm not getting invited for coffee anywhere, right? I'm living in I got this thing holding my glasses on, and I think I'm still a vision for you. Like, I'm nuts. Like, I am nuts, right? And I got all these distractions happening in my life. We're going to get into that. Gambling, porn, fighting, conflict. All these things are happening all over the place. I'm like a continuous magnet for it. So this guy named George, I used to look at him to feel better about me, right? He was, everybody got that person. Everybody got that person when you go to a meeting, you look at that person, right? Mostly I was that person, but I mean, there was George. The other guy was setting fires, right? He would hold his pants. I look at him and go, if I ever get that bad, I'm puking green bio, cutting my own hair, and I'm unemployable, and my vocabulary is very limited to know a lot of adjectives and stuff like that, right? And I'm unemployable, right? I just can't get this thing. So George tried to get me into a big book study, and the first time I kind of said no, right? Because I knew what not to do. So he conned me into the study. That's how ill I was. He says, well, why don't you come and help us out? So I went to this study, and what I'm realizing what I did was I put my trust in their guidance. So what it was the first time I got invited to somebody's home, right? I went to these guys' home, and it was Rick, Steve, Larry, and Machine Gun Jerry, for some of the guys that know them. Right, they were having a private big book study workshop in the house, like stuff Renee was talking about, Joe was talking about. So these guys, without knowing, took me under their wing in my condition, and I trusted them with my life. Right, I trusted their guidance, and the book talks about that. With this book in hand, right, we have the power of duplicating what was so freely given to us. So I was willing to go through that course of action to the best of my ability, exhibiting willingness, humility, and honesty. And I went through it with my level of mental disturbance. And I went through it kicking and screaming, and we're going to do that this week. And we're going to go through that course of action where you'll have the recipe to develop and continue when you leave here. It's the life-changing information that they talk about of experiencing this thing on a level that we always hope for. Where we move from what Renee and Joe was talking about is the confusion of the mind into the experience of the human condition. The peace, the happiness, and the contentment that they talk about in the promises. The promises are all an internal thing. And then that transpires into your relationships with people, places, and things. Because your life is directly proportionate to your mental health and your spiritual well-being. All your relationships, so your thinking is your kind of your paintbrush. And the canvas is your life. You've created your own work of art. And I know each one of us has something in that painting where we're not happy about. Each one of us has something that we're struggling about. Each one of us has something we wish was different than what we're having. Right? Each one of us has something that we're not letting the outside world know. That's happening internally, our own struggles, right? Every single one of us, that's the human condition. So the first travel through this is the recipe to remove alcoholism. And then when you go through it again, it's the principles on how to deal with life, right? How do I apply these spiritual principles to the human condition so I have a different experience internally, right? And so we're going to monitor, I'm going to show you everything that was shown to me in a way that makes sense, right? Hopefully. And hopefully by the end of this, you'll come out of this thing with some spiritual tools that you didn't have going into it. That you have the ability to transform, right? Your reality of your thinking into an experience where you're living at a here more. How many people think that's kind of like appealing?
Good deal.
How many people are living way too much up here? Because honestly, let's get real here for a second. If we had one of those those things that what did you call it?
Teleprompter.
You had one of those walking around with you everywhere you went. Would your life be reflecting the shit that's going on in your mind? Right? And if everybody knew what was really going on in those dark crevices of your alone time, huh? Oh, yeah, so shit just got real. Right? All the distraction, all the avoidance, the conversations that we have that create toxicity within ourselves in regards to other people, the distractions that we cause so we don't have to feel these things. Anybody picking up what I'm putting down? Anybody?
Yeah.
How I treat my kids, how I treat my partner, how I treat the people around me. Not all the time. Well, when I'm off, I'm off. And when I'm nice, I'm nice.
Yeah.
And it's a fucking merry-go-round. Right? It's a roller coaster. Everybody's like, oh, he's in a good mood today. Yay. And then the click, 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 click. Everybody on that roller coaster. Oh, this doesn't seem bad. And then it's woo, right? And then everybody around you's like, whoa. Silent treatment. Anybody still getting some of that? Huh? Anybody got silent scoring about the people around you? Anybody carrying things longer than they should? So tomorrow we're going to get into this. And then in the afternoon, after lunch, right, we're going to have little workshops if you need a little extra help. And then we're going to be able to do a step 5. Right? Yeah, we're going to be able to do a step 5 if you're ready. Right? With Renee, Joe, or myself. You can trust either one of us with your life. Right?
All right.
Tomorrow during the day. Pay attention. You're thinking again. You heard, fuck, tell somebody what? And then you stop thinking, right? How many people at different times during my talk once started going into the thinking and stopped listening? Come on. That's the problem, isn't it? The inability to stay present. The formulating of ideas based on what I'm hearing and not kind of going, well, what I didn't hear was there's a freedom and different experience available to me, and not only me, but everybody around me. Right? Because how many people is here, their drinking affected everybody around them? So the opposite happens. And we'll talk about that too in the family afterwards. As you start to change internally, so what that translates to is how I really knew I was changing is the people around me started to experience the promises before I did.
Yeah.
Right? People started answering the phone on the first couple rings. Yeah, some of you get what I'm saying. I don't know why it goes to the answering machine all the time. Because they're assessing what kind of condition you're in. They're listening. They're waiting for the con, waiting for the manipulation, waiting to see what do you want this time? Anybody? Anybody? Oh, you're phoning that girl up again just to see how she's doing. Yeah. Just to make amends again after. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't really want a relationship. I couldn't get what I was getting by telling you the truth, so I bullshitted you the whole way through. Oh yeah, we're getting some more here, right? Got family obligations. Oh, I can't take care of them. I got to do a meeting to impress people about shit I'm not even doing. Right? Anybody? Huh? If I broke up the day and then looked at a calendar, how much of that was spent absorbed with me and my thinking?
80%.
Well, you're lying.
It's it.
95. The other 5% you're sleeping. So, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like when people are in a meeting talking about their experience, strength, and hope, who's the most important person in the room? No, you are, because you're thinking. When somebody's sharing their experience, strength, and hope, and you're listening to you more than you're paying attention to them, you think you're the most important person in the room. But you can't stop yourself from doing it. Lack of power, the inability to stay focused, the inability to meditate, the inability to do the things that I want to do and not do the things I don't want to do. Am I in the right group?
Yeah.
So that's why you guys are here this week, aren't you?
Yep.
100%.
Yeah, we want something different, and that's available to all of us. And we're gonna give you the recipe that Bill, right, that Eddie passed on to Bill, right, and Bill passed on, and the doctor witnessed this thing, right, and it's not complicated, right. We're gonna do a crash course on it. That's why we're gonna do the mini 5s tomorrow. That shit you don't want to tell nobody. How free do you want to be? And then we could look at 6 and 7, how it goes into 11. And we'll finish the week on how we could be of service and tie all this thing together, that you'll go out from here and practice these things. And it won't be an overnight matter, but the more you practice it, the better your life will become. And what will usually happen in a few months usually will take years of self-discipline. That's what this weekend's about. How many people heard or read the spiritual appendix in the back of the book? So they say there's an experience there that is obtainable within the first few months. Some of us have been around a long time and not experiencing these things on the level that they say is available, right? The fourth dimension being rocketed, not rocketed. You'll be amazed. I've heard some of you guys share, you don't even sound somewhat fucking thrilled. To be amazed with your life. How many people like to be amazed when they talk about their life? Right? That's what's available here, like to be amazed. And I'll close with this idea. I used to walk around thinking I was talking about being amazed, and the people who were listening to me realized I wasn't even thrilled. I was talking about somebody else's experience like it was my own. Right? Anybody? Oh, that was good at a meeting. This will get me laid over there. I mean, this will get me a number over there. I'm sure there's a couple women there I could sponsor or whatever. Come on. How many guys would rather go to a meeting where there's more women than?
Yeah.
No, oh no. There's a big book study workshop over here where you can go help people, but all the is over there. Come on. Instinct driven, instinct motivated. So, I take my daughter to Wonderland. And this is the difference between doing it your way and doing it our way. So I take my daughter to Wonderland. And she wants to go on this roller coaster. The lineup's too long. The steps look too long. This course of action looks like too much. This way over here looks way faster and better. There's less people over here. Let's go in this lineup. My daughter says, no, the people coming off of this ride look way happier than the people coming off of that ride. And I go to her, well, you know, roller coaster is a roller coaster. I've been on all of them. Right? You know how we're authorities all of a sudden based on. Anybody in the meeting? Looking for new sponsors talking shit that you haven't even experienced yet, you know? Hoping you have, right? The illusion. So I get in this lineup with my daughter and I'm comforting her on something I haven't experienced, and neither is she. But I'm acting like I have experienced it. Anybody talk about the steps they haven't done, but they talk to great lengths about? Well, how do you know if you're one of those? Can you show somebody how to do it? You can't show somebody how to do it, then welcome to the club. We've all done it. It's chameleon sobriety. Right? Anybody? So I get in this lineup with my daughter, and I'm comforting her, so you know it's going to be blah, 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 right? So I get in this seat. I sit down. I said, "Holy shit! There's no bottom. It's just a seat." So this is weird. Part of me, you've never been on one of these before, but and I'm confident to say it's okay, Tirza. You just and so then the clicker comes in front and it kind of holds me in. It's like a little T. And holding me in a seat, and my feet are on these little bars, and I thought, this is weird. And then it pulls out of the thing. There's no side rails. The side rails were only to get in. And I'm sitting on this seat like this, on this rail, and I'm going, I don't know what I got myself into. It's like your first couple of meetings, right? So we're going up this thing, and it's not the click, 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 click. It's a zzz, right? It's on a belt. And I'm observing what's going on, and we're going higher and higher and higher. And so now, to cause a distraction from my own discomfort, I start focusing on my daughter. Anybody? You start focusing on something else to alleviate the distraction or the discomfort that you're feeling. We get to the top, we go off this thing, and it's holy shit. I've never been on anything like this in my life. I'm screaming like a little girl. The veins in my neck are popping out. My daughter's coming. It's okay, Dad. It's okay. No, stop! It's like, wow. Unbelievable. Never been on nothing like that in my life. I'm talking about this experience almost 15 years later. When I talk about it, does it sound like it's still an exciting experience? That's amazed. I was amazed by that ride. What was it? It was one of the top 10 roller coasters in the world. It blew my mind. And that's like the steps. You go in as an observer from this side. The only really indication you have is those that went before it and their experience of it. And those who've really experienced talk about an amazement of the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. Right? And this is available to anybody wishing to follow in the footsteps that are laid out by those who went before us. It's the same recipe. By the end of this weekend, you'll have that recipe. So that's roughly, other than that, it's going to be kind of a quiet weekend. Put on your seatbelts. We're going to rock this, eh, guys? We're going to have a lot of fun. You trust us. Trust us. And your family and the people around you, you get ready for a different experience that you'll remember for the rest of your lives. Thank you for trusting us with your recovery and the hope of having a new experience. Right? Let's do this together. We'll close with the Serenity Prayer, and then we'll open the meeting.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks,
Right
Tony.
on. So we're going to join. We're going to do the intimate thing and grab hands and men being men.
Coming in.
And who puts the breeze in the trees?
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Read on. Recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. Sobriety Days, April 8, 1989. Saturday. Welcome. What a great thing so far, eh? Joe did a great job this morning on one of his most important topics and experiences, the stones, right? And as you go along, you see the importance of that stuff, right? And the more important than the understanding of it is the experience of it, right? And he probably touched on one of the most important. You don't know it now, but later is actually the foundation stone, and that's what we're doing, right? The foundation stone is the starting of another structure, right? And that's a really, really remarkable thing when you could start impacting somebody else's life, right? The same way your life was impacted. But the key is it's about experience, strength, and hope. Somewhere along the line, a lot of people share their opinions, ideas, and hopes, right? Big difference, right? And a lot of sponsorship will be a dictatorship. Is that kind of what, anybody know the difference? Listen to what I'm telling you, not to my experience, right? My experience is you get some people say, well, when I was a couple years sober, so I'm dealing with the guys who are a couple years sober and they're going through the same thing I did back then. I'm telling them to do something different that I was incapable of doing. You ever hear that advice from people? That's not the idea of this thing, right? It's just like, when I sponsor guys, right? And they say, well, in your first year you should stay out of relationships. I didn't do that, so I wouldn't tell my guys that. Right? Do you see the difference? And people give you advice that like, how many people have been to a meeting and somebody would go, oh, take my advice, take my experience. If you're thinking about going out, don't do it. How many people have heard that? Now, the funny thing is the person who's saying that didn't realize they couldn't take their own advice. How would somebody else be able to take that? So we have a lot of misunderstanding about what we're up against, what this illness is, and the human component of this thing. So we're going to hit some highlights this morning just to get us to step 3, right? And most of us should have a good idea. I listened to everybody yesterday, grit shares, right? And it's a general consensus of everybody, right? That we're looking for a little better experience than what we're having, or we're looking for a new experience. But the biggest handicap that you don't see, that we see, is how you're still thinking. Right? So at the top of the page, first page, right, on the handouts, and you need to be honest about your first answer. Right? That comes to your mind, and if this is personal for you, right? You're going to write it at the top of the page. So, any page, I don't care. Just somewhere where you know where it is. Okay? Hide it. I don't know. So the first page, this is Men's Retreat Resentments. You put it right at the top there. If somebody was to ask you, fundamentally, what is the basis to what this is all about? Write down your shortest answer you'd give them at the top of the page.
What is the base, like, of this
Well, so a new person walked up to you, said, hey, what's the basis of this whole thing? You wouldn't start interrogating them. What do you mean? Right? What was the first thing that came to mind when I said that? Somebody walked up and said, hey, what's this? What's the basis of this whole thing? Or somebody came up to you this weekend who was newer than you. What's the basis to this whole thing? What is the basis? Write down your answer, what you tell them. Right? And it shouldn't be a long dragged out. If you need another piece of paper, you missed the point. It's being able to home in on the first answer your consciousness gave to your conscience. Did I pronounce that right?
Yep.
So English is my first language, but I didn't learn it till I got sober. So we're going to hit some highlights here. So a lot of people think alcoholism is an illness, behavioral problem. We heard it this weekend. And you don't even know you're saying it. Right? And our inability to see the impact it has on us because we want to think we could reason with it. Does that kind of make sense? We think we have a scope on it by understanding it. Right? So you hear most people, they'll say, I don't think about it. Right? The obsession has left. The compulsion has left. You can see and feel that, right? Anybody? When you have an obsession, an idea, can you see that? When you really want to do something, can you feel it? That's what we think alcoholism is. But that's a condition prior, or that exceeds the irritable, restless, and discontent in the doctor's opinion. The doctor kind of talks about, and that's why we're going to have this available for you later. You can get into it. And if you have any questions around this, we're going to have a question where we could break it down a little more for you later. But most people understand the basis of the big book, right? So we're going to hit the highlights because it's really important to understand this part. This is part of the game-changing idea. So when we can see, feel, and reason with it, we think we have some kind of power over it. Yes?
Yes.
Right? So it's manageable. I'll be able to see it. Well, the doctor talks about that there's certain types of people that go through this facility that self-awareness and his process isn't sufficient enough to help them. Where treatment was able to help a lot of the people that went through there, but there's a certain group of people who have all the characteristics of these other people, but they have a certain component that is unique to them. Now they're trying to be like these other group of people who are successful going through their facility. You hear it all the time. If I get this, I do that. If I'm manageable, if I get my family, do this. If I just go through life undetected, like at least looking like a human being, even though this thing up here is totally different. If I can go through undetected, how many people's felt that? Like nobody's noticing, but in your brain you're like, like, right? Crazy. Like anybody ever feel awkward in their own skin walking alone and thinking people are looking at them, no one's looking at them? How many people have been in their car driving and thinking other people are paying attention to you?
Yeah.
That's a level of self-centeredness that everybody has. Well, not everybody. We kind of master it a bit. Right? So, getting back to this thing. So we want to manage it. So the doctor says something happens in these people's brains that don't seem to happen in these others' brains. And he called it a desire. Because he's just starting the conversation. Right? If he would have started the conversation with, these people are mentally ill. There's something seriously wrong with them. How many people would have stopped reading?
Yeah.
Who's this clown think he is, right? Or if somebody, one of your loved ones was reading it, they'd go, I know, ha ha ha, they would stop reading and that's all they'd see. Even the book says you're mentally ill. Damn it, right? You get the... So what they do, they know the audience. Like they put a lot of thought and effort into this when they put it together. The wording, the approach would be all-inclusive, not exclusive. They sat and they talked about the impact it would have to the reader and the impact it would have to people like us who are very skeptical about everything. Why are you asking me this? Why do you want to know? Why are you here? Were any skeptics like that? If I'm going to read something, I want to go see what's the ending. If you're asking me the question, I want to see if there's entrapment involved. If there's, right? So he kind of knows that. So he talks about the physical part, right? The phenomenon of craving. Everybody understands that. How many people don't understand the craving? How many people don't get thirstier here when they drink? Maybe you're in the wrong room. How many people get thirstier here when they drink? Right, so we're more concerned with the next drink than the first drink. How many people like the effect produced by alcohol? How many people like the consequences produced by it? So we're unanimous, 3 out of 3. That's pretty cool, right? Why? Because we're talking about alcoholism, right? And the characteristics of it. We understand it. We don't have to get into a lot of explanation on it because that's how they explained it. And so anybody who's afflicted within those, I understand what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And those that don't have this illness is, what are you talking about? I don't get it. Right? Like my wife's a normie. We'll get into that. We all have our problems, right? But she's way different than me. And she asked me, do you think I have a problem? I said, honey, maybe Al-Anon, but not AA. Qualify for Al-Anon, but not AA. Like she's way different drinker than me. Way different. Like there's no comparison. Why? Because she doesn't have the allergy. And she could adjust her drinking, or she could stop while drinking. But now that's something you want to ponder. You mean you could actually drink and you don't want it after a certain amount of time? Anybody? So we know about the allergy. That makes sense. And then we kind of get the idea, how many people wanted to stop a long time ago, or people try to get you to stop, or you kind of sense that there was something wrong? Right? And then how many people made an attempt to stop? Okay, so now there's a group of people over here that got some treatment, got some help, and they stay stopped. Meeting makers make it. We don't drink no matter what. We stay sober under any and all conditions. Anybody hear this mantra that happens? If you wanted to stay sober, anybody ever hear that? Anybody ever relapse, come back to a meeting, sit in the middle and get the shame-based, the whole focus of the meeting on you? Right? Frothily emotional appeal, all that other stuff. So we're starting to see, even I'm a little different than most of these people in the room. Because they seem to be getting sober no matter what, and I'm still seeming to get loaded no matter what. Right? Like my friend's talk here yesterday. If I catch you thinking too much, I'll draw attention to you. How do I know you're thinking? You start, right? You get locked in your mind. So when you find yourself away from here, just take a big breath and come back to the moment, right? And also be an observer how your mind tries to distract you from the present. Something new. How much time you really spend here compared to the narrator. Anybody know who the narrator is? Is the person that talks to you. Life's happening through your eyeballs. They're a little back here like this is you in there. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't like them either. Right? A bunch of crap. There's that part that talks to you. So you hear it. You don't have to go, what was that? And as soon as you pay attention to that, you're no longer present. You're talking to that. This part of your brain that's just natters all the time. And we're going to get into that in the fourth step. So back to where we are. So if you find yourself drifting, take a big breath. If you have anxiety or you get stuck in a story in your mind, just come back to where your feet are. Go, where's my feet? Here. Take a big breath. Okay, I'm back. And then we'll continue on. So now we're getting to this point here. So then there's you're gonna love my drawings, okay? Maybe I missed my calling here. Okay, so we're gonna do we're not doing nothing with that.
The black one.
So here we got. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Or you could draw a circle on your page. We call that the mind. Right? The mind. Here we go. We'll put a little hands on here, fingers here. Okay, the mind. So, in here we do all our reasoning, all our, do the processing and all that other stuff. So alcoholism, we try to put it in here as something we could reason with. Something that we can get a handle on. Something that is tangible that we can see, feel, and touch. Right? That's why we use, when you hear people, how many people has heard this? I don't even think about drinking anymore.
Yeah.
Right? So who are you giving comfort to when you say that?
Self.
Yourself, right? So, and when you say that, you kind of go, without realizing, you go, but when you're thinking about, I got a problem. Why? Because I'm thinking about it. You see the difference? I'm thinking about it. I got to do something. I got to get busy. I got to go to meetings. I got to do the work. I got to do something to fix this thing. And as time goes, and you start going to meetings, start hanging out with people, you start doing the suggestions, and maybe if you're really keener, you get some, Lululemon pants and get into yoga. So that's the new thing nowadays, right? I'm joking, guys. What? No, you don't have to do that unless you want to. So you start treating your illness. But what you're treating is you're thinking around the illness. You're not treating the illness. What you're trying to do is create a sense of well-being by disguising it to a place that you're okay with it, or you've spent enough attention to it where it doesn't become an idea or thought anymore. And then you think you've dealt with it. Right? I don't think about it, the obsession's left, right? All that stuff's left. So you give yourself comfort based on self, that this thing's no longer, and then you go, and it's natural, we all do it. So now the book starts saying, as we go through this thing, we go through examples, right? And the first example is the guy, you got your book, is the guy, I think on page 27, where he goes to the doctor. And he's got the best known psychiatrist, and is that on 27, Joe?
26, 27, yeah.
26, 27. So we're going to hit the highlight of this guy. This guy has all the money available to him, right? He's done treatment a few times. He's invested in the changing of his life. Yes? No? How many people remember that story?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's invested. He's flown. He's willing to go to any lengths. He's flown places to get a, inner working of his mind that he thinks relapse is unthinkable. Yes?
Yep.
How many people have been there? Been to treatment, family, I got all this stuff, I got all the reason I'm never going to do it again, right? And he doesn't want to do it again. Does this guy want to drink again?
No.
So what happens is, what we call is he has yet to have a step one experience. So, but does he admit, does he have a problem?
Yeah.
So right away, the book's starting to set up the idea there's two different experiences in the book. One is, I have a problem. That everybody in the fellowship's okay with saying, I have a problem. Which translates into that I can take care of. I can do something about it. The I precedes the solution. I can do something about it. How many people has kind of looked at, say, yeah, that makes sense. I've realized I had a problem. I exerted myself into my program of recovery, into what I think I need to do, and I started doing all these suggestions in meetings, and I started getting a little relief, and next thing you know, I was loaded. What the hell? Let's go over it again. I can't see where I went wrong. I was all over it. I mean, right? So, and you looking at it won't be able to see it because there's something missing. Is the understanding of what we're up against, right? So knowledge and assessing and looking at it, and a lot of us have been very good at that. A lot of people in this room are very successful. Ability to access, to navigate through life, to jobs, relationships, fix problems. Anybody? Then there's something else that kind of dictates how we're going to live. So now we're arguing with something inside of ourselves that we don't know what it is. So there's something else happening over here that's connected in here somewhere, but we don't know how it's connected. Just, right? Used to sniff
Try
it.
the orange on the other side.
We're going green.
Oh, the orange one works for me.
Oh, the orange one works too.
You
Yep.
can always try to give them a shake.
So here, give them a shake.
Might work.
It's not that kind of meeting. First the mic, now give it a shake. Maybe this the weekend's changing. Okay, so there's something going on over here that we don't understand. What does that mean? So it means how many people have had conversations with themselves? Why are you doing this? Can't believe this is happening. What's the matter with you? Right? I seem to be doing good every time I try to recreate my life. I do good. Get a job, get things happening, right? We heard it this weekend. We all have the same story. I get involved in my life. Give them a nudge. I get involved in my life, right? And I do good. And then something changes the course of action that I've set up for myself. My hopes, dreams, and aspirations, right? Family, friends, right? And then one more, right? Something happens, and then I find I'm not living the life that I wanted to live at all. Now I'm living a different life. Now the opposite is happening. When I used to think about this guy over here, why it was happening, now I'm back into being driven by something, wondering why I can't live over there. See the conflict? And we heard it, right? We heard it. It was a great talk what you gave, and that's the story of alcoholism. There's something driving me here. My family, friends, and loved ones are over there. I can't participate in that because there's something that's kind of possessed me not to live the life that I want to live. Now I'm living in regret, remorse, and depression. And I need another drink to suppress what's happening inside of me because I can't live to the potential that I want to live. The dad, the brother, right? The son. Anybody have those? And so I have to drink. And more drinking calls for more drinking. And more, because now I have nothing to deal with the consequences or the effect produced by alcoholism in my life. Right? So now the four horsemen, bewilderment, terror, and all that. Now I get to that place of I have a moment of clarity. I see me exactly how I am. And we do two things with that. We either go get help or we take another drink. How many people have been there? Oh yeah. How many people try to tell you about those, try to create that clarity? We heard it too, the intervention, all that other stuff. I had a great talk with them after. It was like he didn't know what their problem was. How many people have been there? Someone talking to you about their concern for you and you wonder what's your problem? Because we come numb to our lives. We've conditioned ourselves to be a non-participant in the reality of life as other people sees it. It's pretty wild when you think about it. How do you do it? The numbing. Anybody? The numbing. Right? And so, but we're trying to find reason, all this stuff. So what we're getting to is this guy here goes, gets treatment, gets help. And he thinks he's got this now. Why? Because he's feeling good. He had that conversation. Do you want to drink? No. Do you think about drinking? No. When you have a bit of problems, does the thought of drinking come back? No. So he has a false sense he's doing good based on who? Self. That's the difference. See, there's other people, like my great friend Renee talked about having this thing removed, but he also talked about a God-filled based life. And he talked about purpose. He talked about working with others. He talked about the recipe that enables him to live the life he's living. Joe talked about the same thing. The theme to what makes the difference. Right? Because the story without those elements is a state of basic delusion, denial, or incomplete understanding. And so what happens is this guy here is about to get a rude awakening that he has alcoholism and not a behavioral problem. And what determined that is he relapsed after everything he's done. He returns to this doctor, right? And that's worth reading. So he returns to the doctor, and the doctor's kind of assessing him. And he says, well, you know what? I'm going to tell this guy the truth. Right? And the truth is, now, what we're looking at in this story is he admits he has a problem. Yes, we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Has he had a step one experience yet?
No.
So some people, here's something we need to practice too. This is probably one of the hardest things you're going to learn in your recovery. We're going to practice it because if you need an extra support, we've got people around you that'll be able to brace you if something happens out of the ordinary. Ready? It's a term that's very foreign to us. But it's a game changer. Ready? I'll walk you through it the first time. I don't know. Everything's okay. Hey? Whoa. Okay, practice one more in harmony. I don't know. I don't think we're going to make the symphony, but it was a good start. Good. So, and that's it, right? Because we want to know. You notice the brain? Even though you don't know, can get three more guesses. Anybody like that? We're all like that. Because we're chameleons. We don't like to not know. That's why when we come into meetings, we pick up all this language, all this lingo, and we share at the next meeting so we could be a part of and fit in. So we're not detected as an outsider. Right? Anybody go to bars or anywhere you go, you got to fit in, right? You go to bars with leathers, what are you wearing the next time you go there? You go to a bar, they're wearing a suit. What are you wearing the next time you go there?
Suit.
Yeah, you go to church. You stop going. No. Call you what? Okay, so he's about to have a step one experience, and that's a sponsor's job. It is to walk you through where you have a step one experience. It's critical on how you perceive this thing. And here's the tricky part. As we get closer to certain truths, your mind's going to try to stop you from hearing it. You're going to be gone from the room even though you're still here. What makes me say that? Anybody ever try to talk to you about your life and you said that? Yes, I think you said it yesterday. They're talking to you and you're not even listening to them. You're like some of you are doing right now. Nodding your head, you're looking right at, and you're not hearing a word because you're stuck in your peanut gallery. You're up there feeding the monkeys, right? Oh, look, oh, meeting going on. So, but that's part of the unmanageability that we'll get into later. The undiscipline, right? The meditation, right? We're going to get into that really segment tomorrow. So it'll be broken up. So let's see this guy's step one experience.
Okay, page 26, second paragraph from the bottom. So he returned to this doctor, whom he admired, and asked him point blank why he could not recover. He wished above all things to regain self-control. He seemed quite rational and well-balanced with respect to other problems, yet he had no control whatever over alcohol. Why was this? He begged the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. In the doctor's judgment, he was utterly hopeless. He could never regain his position in society, and he would have to place himself under lock and key or hire a bodyguard if he expected to live long.
So if you're sitting there getting that prognosis by this doctor, how are you feeling?
Appreciate.
Not very good.
Yeah, especially if you want a different experience than what you're having. See, the problem with us is we get feeling better and we don't remember the impact of snot running out of our nose, sitting in that incomprehensible demoralization, the shame, guilt, and remorse, that you would do anything. Even me talking about it brings up those moments, right? That moment of just how did I get here, of shame. Anybody? We're in the right room. So imagine in that moment somebody's reconfirming that it ain't going to change. This is your lot. This is your plight. This is it. Based on what you've been doing, based on your story, based on everything you've tried to do thus far to change it, those 3 months, 6 months, a year are not success stories. They just prolong the inevitable. And what's the inevitable? We're going to get to that. He's going to lay on him this thing that separates us from other people with behavioral problems. People that just don't drink no matter what. What makes us different is that the entry idea that is on page 23 is the second symptom in alcoholism, is the malady that centers in the mind. It's not the obsession. The obsession is not one of the characteristics that explains alcoholism. It explains those who are unwilling to admit they're real alcoholics. It explains those who don't think they have a problem. Because the great obsession of every abnormal drinker is the idea that
Enjoy drinking.
that's right. And so us professionals know if you're controlling it, you're not.
Enjoying it.
And if you're enjoying it,
You're not controlling it.
that's right. We got the right group, right? That's the obsession. And that idea has to be smashed, that I can no longer safely drink. Why? I cannot drink without consequence. We all know that. He knows that. Everybody knows it. He wants to know why he cannot stay stopped based on everything he's done. Why couldn't we stay stopped on everything we've done? We heard like our inability to see ourselves the way the rest of the world does. The doctor talks about we're a little maladjusted, full-fledged from reality and downright mental defectives. What do you mean by that? And then as we start to share, the people around us that know us go, that's not what happened. That's not the story. There's nothing high-functioning about you, brother. Right? And you're telling our story, right? Like that was beautiful. Like, come on, let's admit, right? When he was sharing, how many people were thinking, you're way beyond high functioning? How many people were thinking that? But what we did is the same thing we did with ourselves. We had to assess ourselves the same way. Because it's not a singular thing. You're in this now, man, whether you like it or not, right? You come along kicking and screaming, but you're in. You qualify. Woo! What are you people doing here? Like, can you see that? Surprise, mom and dad out of the bedroom. Like, wow, it's not my birthday. That's the way we are, right? Like, can I at least shower, please? Like, I don't know why you guys think I have a drinking problem hiding a bottle. That was beautiful. I loved it. That was good. Look forward to your development. Okay. Squirrel, I get those every once in a while. Oh, don't worry, I'll get around the room. He's starting with the new guy. Okay. So the doctor's talking to him, and he's getting into the component of truth that none of us like to hear.
But this man still lives and is a free man. He does not need a bodyguard, nor is he confined. He can go anywhere on this earth where other free men may go, without disaster, provided he remains willing to maintain a certain simple attitude.
And Joe talked about that this morning. He did a great job from what I understand. Yeah, he did a great job with the stuff. He loves that part of the boy. Like that's his niche, right? And that's what we all do. A few simple ideas. What is the spiritual program of action laid at our feet? Like, provided we stay within a certain parameter of this recipe. That's what he's talking about. Why did they do that? Why did they do that segue right in the middle of telling the story? Is because I was talking to my buddy, and he talked about when the first time he was learning about the step one experience. He said, as part of his brain says, "Well, I might as well just go out and drink that." That's a form of insanity, isn't it? I might as well just go do it. Yes, you might as well just go and do it. Because if that's your mindset, then you're not ready to hear the second part. Because if you're actually doing step one, it should be where this guy's going here. You see what he's saying? So they're saying to the reader, relax before your brain gets the best of you. There is a solution. This guy's still living. Like this is not his fate here. But this was his experience. See the difference? So he's talking about a story that's already taken place, and they give you the finish of the story before they finish the kind of diagnosis. Does that kind of make sense? It's like when it's just like written a storybook for kids.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, what do you mean the wolf's on the trail? Run, run, little red Riding Hood, run! Right, the kids are getting. I remember I took my daughter to see Stuart Little. Right, we're sitting her first movie she's ever seen. Right, she's looking at the screen and the cat's going for this little mouse. My daughter starts screaming, "Run, Stuart, run!" in the movie theater. And I said, "No, it's just a movie." No, run! She's getting louder and louder. I had to tell her, "No, it's a movie that the mouse lives." Yeah. She was, okay. I had to take her out in the hall to talk her down off the ledge, right? Because the other kids were getting involved. It's like, oh my God, right? So I told her the rest of the story, right? So she was able to still participate. So that's what's happening here. It's like the end of a, whoa. This is the rest of the story, but now we're going to finish the right? Go ahead.
Okay. Some of our alcoholic readers may think they can do without spiritual help.
Anybody in this room? Yeah. My way recovery. Burger King. I'll do it my way. Well, see, some of you are reluctant to answer that. Well, so let's get into it. How many people have been in AA for a little while? How many people took getting in the book took a little while? Some of you readers may think you can do without spiritual help. So even though your brain wouldn't agree with what I said, your actions did. Here are the steps we took. Here's our program of recovery. You come here looking for a solution. Here's our solution. How long did it take you to participate in this? Not a skim read, go through it. And some of you have still yet to actually do it the way it's laid out, right? Come on. Right? You did enough. Like breakfast, you had enough. And you had the things you wanted to have. And you feel content. Right? And that's how we go through recovery. So, I don't know where I was going now. Would have sounded good as I started. No, I know where I was going. So, it's kind of where we're going with this thing. Go ahead. Spiritual help.
Let us tell you the rest of the conversation our friend had with his doctor. The doctor said, "You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic."
Okay, so when we use that term in the book, you have the mind of a chronic alcoholic, or it'll say you have the mind of an alcoholic. What are they referring to? the malady, the second symptom. How did they describe that symptom? Is you're correct, the insanity, the plain insanity, the insidious insanity. It's like when they explain the allergy, right? They said this is the first symptom in alcoholism is the allergy. Then they use the term phenomenon of craving. These allergic. See how they branched off that one understanding?
Yep.
They use different terms to draw you back to it. And that's what this is here. You have the mind. So you have this condition that centers where? In the mind. And so the second step refers to came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. So we found out this component of the second symptom centers where?
Mind.
And where did we get that understanding from? Well, not only the doc, he made reference to it, was on page 23 when they said if we never took a drink again, we wouldn't set the terrible cycle in motion. We all agreed on that?
Yeah.
How many people would have the story they have if they never took a drink again after the first time they get in trouble? Would you have the same story? Would you have the same story? How many people wanted to never take a drink again after the first time they said, I'm never going to do it again? And then how many people just got used to their condition? Because we couldn't change it. So we changed our lives to accommodate our illness because we couldn't change our illness to accommodate our life. We all agreed on that?
Yes.
Every single person that shared talked about that. 4 years in college. He's got a master's degree in Yale. Here, you know? Or Ale. Right? 4 years, right? Classes up there. Classes down here. Right? We hear it, 2 years, right? Had the experience of not a bad life, and in 2 years of trying to get back to a place of being teachable, a place of being willing. I know I worked with them 20 years. Guys kept me sober a long time. Then Joe came along and had to get rid of 3 guys. Sorry about that. So what happens is this condition centers in the mind. But the problem is we can't see, feel, and touch it. Right? You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. So now he's starting to understand this thing, that this thing, when it happens, I'm the only one that don't know it happens. But when it does happen, I'm drinking. Oh, this is different than an idea, the obsession, compulsion. This is different than the emotional disturbance I'm experiencing, and I'm looking for a solution to make me feel better. And that solution, as we get sober, could be anything. We'll get into that. Porn. Nobody do that here. Right? Gambling, arguing, fighting, anxiety, reckless driving, neglect of responsibilities. Anybody? Blame, conflict. They're all forms of not dealing with the human component. But this thing that centers in the mind is the illness, is different than the human component. This is something outside of me that I'm afflicted with. Makes me different than other people. You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. You have this component. I used to call it this thing that just presents itself, like Houdini, right? And so he goes on to talk. So now he's getting to understand. You have the mind. The doctors explain. You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. How do you know if you have? How many people here have the mind of a chronic alcoholic? How many people put up their hand because other people did? There you go. See, now we're getting honesty, right? And that's what we do. It's like, oh, everybody put up their hand, but I put up my hand. Now, I'm not going to do it. If I went around and asked you to explain it, how many people would be able to explain what the mind of a chronic alcoholic is based on the book's understanding? Now, see the difference in hands, right? And that's what this weekend is going to be about. You need to tell on yourself. You need to be, you can fit in and you can keep going the way you've been going and just kind of, grooving and jiving and fitting in and being a part of, or you can start getting real with yourself, saying, you know what, I need to get a little more efficient in this area. I need to really look at this area. I need to get a better understanding of this area. Because the understanding and the experience connected to that understanding will motivate you. Right? Because this guy has a lot of experience but no understanding. Yes, we agree?
Yep.
He returned to the doctor. Money, he's flowing all over, the best psychiatry, the best of everything. And he got loaded again. That'd be a little baffling, wouldn't it? So they use the word baffling in regards to what component? The
Mind.
malady that centers in the mind, right?
Yep.
Because it's baffling. Why is this happening again? Isn't that baffling? What about your wife? What about your kids? What about what? Like, why would you leave all that behind? I'm not leaving it behind. I can't help it. So go ahead.
You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I have never seen one single case recover where that state of mind existed to the extent that it does in you.
So he's explaining alcoholism from his point, from his observations. He's saying he's never seen one case recover to the extent that it doesn't. So what qualified him to make that diagnosis? His inability to stay sober. Well, did it determinate lengths in between his relapses? Did it give lengths in between his relapses? Well, he was able to stay sober for 3 months. He was able to stay sober for a year. Does it make that diagnosis? How many people made that diagnosis here? But I was able to. I was able to. So we've given ourselves some false sense that I was able to achieve something, but it was a state of delusion because the illness was lying dormant or it returned. Right? There's two components there. We'll get into the second one of returning later. But the first component is a lot of us can stay sober for months or years given good reason. And this was before the book was written, they tell that. So even now in the fellowship of AA, you could stay sober a longer period of time. But the problem is, what's going on in here will determine how long you stay here for. Because there's no coasters in AA. The only coasters you'll find is under a drink.
Yeah.
Right? So, this is where you get to telling yourself. When people talk about happy, joyous, and free, are you thinking, would the people describe you in your life as happy, joyous, and free? Oh yeah, that guy, that Joe, great guy, he's sober. Oh, how is he? Oh, he's sober. Right? As the only one talking about the change in Joe's life, Joe. You get what I'm saying? Huh? So if the people around you were talking about this news, if it says, hi, I understand your dad's or your brother or your son is a part of the spiritual process. How's that working? He's a part of what? How long has he been a part of that for? I know he doesn't drink anymore. Things get real around here real fast. And when he doesn't drink, we're all still looking what kind of mood he's in. We're all still waiting for the shoe to drop. We're all still waiting for heads to be bitten off. We're all still waiting to be blamed. Whoa. We'll get into that part tomorrow. So this mind thing here. So he talks about getting ready for the second step. Go ahead.
Our friend felt as though the gates of hell had closed on him with a clang.
That's the step one experience, that impending. If you're feeling good about step one, you haven't done it. You've done treatment center steps. They want you to feel good because you paid the money for them to make you feel better. I'm not giving you $12,000 for you to make me feel like shit. And I'm not referring anybody, and I'm not staying for another month if you do. Right? So they want you to believe that you could be the solution to your own problems, yes?
Yes.
This is starting to give me the idea that I can't be the solution to my problems. I don't know if I'm liking this book. Now we see why it's taking so long to get into this, right? The guys that work with guys, it's like pulling teeth. You really enjoy it. I don't see nothing appealing about it. Then you're not ready for it. But if you're this guy's getting ready for it, right? What gets you ready? What makes step 2 appealing? Listen to the question. What makes step 2 appealing? Step 1. The more you understand step 1, the more better step 2's look at. If you can't swim, it's like going into a pool. Like how many people have been into a public pool or a pool? You don't walk by and go, oh, look, there's a life jacket there, there's a life jacket there, there's a life jacket there. You just don't pay attention to it. Unless you can't swim. Oh, good, there's one there, there's one there. Where's that line in the deep end? Like, you see the difference? If you can swim, you kind of, oh, how's the water? You don't care what end of the pool you get in. If you can't swim, you're way more cautious. And then when you get drowning, what's the first thing you're asking for? Help, which is in the form of a life jacket, right? So your situation of now drowning makes that life jacket look really good, where it wasn't appealing when you came in, but all of a sudden it's one size fits all, and can I get one to go, please?
He said to the doctor, "Is there no exception?" "Yes," replied the doctor, "there is. Exceptions to cases such as yours have been occurring since earlier times. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called a vital spiritual experiences. To me, these occurrences are phenomena."
Okay, we're going to stop there. Phenomena. Underline that word. You're going to look it up. Right? You're going to look it up and you're going to get the meaning of it. And here it's plural. It means more than one way of happening. Right? Plural. My wife helped explain that to me. It's not singular. They explain this word. Go ahead.
A fact or situation that is observed to exist or happen, essentially one that causes, whose cause or explanation is in question. In layman's terms, something that's wanted to look at by science but can't be explained by science.
And that's our solution. Something that can't be really explained, but we explain it in a way it's understandable, and it's more demonstrated in those that went before us. So you heard some people talk about having this experience, right? Yesterday. And they said they got it through a course of action. And a part of that is the continuing in other people's lives. So the example of the phenomena is, this is what I'm like now by going through this course. It didn't say, do you understand it? The doctor says, again, it's something he's heard about. Right? He hasn't really witnessed, he's heard about it. Right? And same with, hold on, he's heard about people recovering, but he's never seen it. So then we got the doctor's opinion coming out in 1934, saying, I've witnessed this thing. This guy came through my treatment center for the third time, dying of alcoholism. Third time in treatment. You picking up what we're putting down here? Yeah. Not the first time, not the second time. Didn't go to a meeting and seen the light ever since. The third time in treatment. Yeah. He acquired certain ideas. Those ideas we're going to go over this weekend. Right? We're just hammering a little. I guess God has us moving in this direction a little longer than I anticipated. And that's the way the weekend's just going to unfold, right? So the doctor witnessed this thing and he was like, whoa. Kind of. I'm doing my own spin on it. It was like, this guy's been through here 23 times. How many people work in treatment here? How many people have seen a guy come through for the third time? Oh yeah, here we go. 19. So the first time we have hope for them. Anybody? Second time is like, didn't listen the first time. The third time is like, oh boy. Dinner's at 5. I'm good. Here for the food. What time does the gym start? Right? And where's that woman with all the meeting? Where's all those women go to? What meeting we hit tonight? Fellowship of the Skirt. Anyways, so she couldn't. What if she ever saw it? Okay, so yeah, you need to go to the gym. You're confirming that? Sorry. Talk about the gym. You're like, yeah. Okay. So the doctor witnesses this guy coming through for the third time, and he's going through with Ebby. He's not going through alone. Ebby is taking him through a course of action. This doctor is observing the transformation that's happening with this guy through this, what we talked about here, simple ideas, spiritual tools, the stones, the process, the building, the elements of the story of Alcoholics Anonymous unfolding. Right? The story of Alcoholics Anonymous unfolding before his very eyes. Bill had no idea what was about to happen to him, yes or no?
No.
No.
Ebby had no idea what was about to happen to him, yes or no?
No.
Most of us coming here to Alcoholics Anonymous, have given the opportunity, have no idea what's about to happen to us, right? But once we experience this thing, it's amazing. We talked about that yesterday, being amazed and being somewhat thrilled. When you become amazed with your life, you're picking up what we're putting out, because that's available to all of us here. What makes you say that? Well, somebody promised that to Eddie. And did Eddie have that experience? You'll see it as soon as he opened the door. 2 months sober. Wow, something going on here. He didn't maintain it, and he experienced a few relapses, but he ended up dying sober. Nobody's exempt. We get a daily reprieve based on the application of this recipe on a daily basis. Right? Our friend talked about being no longer alone. We think that means physically with people. It means when you tap into this thing, you're no longer alone. Because you could be in a room with 50,000 people and feel alone. Have you ever done that? But when you're connected, you can be alone and you know you're not alone. It's a pretty amazing feeling. So that's what they're talking about. They talk about this thing here, right? The fellowship of the Spirit as we trudge the road of happy destiny. You'll surely meet some of us, right, in the fellowship of the Spirit. So there's two fellowships. There's the fellowship we come into, and there's the fellowship we transition into, which is the fellowship of the Spirit that keeps us connected. You ever notice how some people talk to you? It's like, how do they know that? Because we have something talking to us that knows you better than you know you. And we're his agents. We talk. Yesterday when I talked about certain things, how many people going, yeah, reading my mail here. Right? Anybody? Right? Because we're all connected in a way that you become aware of, or you start to become aware of. You'll engage in, right? So then the next thing we talk about here, the doctor witnessed this transformation happen, which is the beginning of Alcoholics Anonymous. So this guy gets into this course of action, does it. The next guy is over on page 40. We're going to have a break here shortly, do a stretch. And then we're going to have a quiz on all the things Joe talked about this morning to see who was paying attention. No, just I like that look. Yeah, look at what? There was homework? No. It's like, oh, look at the time. Okay, so
You want to start on 39 or 40?
so I'm just going to hit the highlights here.
Okay.
So this guy again here, Fred, right? He's like most of us. He admits he has a problem. He admits he has some of these symptoms. But it is really, he's far from admitting that he can't take care of the job himself. Right? And what that translates into, here's a moment of honesty. Everybody ready to get honest?
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody here, everybody put their hands up for a second, do a little stretch. Okay, are you here? On the couch, you there? There you go, okay. So, this guy here is like most of us who come in AA. We admit we have a problem. And after a couple of meetings, you start feeling better. Anybody? And if people come up to you, hey John, how you doing, man? New here? Yeah. No, I'm not new anymore. Oh, you're not? No, I got 30 days. I got 30 days. I'm not new. That's why some of you are here. Anybody new? And nobody puts up there. Anybody new in their first 5 years? Asshole. Right? So, and I go, John, hey, John, you ever think you're going to drink again? I'm never going to drink again. How many people said that? I'm never going to drink again. So what you just told me, he's 30 days sober, is you haven't done step one yet. That's what you just told me. And I don't need to tell him that, so I'm going to start working with John. I'm not even going to ask his permission. Every time I see him in a meeting, he's giving me consent to start working with him. And I'm going to start chipping away at him. And then there's going to be a point where he's going to look at me and not smile anymore. Here comes that guy. When we show up to meetings, we're that guy. When we show up to a non-spiritual based meeting, most meetings talk about how great everybody's doing. Listen, blah, 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 blah. No mention of something greater than themselves in their relationship that causes that. Nobody's been to those meetings. They don't exist anymore, right? Then there's people that come in, talk about their whole life is based on their relationship with something greater than themselves, their happiness, their joy, their peace, and contentment, and it kind of goes out to everybody around them, just like their alcoholism did. Their sobriety is affecting everybody in a more positive way than alcoholism did. It's like more abundance is connected to our recovery than. Does that kind of see how this is really? So this guy here is like that. He thinks relapse is unthinkable. So he hasn't done step one. And so if you really think relapse is unthinkable, right? Like how many people think they're going to relapse here again? Right? So we're hoping not to, but that's a part of the understanding of step one, that it's very possible for me to be drinking again. Very possible for me to be drinking again. That's kind of like why? Because I'm afflicted with an illness. This guy thinks it's impossible. So then he relapses, and then this is what happens is at the top here on 42. Go ahead.
On the top of page 42, they had said that I did raise a defense, that though I did raise a defense, it would one day give way before some trivial reason for having a drink.
Okay, so ready? Remember what I said earlier? I can see, feel, and touch it, I can raise a defense. I'm not thinking about it. I have no desire to do it, so that must mean I'm okay. Right? Come on, work with me. Because none of you are alarmed, because why? I don't think about it anymore. So I can kind of relax. And when I'll get more diligent or is when I'm thinking, man, I want to drink, but then even then I could do something about it. Right? So as long as I don't drink and go to meetings, I'll be okay, right? Right? Oh, you on the couch? You're going to get involved. Okay, so, right? So again, that's self-reliance, and we don't know we're doing it because it makes sense that I should be able to gauge this thing, yes?
Yes.
That's what he's doing, right? But he's relapsed. Now he's baffled. Because somebody had a conversation with him the same way I'm having a conversation with you. And somebody that tried to have a conversation with you before and you never really listened. Because they thought maybe these guys were a little fanatical. I'm different. Well, have you relapsed more than twice since saying you'd never do it again?
Yes.
What do you got? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Yes? On the couch? Yes? No? No? You've never relapsed? Okay, you?
Yes.
You?
Yes. Yes.
All day.
Yes. 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 Anytime.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time. Okay. So who's been resistant to this so far? Yeah. No, right? Well, I don't like. You know what? I'm really not liking where you're going with this, Tony. I'm not the one going there. The book is. And so we could confirm it two ways. You could confirm it now and have the step one experience, or you could confirm it the same way this guy did. But if you're alcoholic, it's just a matter of time. Tick tock, tick tock. You could get on this side of it, right? Do the diagnosis, concede that I have this thing, and be propelled into step two like the other guy, right? Is there something I can do? Because I don't want that to be my fate. I don't want to drink again. Anybody want to drink here again? I don't want to drink here again. What will determine whether I drink here again? Well, do I have this illness or not? That will determine whether I drink or not. But I can't see, feel, and touch it. Yeah, that's the sucky part about it. Because when it happens, you're the only one that don't know it's happening. And it doesn't tell you when. There's no... Because remember the two examples? The one guy, not a care in the world. The other guy, irritable, restlessness. That's not the point of the thing. Both of them had this thing in the mind that when it happened, it's called a phenomenon. We're going to get to that in a second. Okay, go ahead.
It would one day give way before some trivial reason for having a drink. Well, that just did happen and more. For what I had learned of alcoholism did not occur to me at all.
How many people have picked up a drink and not even think about? Not even think about all that effort and time and AA and changing your life, and there you are drinking again. Right? We talked about the baffle. That's the baffling part. That's the component. This thing, the melody. Oh, I don't understand it. No, it's not asking you to understand it. They explain this is the way it looks like. And if it looks like this in your life, then you make your own diagnosis. See, by us confirming step one doesn't change step one. What we're confirming is something that's already taken place, happening. It's happened, started way back here. We're here. And the end result is here. We're here looking at the story. Started way over here. I was totally unaware of it. Now I'm here looking at the story. My God, this has been going on a long time. Yeah, there was moments of sobriety, like Bill. Yeah, there were moments. You thought things were going on. Anybody?
No.
Renewed everybody's hope. Everything was good. Things were fantastic. Then he found himself drinking again. Okay, so now he's meeting with Ebby. He realizes his story is going to continue because there's nothing really happening at the kitchen table, is there?
No.
He's sitting there drinking. There's no big catastrophe. He's living on the bottom. There's no solution in his life to his... Huh? Well, he can't... Doesn't matter. Yeah, it is like second time in treatment, right? He had the step one experience. What's missing?
Solution.
The solution. He has no solution. So you can do step one all day. It doesn't change. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, now what? I don't know, but I'm here. That's what step one is like. I'm here. When I look at the story of alcoholism from A to B, or say Z, I'm somewhere in here. And in the to the wives, they explain the 4 types. I'm in between 3 and the heavy 4. Because when you're in 4, you're near the end. And I'm puking green, dying of alcoholism. I'm a heavy 3 and leaning heavy into 4. That was me, right? So here. So when I got to that place of diagnosis, I said, I'm here. Bill says I'm here. But there's a way out. There's a solution to this thing. Like that guy. Is there any exceptions? Yes, there is. We have a way out. Bill, what do I got to do? All I got to do is be willing to do what I've seen my friend do to get what he's got. Would I have it? Of course I would. So he did steps 1, 2, and 3, sitting at the kitchen table drinking. You're sober, hopefully, in a retreat of men with the same opportunity Bill had. So wherever you're at in your sobriety right now, it could change. Why? Because you're assessing your life. It may not be wherever you are, whether it's in whatever area, you're assessing it going, I want a different story. I want something different. We're going to use the same component that changed all these people. And that's what they're getting into here, right?
But what I had learned of alcoholism did not occur to me at all. I knew from that moment that I had an alcoholic mind.
Which is the malady that centers
the mind.
And is it detectable?
No.
And when it happens, what confirms it? Drinking. So when I have the obsession, can I do something about it?
Yes.
I can smash the idea. When I have the desire, that man, I want to drink. How many people's had that and not act on it? How many people's had the insanity and been able to deter it? Nobody. You had the insanity and act against your own will. You're the only one that don't know you're nuts. Anybody ever deal with a crazy person?
Yeah.
You don't think you're crazy.
Yeah.
Why am I the one with paper slippers? This thing's kind of done up tight, don't you think? It's you people. No, sorry. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah. I knew from that moment I had an alcoholic mind. I saw that willpower and self-knowledge would not help in those strange mental blank spots.
Strange mental blank spots. They started this conversation off with a mental twist. Remember that? People, even though you want to quit, really you don't want it, and because of the particular mental twist, won't be able to. So they're already saying, if you're of this type, we already know you can't stay sober. We already know that. The only one that don't know that is you. Right? The only one that don't know that you can't stay sober is you. Until you have the step 1 experience, then you go, now I know what you know. Now I got to do what you do. Right? And so that's why he's confirming on what side of the conversation of what his friends were telling him like we're doing now. When did he confirm he was telling the truth. They were telling the truth. After his relapse. Now he's doing it before his next relapse. You see the sequence here? Because relapse is coming again, yes or no? What determines that is past. But I was able to stay sober, able to. I was. It's a bad conversation. Right? I used to, I was. Right? So, go ahead.
I had never been able to understand people who said that a problem had them hopelessly defeated.
He does now, doesn't he?
I knew then it was a crushing blow. 2 of the members of Alcoholics Anonymous came to see me. They grinned, which I didn't like so much. And then they asked me if I thought myself alcoholic and if I were really licked this time. I had to concede both propositions. They piled on heaps of evidence to the effect that an alcoholic mentally, such as I had exhibited in Washington, was a hopeless condition. They cited cases out of their own experience by the dozen. This process snuffed out the last flicker of conviction that I could do the job myself.
Okay, we're going to get right at this again because we've got some momentum going. You guys look like you're starting to see squirrels, all right? So I thought, take a 5-minute break here. Some of you look like you're starting to you were meditating on the fire pit more than what I was, the smoke pit more than I was talking. Some of you kept on reaching for your cigarette pack, so I thought, okay. So here we go. So what we're looking at is this guy's here's 2 members of Alcoholics Anonymous are going to complete the circle. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to complete the circle, which is a sponsor's job. When you're ready to work with others, this covers the same thing. So all we can do is take people through the same process we've been taken through. Like your sponsor took you through the same process they've been through. And if they haven't been through the process, guess what? They're not taking you through the process. Right? So they're sponsoring you the way they were sponsored. You hear people get I sponsor the way I was sponsored. Well, there's 2 of you that don't know what you're talking about because you're not using the book. Right? So we're having more sponsorship and less book-based recovery. What makes you say that? Well, yes, am I talking right? We're passing on ideas. Oh, we're all getting smarter. We don't need a book anymore. Right? Well, they wrote in 4 editions. And they all say the same information, basically, in regards to recovery. Right? If there was an easier, softer way, we would have figured it out, right? Because we figure shit out, don't we? Right? Many hours thinking there's got to be an easier way, right? So, what is it, 87 years? We haven't figured out an easier way. This is it. Why? Because we're dealing with 3 phenomena. Phenomenon. First one is the allergy. It's a phenomenon. They don't know how to explain it, but this is what it looks like for those that have it. It's an abnormal reaction. People get it, well, it's not a reaction. It's an abnormal reaction. That's the way they explain it. It makes sense compared to normal. That's the way our terminology is used for us that haven't understand it. Right? Makes sense. Then they use the phenomena, which centers in the mind. What it closes the loop on page 37. Is that right, Joe?
Yeah.
In regards to explaining this illness, there's no better explanation for this illness anywhere in the book. But you need to have the basis of understanding before this closes the loop on it. And what it closes the loop on is, I can't understand this thing. I can't see, feel, and touch it, but I experience it. And someone asked me earlier, when you concede, on page 30, they talked about, we learned that we fully had to concede to our innermost self. So learning is 2 ways. One is through the story of alcoholism, and then we explain it, and we give you the diagnosis of what it looks like, you put that template to your life and say, yeah, I have this thing too. It doesn't change nothing, but it makes you aware of it. And the more aware of it, and the more you concede to your innermost self you have it, the more it will propel you into looking for a solution. Because none of us really want to die. If you did, you wouldn't come here looking for a solution to prolong the agony, right? You came here looking for a different experience. Something inside of you wanted different for you than what you were experiencing, but you couldn't have the elements of making that happen. Is that true?
True.
How many people sat there and just something inside, there's got to be something different. That life force inside of you would talk to you. How many people thought about offing yourself here? And something inside says, not yet. But something happened where it deterred you from the... You hear people say, we're weirdos. Everybody says, I didn't have the jam to kill myself. We're the only group of people go, sorry to hear that. You know, it's like, well, hopefully next time you'll have the balls, right? You're not supposed to. It's an act against your own will. It's the last thing. It's the very thing that this whole thing is about, is life force. Everything about you screams survival. So, but this part of your brain is full flight from reality, downright defective. When it comes down to it, your body will override your thinking to save itself. It'll even start shutting down components in your body, sacrifice things in your body to save yourself. Shutting things off so you will continue to live. Think about that. It's pretty wild. Right, and we're going to get into some meditation stuff tomorrow around breath and all that stuff. The first thing you take coming into this world is what? The last thing you... Pretty wild, man, when you start getting in it. So the light, or when I've watched, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I've watched some people pass. I've had the blessing of watching people pass and helping the transition to life, and some tragedies happen. And I was able to be there for the family and sponsors. And I've watched people where there's no brain activity, brain dead, and the body will try to live on. The body will try to live. And then you think that then it would be like long moments of, I'm trying to say this without getting emotional, long moments of you're ready to acknowledge the passing, and then you hear, it'll go ahead. And the liver shut down, the brain shut down, but there's something in the body that wants it to live on. The life force is our spirit, and we'll get into that shortly. So, where was I going with this?
We're going to conclude with the precise definition.
Thank you, Joe. So, page
We're on page
37. So, whatever the precise, so they're talking about this thing, this malady that centers in the mind, a description of what he experienced of, suddenly the thought crossed my mind, an ounce of whiskey would go in my milk. As observers, we think this guy's nuts. As a participant, it's plain insanity to make sense to him, right?
Yep.
So that's what they're describing, is the component of, it doesn't matter how it exhibits itself, is that we're without defense again. And they're going to explain, this is the overall summary of this condition that centers in the mind, which is alcoholism. So how many symptoms are there in alcoholism? 2. How many do we hear in the fellowship?
3.
3 are tons. I've got isms. No, it's humanism. It's not alcoholism. So we need to separate treatment centers' ideas and our ideas. If you're in AA, you need to learn our language, our terminology, and our understanding if you're going to be successful. They sent you here for a reason. Now that they got your money, thank you. Some of you got very expensive big books. Okay. So guy in the back, right? You hang on to that book. It's expensive. Okay. The first one costs you almost everything. The next one's $16 a piece. Okay, go ahead.
Page 37, top of the page. Whatever the precise definition of the word may be, we call this plain insanity. How can such a lack of proportion of the ability to think straight be called anything else? You may think this is an extreme case. To us, it is not far-fetched.
To who?
To us. To
It's
them.
not far-fetched. This kind of what?
Thinking.
Not drinking, thinking. Okay. Okay.
This kind of thinking was been characteristic of every single one of us.
Okay, so earlier they said, how should we help the reader to determine to their own satisfaction whether they are one of us? What determines whether you're one of us is not tradition 3.
Yeah.
Yes. Desire to stop?
Anybody could be in our fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. There's over, I think somebody told me, over 200 fellowships out there that use the program of Alcoholics Anonymous to help them with their ailment to a solution to their problems. What's the biggest fellowship that we know of in the world right now? Alcoholics Anonymous. If you're looking for support for any kind of problem that you have, what would be a good meeting to sit in?
Hey,
Where would people send you?
hey.
And this has started back without getting into the history. This happened with Bill, where it started with Bill and his mentor, the priest. And the priest said, wow, this thing seems to really work. Can I use it with my married? Can I use it? And he started using our 12-step process with other people. And these people could use some support, right? So why don't you just come to our meetings and they could get some support. So now we have these people who are non-alcoholics using our process, getting support, right? They may have had, without getting into it. Now they have an answer to their problem and they're trying to sponsor alcoholics. Right? Now, as time dissipates, they come up with their own program because they really don't need to do all this. They just need to have some relief. Right? They don't need an entire psychic change. Right? They don't have the same dilemma, problem, overview that we have. That's what they're getting at here. We're going to explain you something. The difference between us and them is that we die. Right? We die. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to start. You may think this is extreme case. To us, it is not far-fetched, for this kind of thinking has been characteristic of every single one of us. We have sometimes reflected more than Jim did upon the consequences, but there was always the curious mental phenomenon that paralleled with our sound reasoning.
Phenomenon is plural or singular?
Singular.
Singular. In regards to whether the phenomenon, the parallel with our sound reasoning, there was always. What does always mean?
Always.
What does it mean to us sometimes? Yeah, I like the way you guys say, yeah, that's right. Always. Right?
Okay?
Right? So, they talked about there is the common characteristic of all of us, not some of us. All of us who have this illness. This is the common thing that continues to keep us relapsing. All of us have this, not some of us. Because if you didn't have this, then you'd be back on page 21, on page 20, giving good reason. You could stop or moderate. Most people who act like the alcoholic, given good reason, warning health, right, can't stop drinking. Anybody know people like that?
Yeah.
How many people they were hoping they were that type? What confirmed you weren't? You started coasting and ended up with a coaster, right?
Yeah.
so go ahead. So it's a phenomenon. They explained the problem, the solution as phenomenon. Interesting, right? Unexplainable events, but they're trying to explain it in a way that, and how do they summarize it by saying what? Phenomenon? That what?
Okay, but there was always the curious mental phenomenon that paralleled with our sound reasoning. There inevitably ran some insane or trivial excuse for taking the first drink.
What does parallel mean?
Along lines.
Long lines. So it's right here. I can't see it. So it was explained to me like this. If my big book, half of it was in French and half of it was in English, and I was fluent in both languages. Right? When it changed, it would somewhere along the line it would change, but I would continue reading like nothing changed. But I'd be reading in French now, and it wouldn't click into me that I am. The parallel. That means there's a shift that happens. I can't see, feel, and touch the shift. I didn't even know it happened. What confirms it? What confirms it?
Other drink.
A drink. What can I do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing. So now that I know I have this, conceding that this is my fate, I'm going to relapse again. So the step one promise is
100% relapse.
I'm gonna drink again. How many people feel good about doing step one now? How many people could stay sober on step one? If you could stay sober on step one doesn't apply to you. I do step one every day. It's like saying every morning I wake up, I just admit I'm an asshole. It doesn't. Okay? Now what? Nothing? I'll just go confirm it everywhere I go. You see the humor in it? It's like, imagine having to deal with that problem every day for the rest of your life. What an order, I can't go through with it. How many people like the idea of having to deal with that every day for the rest of your life? That's why we come in, like we act like Alcoholics Anonymous is a death sentence. What do you got, life? Right? How many people? Gotta go to meeting. Right? The only people not happy about this is people who don't understand it and haven't experienced what it is. Right? So now we get into the second part here in 42, where these guys are talking to him about the solution.
42?
Yeah, 42. Then they only.
Yeah, so we're going to do the conclusion of step one here that our job as sponsors is to do. And what's that? Is to have the conversation that this guy is having with, these two guys are having with their sponsees, that we're having with you now. Some of you are open to it, some of you are close to it, and some of you stop listening to it. But it doesn't change anything. You either confirm it now or you'll confirm it later. But sooner or later, if you have this, you'll come to this conclusion. Like this guy, remember? He thought relapse was unthinkable, same like the other guy, right? How many people thought that here? How many people think that now? So what happens is, if you're thinking that now, it's unthinkable, then you don't understand what you're up against. And if it's unthinkable, then you can start relaxing, right? Huh? Right? Start coasting. Guess who's going to find a coaster? And where do you find coasters?
Under a drink.
Under a drink, right? Okay. I like that one. A lot of methamphetamine and acid in my day, I guess. Okay, 42. 52. Well, I'm just pretending I'm there. You're reading.
On 42, bottom paragraph. Then they outline the spiritual answer and program of action.
Oh, back up.
Okay.
So 2 members.
Okay.
We're going to do the closing on step one, what somebody should have done with you. Hopefully, this is the idea. And what you'll do with sponsees. A lot of people want to know how to sponsor people, right? And whether you're on the right road. This is the conclusion of what we're doing with people before we move on to the solution. We need to get this. Go ahead.
2 of the members, middle paragraph, 42. 2 of the members of Alcoholics Anonymous came to see me. They grinned, which I didn't like so much. And they asked me if I thought myself alcoholic and if I were really licked this time.
So now he knows what that means. Before, if you're new, hey, do you think you're alcoholic? How many people go? Yeah. Now that you understand what you mean, what time didn't... Oh, I didn't understand what I was agreeing to there. But now, after what we just talked about, the allergy and the malady, was that what you were confirming the first time when you said you were alcoholic?
No.
No, you were saying I had a behavioral problem that was causing me and everybody around me problems. I had a problem. Yeah, okay, is that what an alcoholic is? The consequence? Yeah, I'm not. No, this is an alcoholic. Can I go back to the other one, please? I like the other. I don't like in this one, right? Anybody? I don't like this step one. I got a problem, I can do something about it. Let me tell you about what I'm doing. So then there's 2 ideas being represented in AA. There's my ideas that we talk about, and then there are those who represent the ideas of the program of Alcoholics Anonymous that they incorporated in this life. These 2 guys who are showing up to talk to this guy, whose ideas do you think they'll be representing? AA's, the collective experience. It's collective, it's not singular. So when these guys share in a meeting, like you heard certain people share in a meeting, they represented the ideas of Alcoholics Anonymous in their life. They have the story of Alcoholics Anonymous, the story, and the miracle that took place in their life. If you want what we have, they're willing to go to any lengths to get it. What is that? The story of Alcoholics Anonymous. We can't offer you your story. We can offer you our story. And if you want what we have, then you need to do what we did. And then what you have is our story. How did they start? For the story of how many thousands of men and women who have recovered from alcoholism. The story. And so when these people talk about the story, do you think if they did the same thing, they'll all be sounding somewhat the same?
Yeah.
And you think when they're talking about how great their life is, they would be somewhat thrilled or pretty amazed?
Amazed.
And when people talk about their lives, of the person, of the people around them, when they talk about that person who used to be like this in her life and now like this in her life, do you think they're somewhat thrilled or they're amazed with what Alcoholics Anonymous has done for this person?
Amazed.
Yeah. Right? Two different stories. So what makes those two different realities? One, Burger King sobriety, do it your way. And everybody's happy or sober, but behaving themselves. And then there are those who are amazed what Alcoholics Anonymous has done for a person like you in spite of everything they've tried to do for you. The relationships, right? The kids, like my kids know all about AA. They grew up in AA. When they talk about AA, it's an amazing story. I remember my daughter, she used to come to the big books that we did like 22 years now. So she grew up, she'd come, she'd be over there with the homework, doing that stuff. And she was she goes, it's pretty amazing the changes in these people's lives. She was young, I think she was 9. She was talking about amazing within that's happened. She was witnessing the change in these people's lives as an observer. She was writing about it, the change that she watched happen in some of these people's lives, the transformation. You can't help but get it on you. When you're negative, does it affect everybody around you? And when you ever been around a negative person? Energy sucking. It's like a vortex. And they want to involve everybody. Right? They don't know it. They can't help it. Right? And your energy changes when you get close to them. Anyway, some of us are those people.
Yeah.
But we don't know it. How are you? I'm great. Huh? Just got a new watch. No, I'm just joking. That's great. But then there are the people that walk into a room and it lights the room up. Anybody know those people in meeting? You see them, they come in and it's just something like my sponsor Alex. When he walks into a room, something about him. There's something about him. Doesn't even have to say nothing. How many people know Alex?
Alex B.
Yeah, he walks into a room, is like, who's this guy? Hey! Right? Huh? Machine Gun Jerry? He had a presence about him. Even though if he never said nothing, he still had a presence about him. There's people that have a light. And we all have that light. But some of us have a lamp, walking around with a lampshade. Right? And so what this whole exercise is about, removing the lampshade and becoming the entity, the thing that we are. And that's, I don't know why I went there, but here we go. Go ahead. I do that. Sometimes I just, wow, get amazed with the story, the amazement of this thing, right?
I had to concede both propositions. They piled on me heaps of evidence to the effect that an alcoholic mentally, such as I exhibited in Washington, was a hopeless condition. They cited cases out of their own experience by the dozen.
Did we do that today? Talk about this in great lengths? Is it clear now, this malady? Can you look at your own life and see where you've exhibited it? Here or there? Yeah, so wow. So if you exhibited it in the past, he's confirming that he'll continue to exhibit it in the future. He's closing the loop within his own story. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Through the guidance of these members. Go ahead.
They cited cases out of their own experience by the dozen. This process snuffed out the last flicker of conviction that I could do the job myself.
What was that?
This process snuffed out the last flicker of conviction that I could do the job myself.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Makes sense. So how I describe people, what do you mean by that? So if you've never experienced dysentery, diarrhea, you don't understand what I'm talking about, do you? Now if I come to you and say, I got a problem, the stomach's just, I know I have the problem. Right? Now if you say, well, just don't do it. Just take it to a meeting. Turn it over, but don't let it go. You think, you don't understand the problem. Right? Now somebody else has, oh man, I know that problem. You better stick close to the toilet. right? And when you get feeling better, you might not be better. You might go, anybody ever do that? You kind of, oh, really? And then you get some relief. You think, oh, I'm starting to feel way better. Anybody? I'm feeling it, and get the plans going, and then surely, oh my God, I'm not feeling better. So you're able to see and detect that. Where this, you can't, and that's what they're saying. But the evidence is, oh no, I'm in trouble. And those who explain this thing is like, yeah, you're in trouble. That's what they're saying here. But it doesn't have to be, because we have Imodium. Right? But the only problem with it, you could have Imodium, but you got to take it. Big difference, right? And that's like us. We're always in shit. Don't know how we got there. It's not nice when we're there. And we're living in the outhouse and when there's indoor plumbing. How many people have been in the outhouse? We're trying to get used to the smell. They're saying, why are you out there? Well, I don't know where else to be. We got indoor plumbing here. Really? Yeah, but you got to take certain steps to get there. No, I'll stay out here. No. I just bang the stick, look for spiders and mice. But it's going to be dark soon. Okay, maybe I'll come in.
Oh, yeah.
Like, anybody ever use the outhouse in the dark?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Damn. Okay. Okay, sorry. I don't know where I go sometimes. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Then they outlined the spiritual answer and the program of action, which 100 of them had followed successfully. Though I had been only a nominal churchman, their proposals were not intellectually hard to swallow, but the program of action, though entirely sensible, was pretty drastic.
Okay, so that's reading again. You hopefully covered it. We're going to get right into page 44.
Okay.
This is good practice. If you're a sponsor and if you're a sponsee, you should you should go over this paragraph with your sponsor or sponsee before moving on. It's the introduction to step 3. Right? It's the qualifier to move you into step 3. And what's the qualifier? So in the preceding chapters,
Top of page 44, everybody.
Yeah.
In the preceding chapters, you have learned something of alcoholism.
so yes or no, have you learned something of alcoholism?
Yes.
And if the answer is no, how do you know you've learned something? Because you could explain it to me. According to whose understanding?
Theirs.
Their understanding. If you can't show me what they're talking about or tell me what they're talking about, do you understand alcoholism?
No.
That means you need to do what? Go back through the first portion. Because the preceding chapters have told me what the problem is and what the solution is. Yes or no, for those who've been through it.
Yes.
Right? So now I'm ready to move on. Yes? Yes? No. Without that information, it's kind of like building blocks without the foundation stones, and right? Without the stones. Like we're getting ready to build a structure. Right? Okay, go ahead.
In the preceding chapters, you have learned something of alcoholism. We hope we have made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic.
Have they?
Yes.
And I'd ask that. I'd say, what is that? And then what does that? What is the characteristics or the symptom of that look like? Does that make sense? So there's the characteristics, and then there's the symptoms. So what does it look like for somebody who's exhibiting these symptoms? I know what the symptoms are. So what does it look like when somebody's exhibiting these symptoms? Because how many symptoms are there in alcoholism? 2. Right? Most of us have been unwilling to admit we're real alcoholics. No person like to think they're bodily and mentally different than their fellow. True?
True.
Because if we're a real alcoholic, then we're beyond human aid. And that means I can't fix myself with self. Right? I need this solution that they're offering, or they talk about we have 2 alternatives. An alternative is not a choice. It's the result of. Right? I can get there by going here, or I can get there by going there. I'm already on this road. This road's leading to my demise. I can't get off this road by having just a desire to do so. I need to take a course of action to get me off this road. Does that make sense? So when you start going the new route and you're using a GPS, what does your GPS do? Recalculating, and that's like us in recovery. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't feel right. But to continue this way means my demise. And the only way I could get to where my new destination is, same life, but new destination under different pretenses or different guidance. I need a new GPS because my other GPS kept on leading me back. There was a glitch in it. in the form of a coaster. No, so go ahead.
When you honestly, I'll reread that. We hope we have made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. If, when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely.
Anybody? What symptom is that? The malady that centers where?
Mind.
Because if you find you cannot quit entirely, anybody have that? That's including weekends, holidays, and birthdays, right? That was surprising. Quit entirely. There's got to be something. No, entirely. In any form. That's another thing you can get into later. In any form. Anything that creates an elusive feeling of me being able to live comfortably within my own skin. Anybody have a list of things that they use or do or done to live comfortably in their own skin, to take the edge off? Just leads to your own demise sooner or later. We had to find a spiritual way of living or else. Right?
If you, when you honestly want to and find you cannot quit entirely, or if when drinking you have little control of the amount you take, you're probably alcoholic. If that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer.
So what does that mean? So they talk about the spiritual appendix on the back of the book. That talks, how many people's read the spiritual appendix on the back of the book? Get refreshing with that at the next break.
Yeah.
What that means is, I have this component, which is alcoholism. Just things don't work. So for those of us, which is alcoholism over here. That centers in my mind, that's separate from me. So it's not a behavioral problem, it's separate from me. As long as this component's present, I'm still going to relapse, and I don't know, I'm the only one that don't know what's going to happen. I don't know when, where, or how. I don't know if it's today, next year, or the year after. But sooner or later, it's going to happen. Agreed or disagreed?
Agreed.
Right? And who's memorized on the fire?
I'm listening.
I didn't see you moving your head.
I'm listening.
So do we agree or disagree that as long as this component is present, I'm going to continue to drink?
Yeah, agreed.
I'm conceding to that. So I need this component. Where's my marker here?
Oh, here.
Here, you're hiding it on me.
Of course.
I need God's eraser to remove this component. If this component's removed, am I prone to relapse? No. So this component means I have an alcoholic mind. Right? They're saying through a course of action, as the result of these steps, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, as the result of what? How many steps? These steps, not 1, 2, and 3. Not 10, 11, and 12. These steps. Right? So these steps turn into principles. Anybody know when these steps turn into principles? 10, 11, 12. So, okay, I'll tell you after. But write down on your piece of paper, under the top answer you gave this morning, when do these steps turn into principles? So remember when I said, what's the basis of this whole thing? And then the next, under that, I want you to write down, when do these steps turn into principles? Because everybody talks about the steps all the time. Right? Not out loud. It's not a... This is see how many people agree with me.
Can I just write down, I don't know?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Yep. How many years did it take you to get there? That's good. I love you, man. Okay, so ready? Okay, ready? So they're saying through a course of action, and these guys are saying, the doctor's saying, the doctor witnessed it, so all these witnesses and these participants who had this illness said, as the result, the spiritual kit of tools, these simple ideas, right? This course of action, simple but not easy, they've experienced a psychic change or spiritual experience, removing the problem. So, once I have a psychic change or spiritual experience, write this answer down. Do not say it out loud. What does that mean? When I say do not say it out loud. So when you're mumbling, is that saying it out loud? Mumbling is a form of saying it out loud. Don't say nothing, because the guy beside you is going to go with your answer, and there'll be two of you that are wrong. So, write down. So once I go through this course of action, and I had a psychic change or spiritual experience, as described in the book, either through the educational variety, that's what we're doing. Does this person still have an alcoholic mind? Write down your answer, yes or no. Once I've experienced a psychic change or spiritual experience, do I still have an alcoholic mind? This is very important to where we're going. We took a little time to get it. We're going to change, as you probably noticed, this was just to make people feel good, because I like a schedule, please. Well, I just wanted to put God's schedule, but that didn't seem to work with a lot of people. So here, for your entertainment and viewing pleasures, this is we're not following this. Okay, so except for don't turn into a lynch mob. Lunch and dinner and breakfast will remain the same. But we're gonna trust or rely on something greater than. Everybody got the answer down? Okay, so all those who think this is going to be tricky, get your piece of paper. All those who think you still have an alcoholic mind, put your paper in the right hand. All those who think you no longer have an alcoholic mind, put your paper in the left hand. Put the paper. So what was the first question? How many people think you still have an alcoholic mind once you have a psychic change or spiritual experience? Put up your hand.
Oh, yeah, right-handers.
Right hand. Right hand. If you still think you have an alcoholic mind, put up your right hand. Come on, be dedicated to your answer. I know some of you looked around and said, I don't know if I want to put up my hand anymore. Right? There's no, you need to participate. And how many people realize you no longer have an alcoholic mind? Now, how many people would like to know who's correct?
Oh, we all would.
That's the thing. You're going to participate one way. The answer is, if you still have an alcoholic mind, you're going to continue to do what?
Drink.
Relapse. Now it's relapse. Dying alcoholic death. That's where we've moved to. It's not about drinking anymore, it's about dying an alcoholic death. So once a psychic change or spiritual experience has had, this problem is removed.
Does it have the same thing as a malady?
It's the malady, yes. Alcoholism is removed. No longer exists. So what are we left with?
Human condition.
We're left with the human condition. What made drinking so appealing?
The human condition.
What convinced us that alcohol would be a good idea? Us. What convinced us that step 2 would be a good idea? Step 1. Right? Remember how many people had a problem and knew the great removal or the promises? Have a drink. Anybody? Come on.
All day.
And then you got to a point where it wasn't working anymore and you couldn't stop yourself from doing it. Then it became a problem. It became a problem for you. When it was a problem for other people, it wasn't really a problem, was it? It's still your problem. But when it got your attention, it became a problem. So this gets removed. That's the purpose of the steps. Came to believe that power greater self could restore society. Power, access to change. So they talk about it here. At the bottom of the page, they talk about what we were talking about earlier. If I can see, feel, and touch it, if it's a behavioral problem, right? Are you still with us in the back?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So sometimes this is what, like I watch body language, right? And when we hear something, usually what we don't like, what position do we take? Right? We take this position. So I watch you guys. You do like this. And when you become open to what's being said, how do you sit? Open. Right? And when you're not starting to like what you're hearing, you kind of lean forward a bit. The right? And then when you're really not liking what you hear, you okay.
Just to get this correct,
Yep.
so once you do have a spiritual change, you no longer have an alcoholic mind, or you do?
You don't.
You don't. Okay. Just
Because,
double-checking.
okay, good point. So, you see why we're spending a bit more time on this? Because this is the foundation to the whole thing, right? This is what makes the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous so amazing, right? Because when Bill was in the hospital, what did his friend promise? When these things were done, you'd have the elements of way of living that answered all his problems.
Yeah.
This way of living answered his problems. He didn't answer his problems. As long as the doctor said, you have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I've never seen one case ever recover in the mindset that exists in you. What made him have an alcoholic mind? His behaviors? He's on porn 14 hours a day. That's not alcoholic behavior. That's really happy, joyous, and free. No. That's a cheese grater. No, sorry. Joe, where you going there? I have these ones. Can you believe 33 years sober? Like, I have these ones. Okay, put your hands down. Okay, so the doctor said, and he says, is there any exceptions? What did the doctor say?
Yes.
Yes. Right? To me, these things are a
Phenomenon.
Why are they phenomenal? Because they create the change that removes the problem and enable him to live free from that illness, from the illness. So the first time through is to remove this part of the component of the illness. Now that the illness is removed, what are we stuck with? So this part of the book changes. Most people don't realize that. We've already dealt with alcoholism, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
We've told you everything we know.
Yes.
Yeah.
They haven't added or expanded on it since they wrote it.
That's right.
So now they're talking about here, if a mere code.
So the bottom of page 44, the last paragraph, bottom. If a mere code of morals or a better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago.
So, how many people are new here? So how many people have page 417 in your book? Put it in the fire by the time the meeting's over. Right? That's a mere code of better philosophy. How many people have been told about that page?
417.
How many people are told to read it? How many people that
Read it at meetings.
417.
it's a mere code. Because if that stuff really worked, we'd replace it with what? We wouldn't read how it works anymore. It would be a one-page order. Call central office, order acceptance. It doesn't work. This is what that's getting at. All these all these bumper stickers, it makes you, I call it soother sobriety, makes you feel good temporarily, but it doesn't create the change. And it's the delusion or the masking of the idea that I have a solution to something that I'm beyond. Because by doing step one, I've admitted it's beyond my pay grade. Each and every time it has me, I don't have it. So I need to go in witness protection plan. Because there's somebody trying to kill me. And then you find out it's you. There's a part of you that has a contract out on your ass. And you don't know where and how it's going to happen, right? Think about that. There's a part of you that like to see you dead.
Yeah.
And you don't even know it. There's nothing personal, just business. Right? Then you think, it's like, where is it? Where is it? I don't know. Oh, it's in the parking lot. Okay, stand in the park. So we like to, oh, it's over here, it's over there. It's right with you. Travels with you. It's like, oh, looking good today. Yeah, well, there's another coaster. So what happens is, we need kind of like witness protection from who? So what you need to do is rat yourself out. Yeah, I'd like to enter this witness protection program, but I got some information on me that I don't really like to tell anybody about. This thing has the potential of killing me. And has for a while. I know some things about it. And if I out myself, are you going to protect me from me? Yeah. We'll put you in this witness protection plan. We'll give you a handler. And you need to go through this course of action or identity change that allow you to live a different life than the life you're living. And if you check in with this handler on a daily basis, you don't have to worry about this thing returning or finding you. And you can live free from it. You don't have to look for the boogie. It's like Inspector Crusoe. How many people remember the Pink Panther?
Yeah.
That's how we go through life. We're like, yeah! You remember that guy hiding in the freezer? He's like, the guy got so neurotic everywhere he was going, like he was like banging anybody. That's how we treat alcoholism. Right? And the guy's hiding in the most weirdest place. What was that guy's name? Cato, right? He's like, yeah, remember he comes out of the freezer? What the hell are you doing? How long you waiting there for? Long enough to get you? That's like alcohol. We think we're going to treat alcoholism the same way. Where is it, right? So, it's removed now. It's gone. Pretty cool. We're left with the human component. This is why these things don't remove this. And that's what they're getting at. Go ahead.
Start back at the bottom. If a mere code of morals or better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago. But we found that such codes and philosophies did not save us.
True or false?
True. No matter how far, or no matter how much we tried, we could wish to be moral, we could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might, but the needed power wasn't there.
For what? To create this change. Sufficient enough to remove this problem. True or false? We tried everything. Because if we would have found a solution, let's be honest here, how many people would be here? I hear the food's really good. Well, good. I'm glad you're here. So, but you get what I'm saying? So who convinced us the need to do this is us. We just confirm what's already taken place. Pretty cool, right? Yep.
Okay, the needed power wasn't there. Our human resources, as marshaled by the will, were not sufficient. They failed utterly.
Marshaled by our thinking, our energy. They failed. Failed what?
Utterly.
Utterly. What does that mean? The removal of this component, which is the illness that has me. I don't have it. As long as this is present, I'll continue to drink. What is this? It's a phenomenon. It affects us in a way it doesn't affect other people. Well, how does this thing get removed? Well, we have a solution for that. Right? And you're not it. That's the bad news. Right? But your self-diagnosis of this problem in the light of our experience, so you have whose understanding of alcoholism now? Your own or ours?
Ours.
Ours. So you're part of the collective. You have the same understanding as those that put this together. So technically, they're the ones who are sponsoring us through this. We're your guides. We're connected. Our lineage is to the first 100 men and women, right? Which is the collective, right? So when they said the fourth of the thousands of men and women, we are becoming a part of that story of Alcoholics Anonymous. Just because you're sitting in the fellowship doesn't mean you're part of that story. You're part of the statistics, but you're not a part of the story yet. Make sense?
Yep.
Just because you're in the airport doesn't mean you have a ticket to go anywhere, right? You go there every day for 90 days, still not going nowhere.
Just like the duty free.
So what they talk about here now, I have my human component that I've been trying to fix this problem with that's not working. So I have two things going on here. There's my human, and then there's alcoholism. As long as alcoholism, this is the double-edged sword. As long as alcoholism is present, I can't really find a solution sufficient enough to deal with my human component. But when I find a solution that they're offering to deal with my human component, it removes alcoholism. How does that work? I don't know. Why does it work? I don't know. But it does work.
Yeah.
This is a solution that is tried, tested, and true. It's been happening since the beginning of time. We have the Da Vinci's Code to the unexplainable. And what do we have the Da Vinci's Code to? This is where they start getting us. How many people started thinking the resistance started to come up a bit? Nobody admitting it. How many people started thinking about something else? There we go. That's the resistance to what's being said. The anticipation of preconceived ideas, prejudice, and
Obstinacy.
right? We all have it because they already told us we all have this illness. They already know the audience, don't they? The only person that doesn't know that they know is us because we don't know what they know yet because we haven't gone through this. So if you want to know what they know about us, we better go through this, right? So let's find out.
Lack of power. That was our dilemma.
Right? Dilemma. Because we've been trying to create that power to create change, to have a different story. Yes or no?
Yep.
It's a dilemma. What the hell? And the dilemma is now is that I either do this or else. I have two alternatives: alcoholic death or spiritual health. That's a dilemma, isn't it? Is it a dilemma? Because there's door number 3. What is that? What was that show? You pick door number 1, door number 2, and you got that nice girl.
Monty.
Let's make a deal! Recovery! What door would you like today? Well, I'd like door number 3. Oh, it's the fence with the goat. Sorry. Anybody remember that show?
Yeah.
And that's the way we do recovery. We say, well, this is your problem. This is our solution. I don't like that. I'm going for door number 3. Oh, that's painful. at least have a sheep. No, sorry. Go ahead. I went there, yeah.
Lack of power. That was our dilemma. We had to find a power by which we could live.
So wait, what? We had to find a power. Why didn't they say God? Because they're explaining the element that we need to have. So, when I go like this with my phone, hold my phone up and I start pointing at the bottom, how many people know what I'm talking about?
Charger.
Right? Power, charger. Right? And now, before is what kind of phone did you have? Right? Now we have a charger, you just put your phone on. Doesn't matter what phone it is. And that's where we're at in recovery. It doesn't matter what you're coming here with. We have a charger for you. They'll create the power you need to access your phone. Because if you don't have power for your phone, it's a beautiful phone. But it doesn't seem to operate the way it needs to operate because it's missing what? Power. And I know how it should operate, but it's not operating, so what's my dilemma? Lack of power. Yeah. I've been trying to create power, but I can't even dial out. I can't even get the thing hooked up, right? So then, the other thing is, if I have power and I don't have a card, how good is my phone? Oh, you take pictures? Well, that's most of our recovery. I'm taking pictures. You have memories of pain. No. But I need to be hooked up to a cell provider, don't I? And I need a plan, don't I?
Yeah.
And then I need to learn how to use that plan and what's in it, yes?
Yes.
So when I turn on that phone, now that I got power, I need to connect it to a cell tower that allows me to operate this phone the way it was intended. Without those elements, I still have the hopes, dreams, the desires, and the potential, but I'm lacking the power to operate it, right? Because there's certain viruses in it that I can't get rid of that doesn't allow me. So I have a couple dilemmas. I have this virus that I can't get rid of it with, and I don't got power sufficient enough to reboot my phone to get rid of it. So once I reboot my phone, does it get rid of the problem that's causing me to not use my phone correctly?
Yep.
And that's kind of like us, right? So I'm going to get access to this power that will do what?
And it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously.
Longest sentence in the book. Obviously.
But where and how were we to find this power?
Well, that's it. So see the question mark? This is what most people do. Observe this. Next time you go to a discussion meeting on the book. People talking about stuff that they don't understand, coming up with their own ideas what they think it means. You ever been into those discussions? They read a bit of the book and they go around in the circles talking about something they don't have no clue what they're talking about because they're not talking about that at all. Right? So the question mark is for who? It's for them. They'll answer the question. So anytime you see a question mark, they're going to answer that. They're going to, because it doesn't mean, okay, now here's where I stop reading and I go think. They don't want you to do that. Because they know once you start thinking, you're not coming back to reading because you're going to be so impressed with what you come up with that no further reading is necessary. Right? So they're saying, wait a minute here, we'll explain this, right? So lack of power, but where and how were we to find this power? Another question. Well, this is where people start thinking, going on the quest for God. Anybody? How many people remember hearing that the solution is God?
Right.
But it didn't say the solution was God, did it? But I'm going to go find God. Well, God's not lost. Right? So, where are you going? I'm going to look for God. He's somewhere around here. So we go on to we start getting books. We start going back to religious. We start going on to where we think God is.
Maybe we get an old tattoo.
Or maybe whatever. So it's kind of like, and so what happens is they tell us exactly where this power is. Because my dilemma here is not my cell provider right now. I could have, right? The problem is I got no power to operate my phone to get connected to the cell power. So that's my dilemma. Right? It's not the name of the plan. The name of the plan is I got no power to access my phone. I got no power to access what I need to access to create the life that I'm hoping for. Yes? So, well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself, which will help you solve your problem. Is that what it says?
No.
No.
It doesn't say that at all. Is that how we read it?
Yeah.
How many people are still here right now? Do a stretch. I know it's been a little long. We're getting there. So, well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable you, the reader, to find a power greater than yourself, which will solve your... So to solve a problem, does it mean it still exists?
No.
Yes. Oh, no. Well, yeah. If it's solving the problem, that means there's a problem that needs to be solved. Once it's solved, it's not there.
That's right. If you brought your car to a mechanic and you paid him thousands of dollars to fix a problem that existed, and you left and that problem was still there, how would you feel about that?
That's happening.
Well, that's how we treat recovery.
That's treatment.
I'm dealing with alcoholism every day. Why? Oh, that's my sentence. I'm treating alcohol. I wake up every morning with untreated alcoholism, then go to Al-Anon. You'll get that later. Anyways. I wake up with untreated alcohol. My partner's still drinking. I'm going to go to Al-Anon, find a solution. I have to explain it to you. Come on. Okay, so here we go. So that's exactly what this book is about. So all I need to do is to go through this thing to get this thing. So we know where we want to go, yes?
Yes.
And we know what we want to achieve, yes?
Yes.
And what's that? Problem solved. Get access to power so we can experience spiritual awakening or psychic change where I no longer exist with this problem and I can start dealing with the human, where I find a solution to my human dilemma, right? And because when I don't have a solution to my human dilemma, I start looking for one. And they're not always things that work in my best interest, are they?
No.
How many people, when you're not feeling too good, this is the second phase of it that we're all practicing these principles. Once this problem's removed, we see that we have another problem. That's the human dilemma. And we look for two answers. Either ourselves, to answer our own problems by the things we do to create a sense of ease and comfort, or we seek a spiritual solution of practicing these principles in all our affairs. So step one turns into, remember I talked about here are the steps, and then here are the principles? When do the steps turn into principles? As soon as the relationship is formed with a power greater than myself. What's the point to this whole thing? Is my relationship with a power greater than myself. How many people have those two answers on the page? What is the basis of this whole thing? Is my relationship with a power greater than myself? How many people put that on the top of the page?
Say that last one.
What was the answer you put at the top of the page?
One.
One what?
Step one is.
Step one is the basis to this whole thing?
No, that my connection starts at step one.
It starts at step one? It doesn't start at step one.
Because I admitted to God to myself. All right. Connection to power, that would solve my problem.
Is that what you put? The
Yeah.
basis of this whole thing is finding a relationship with a power greater than myself.
Yes.
May you find him now. Yes? So, as a newcomer, what's the whole basis of this thing is getting her phone number. This place looks all right. Right? If you're thinking, yeah. So, and the second thing is when do the steps turn into principles?
That's the
No, not step one. It's when we formulate this relationship with a power greater than ourselves. What's the purpose of the book? Okay, let's all come back here, where we are.
Main object.
Okay, so what's the main object of this book? What is the main purpose of this book?
Connecting with the power that solve all your problems.
So that's the whole purpose, is to connect us to this
Power.
power, where it becomes personal. That I have the experience, having had a spiritual experience. So we're talking to you about our experience that we got through this course of action that we're going to make available to you by walking you through this, so you can have not only your own understanding, but your own experience. And when you start having your experience, it's not about 10, 11, and 12 anymore. Nowhere does it say work 10, 11, and 12. That's a treatment center idea. Ideas based on self. They're nice exercises, but that's what it starts turning into, an exercise absent of your connection with the relationship. So the point of this whole process is to get connected to what? Power. And to form a relationship with what? This power where it's personal to me. And it turns into principle. So what's the principle of step one? Ready? What is the problem? No, the principle is, what is the problem? Before you can find any solution to anything, you need to know what the problem is. No, stop thinking for a second. Get ready. If we go out to my car and it's not working, what's the first thing we need to find out?
The problem.
What's the problem? If we go to the kitchen and the pilot light's not coming on, we need to find out what the problem is. If my toilet's not flushing, I need to find out what the
Problem is.
If there's a leak in the roof, I need to find out what the
Problem is.
I can be honest about it, doesn't change that. Now, there's a leak. What's the problem? Right? I'm having a problem in my life. Like, I'm having a problem. What's the problem? I don't know. Well, let's see. The ability to assess. What's the problem? We're going to learn how to assess in step 4. So now, when the principle of step 1 is, they tell us the principle of step 1 is what's the problem. And then we need to be honest about whether I concur to have this or not. Our honesty is the presentation of what they say the problem is. Yes, no?
Yeah.
So now, in order to be successful in my life, I need to be able to assess where is the problem. What's creating this discomfort? What's creating these things in my life? So when I know what the problem is, then I can start looking for a solution. And the solution that we're trying to apply is power greater than ourselves, which would be step 11 when we get there. Right? What does it say? Sought through
Prayer and meditation.
to
Prove. Not just count that.
praying, not thinking. Oh, I missed that part. Praying and not thinking. Because we think, how would God want me to handle this? That's not what it asks you. Praying only.
There is knowledge.
Knowledge. His and
Power.
carry that out. So that's the assessment, serenity prayer. God grant me the
Serenity.
to accept the things I can not change, and the courage to change the things I can. So that is the basis of that is assessing. Having a quiet mind and a quiet spirit. To be able to connect to source for the power to carry out the things. You'll intuitively know how to handle the situations that used to baffle you. You'll suddenly realize, right, that you're getting a different experience here. That the noise isn't noisy anymore. It's a dull roar that we'll get into, the attachment. Right? The noise of the mind is in the mind. the attachment to the dialogue is our problem, and the inability to separate ourselves from that. That's the bondage and difficulties of self. But you can't assess that unless you're an observer of that. So the principles is, what's the problem? What's the spiritual solution to this? And do I want to carry it out in step 3? Do I want to do a spiritual solution to this? Or do I want to go carry out my own solution? Want to get real for a second? How many people has looked at porn here? There we go. Once. Haven't stopped,
times.
and haven't stopped looking.
You're just asking about today, right?
Yeah. So, no, okay. But follow me here. As men, right, we're very visual creatures, and it does bring about a sense of ease and comfort, doesn't it? And the release of endorphins, and it gives a sense of thrill or whatever, right? It creates endorphins, change, doesn't it? Anxiety, all that other stuff. And so what it does is it separates you from the problem of your life. It creates a distraction. Yes? And then that distraction starts becoming a problem. Right? Because it starts showing up, if you're married or in a relationship, it starts showing up in all areas of your life, because now you're no longer available to your partner. Right? So if you didn't have the ability to assess, you're thinking, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to do this anymore. What's our problem? Lack of power. The more you don't want to do something, how many people find the more you do it? Because where's your concentration? On self and the problem. So it's like riding a motorcycle, right? The first thing they teach you is you look to where you want to go. Because where you look is where your bike goes. So if you're looking at an accident, where are you going?
To the accident.
You're going right into the accident. But if you look at the path between the accident, you take the road between, and that's the spiritual course of action. So we see this is a spiritual course of action. It'll lead me to where I want to go, but I kind of see the benefit of going my own way here. Anybody? You have those moments? Come on. Come on. No, look past. We'll disregard spiritual help here. I'll take the matters in my own hands. No. Right? So then we're driven. So now I'm doing things that I don't want to do. Gambling, sex, food. You can put whatever you want in there. But being men, I thought this would be the first thing everybody would go, oh yeah. Right? And it's a troubled area for a lot of people. Why? Because it causes distraction. Right? And it becomes our solution now. Right? Now that I have a problem, I need to create a sense of ease and comfort. Right? But it needs to escalate like my drinking. Now, we've gone from this and we've got to add this. And we've got to add that. And now I'm not present here, I'm not present there. And now things are getting worse in my life, but I can't stop it. Gambling, for whatever you want. You can put whatever you want in there. Work, not working, whatever that your dilemma is, you know what it is. And the more you think about it, the more you can. So by the time we finish this process and you go back to reassess what the problem is on the human scale, I got this instinct happening. It's showing up over here by this solution. I'm applying this solution to this problem that's interfering over here. I couldn't see that before this process. We can't see that, because if we could see that, then we'd apply this solution to create, right, a different outcome. Right? So the self-loathing would start becoming less and less and less as time went on. The critic, the narrator, the condemner, the self-talk would become less and less. The noise would become less. The attachment to the meteorites or the satellites in my mind would become less and less, because there'd be no emotional attachment to it. I'd become an observer. And when these things I attach to, I'd realize there's an underlying an emotional thing happening here, and there's a spiritual disconnect. Right? And so I cannot create it by thinking. I need to go through this process to bring this about, which is step 3. yes, I'm going to pursue a spiritual answer to this problem. And as I pursue this recipe, at the end of it, it will give me freedom from it. My friend promised when these things were done, I'd have the elements of a way of living that answered all my problems. So the only drawback to the experience that's available here is our resistance to change and our narrow view of it. So the only limitation to this whole thing is who? Ourselves. This is saying, I want to expand your vision of this thing to the idea of the possibility of something that is beyond anything you could ever imagine. We're going to give you kind of what it looks like and what we've experienced. And this can be available to you too if you're willing to do certain things to get it. But first we need to get rid of the obstacles, the limitations, and the minimizing that we create on this thing. Right? Because we try to put everything within our own understanding. And remember, this is outside that understanding. This is an experience. And the only way we get a view of what's available is by those who talk about it that went before us. When Ebby looked at Bill, when people talked to Bill, the doctor seen these, the doctor even said, even though you may remain to scoff, no scoffers in here, we hope you remain to pray. He knows there's something here. There's an element to accessing this power, right? And we're going to be 2 more minutes here. So we know where we want to go. And all the way through this, they talk about the base of this thing is being willing to be willing. And we're building a spiritual structure. Anybody ever stop to think about that? Joe talked about the stones that go into the spiritual structure. What we're doing here is the foundation stones in your life to build one within your own life. So when you think about a spiritual structure, what do you see? If you were to visualize a spiritual structure, what would it look like?
Doorway.
Pardon?
An arch.
Well, that would be the doorway, but a structure, is this a structure?
Yeah.
So when we see the structure, are we in it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Does it save us from the elements?
Yep.
Within reason, right? If there was, like, for this climate, it would save us pretty much, right? That's the design of it, from winter, summer, slow, right? All the elements, it would save. So we're pretty comfortable in here, right? There's a bear walking around in there. Everybody sleep pretty good last night? Now, if you're in a tent outside, peanut butter on your pants? I don't want to know what you're doing.
What kind of tent party is that?
We're having a party. Here, lassie. No, sorry. So then, anyways, then okay, look at the time. So it's like a GPS. So we're in here coordinating where we want to go. So we're punching in. We all have our GPS, which is ourselves. So here's where I want to go. I want this sacred change of spiritual experience. I want an element of way of life that answers all my problems. I want this new peace, happiness, and contentment. I want this experience that these people have put together. I want the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. Yes? Punched it in GPS. Everybody got in the GPS?
Yeah.
Now we push start. What happens?
We start.
That was a rush.
What happens is it's got to locate where you are before it could give you your destination or your
Path.
course, your path. Yes?
Yes.
I came from Langley. Everybody came from different places. I punched this place in. I had to do a couple detours because I thought I'd punch it in at the last minute because I thought I knew where it was. I passed some of you going the wrong way. I met you back here when I got here. No, that's the way we are, right? Oh, I looked at the map. Oh, I know where this is. So I punched, and I end up way there. Joe phones me and says, "Hey, you lost?" No. What makes you say that? I'm down GPS. Come on. I'm not following it. So how good is it, right? So it gives me a big loop-de-loop, but it got me back on track. And that's what these principles are about, is to get us back on track, back to this spiritual path. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our Path. What's the path? It's not the steps. It's the spiritual principles that access us to this power. Right? You can do the steps all day long. If you're not connected to the power, it does shit for you if you're alcoholic. It's not the knowledge of it. It's not the I practice. It's not. That's not it. It's the connection, the relationship. Right? So where am I starting? Well, the GPS will go. Here's where we're starting from. Now we're going to find out how many people would like to know where you start from. Nobody would like to know. How many people are still here? 2 of you. Good. So let's go to page 55. This is the starting of the GPS to get us to where we're going.
Want to go here or up here?
Wherever you want. Dealer's choice.
Let's go to actually. We'll just do a nice read through. Actually, we are fooling ourselves, for deep down in every man and woman and child is the fundamental idea of God.
Not some of us.
It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or another, it is there.
Our blockages.
Yeah. For faith in a power greater than ourselves and miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives are facts as old as man himself.
The hope that you feel for a better life is that life force that has been talking to you long before you suspected it. That part that wanted a new story for you, that you would talk to in your despair, that light deep down within you that said, just hold on, or call this person, or call that person. Anybody have that? That's that life force that says there's a different experience for you than what you're experiencing. How many people's had that? That's what they're talking. Deep down within you, something's been trying to get your attention. Anybody? In your darkest hour, what's that thing inside of you? It's going to be okay, man. Just give this person a call. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do? How many people's had that? That's what they're talking deep down in every man, woman, and child.
Yeah, we finally saw that faith in some kind of God was a part of our makeup, just as much as a feeling we had for a friend. Sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but he was there. He was as much a fact as we were. We found the great reality deep down within us. In the last analysis, it is only there that he may be found. It was so with us.
In the last analysis, the last place we look is where?
Ourselves.
If somebody was saying, hey, we got to go find this power, we got to go find God, how many said, yeah, it's deep down within us? How many people would have came up with that? Not at all. So we see a lot of the ideas being presented here is pretty simple ideas. And we'll close with this story. Guys, I see you get so this God, this entity, says, you know, we have this precious gift, this life force that's available to every man, woman, and child. He says, but we don't want to make it easy access for them. We need to put it somewhere where they could go find it, right? They have to have some form of quest. It can't be just, otherwise they won't value it, right? So the wise men were talking, says, well, where can we put this thing? The guy says, I know where we'll put it. We'll put it in the deepest ocean, right in the bottom. He says, you know those humans, they're pretty resourceful. They'll find it there. They'll find it there. He says, okay, listen, so you know what we'll do? We'll put it on the highest mountaintop. They'll never get to be able to. He said, they're pretty resourceful. They'll get it there. So they're kind of perplexed on where they're going to hide this thing. The guy says, I know where we'll hide it. We'll put it deep down within them. They'll never think I'm looking there.
Nice.
And we'll put the recipe on how to get it in the big book. They'll never think I'm looking there. All right, we're going to get back at this. So, summary before we kind of move on. How was lunch? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Get everybody kind of tired? Good? Nappy time? No. Okay, so the recap. Malady is described as a condition of what symptom? The second symptom. So when you look up the word malady, you'll have a whole bunch of different descriptions of that word. We don't take one description to describe that word. All of those descriptions describing the word malady apply to this condition that's really a condition that's hard to explain, but is present. Does that kind of make sense? That's why they call it a malady. It exists of a lot of different things, but they're not too sure what creates it. But they know it's there. It's a malady. It's a condition. Right? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
We want to define it, because if we could define it, then we could do something about it. That's why we like the obsession, and that's why we like the idea that we'll know when we're going to drink it. That's why the malady, the obsession is an association with the malady at all. This is an illness beyond our capability of dealing with. So they say we have a solution for that, and it's a psychic change or spiritual experience, right?
Right.
That we can't create, but it's been happening since the beginning of time. But they formulated a recipe or a sequence or whatever you want to call it, right? A process that enables us to get access to this power that creates this change. Right? We don't know how it happens, but it seems to happen. What makes you say that? Because these people have experienced it. The doctor witnessed it. This other doctor says, I've heard of these things happening since the beginning of time. I've never seen it, but I know these things to be true. Does that kind of make sense? Dr. Silkworth seen it as something that happened right before Age of Miracles. So he welcomed this movement or this idea to take place in his facility. Pretty cool, right? And so they got this recipe going that it seemed to be tried, tested, and true. They have something here. It seems to be doing the impossible has now become possible. These people who were dying of alcoholism, mind you, in 1934, Prohibition just ended in 1933. And they already had a treatment center waiting for us. You might find out he's already been dealing with it before it was even legal. So this legal problem has been happening a long time, right? And in other areas we won't get into that. But so the solution is viable and it seems to work, and they put it in such a way where it's all inclusive, not exclusive. Right? So, and then they said to get access to this power, where is the it's like, remember those radio, how many people have a radio in their car? You have all these stations in there, but what makes that station viable, it needs to connect to a tower or to another station, right? Does that kind of make, I have satellite radio. It connects to satellite radio for me to receive information. Does that make sense? I can have my radio on and have power to it, unless it connects to something, it's absolutely no good. Right? And then you hit the tuning button, right? And it goes over and there's a station. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. And you could enjoy that station, or you could go to another station. So you have the availability to access different stations to your liking. That's what life then becomes. You're connected. You have everything you need. So what do I want my station to look like? What do I want my life to look like? So life now becomes my canvas, right? And I'm the artist based on my thinking, my emotions, my decisions. My life is exactly proportionate to my thinking and feelings and emotions. How's that? So you've created your life exactly the way you want it, based on you. Yay! Anyone want to start the wave and go that way? So all the feelings, emotions, ideas, struggles, everything you have is created out of self. Right? But you don't know that because you're used to the neighborhood. Anybody ever live in a noisy neighborhood? After a while, you don't hear it. Where I'm working right now, there's a train tracks right behind the studio. And the doors are open. The first day, I hear these trains going by all the time. Second day, I didn't hear them as much. Third day, unless I'm looking outside and seeing them go by, I don't even know they're going by anymore. Now, has anything changed in that place? No. I've gotten used to the environment. It's like our thinking. I've gotten used to my thinking, you've gotten used to your thinking, but if somebody else was sitting in that neighborhood, they'd go, whoa, what the hell's going on here? And we get that by their reactions or non-reactions, their participation or non-participation in our lives, or their reactions to us. Anybody? Yeah. So they were talking about, and here they're talking about here when they talk about on page 52. They talk about a different point of view here. You ever hear people say, "I'm working on my alcoholism"? How many people have heard people say that? Or I apply the steps to my alcoholism? So are you still drinking? No, then you're not suffering from alcoholism in this moment, but it's still lying dormant because of the malady, this condition that has yet to present itself. So you're in between episodes or in between cycles, right? In between relapses. Does that kind of make sense? Pardon? So now page 52, who's a good reader?
I don't mind.
So they talk about, we had to ask ourselves.
Page 52, we all there?
Yep.
We had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems.
To our what?
Our human problems.
One more time for the people in the back.
We had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems the same readiness to change our point of view.
So not alcoholism. We're still afflicted with alcoholism, but we're not treating alcoholism, we're treating the human component. They started a new conversation about the human perplexity because we've already talked about alcoholism. In the preceding chapters, you've learned something of alcoholism. We know what that is, right? And it's not a behavioral problem, it's a condition. When I drink, I trigger the allergy. And when I'm not drinking, I have this condition in the mind that's going to contaminate the drink again. They used to call it the obsession because they didn't want to start off with a mental illness. They had to soft sell this to people to be open to the idea. Because if somebody would just say, hey, I think you suffer from a mental illness, how would that conversation go? Right? But I think you have a drinking problem. Oh, maybe. See, it's the same conversation, but it's worded differently, right? Because to say you have a drinking problem, saying, well, I think you have something with the way you function and unable for you to see it, and you keep on doing something you don't want to do. Is that not a mental health issue? Insanity. So later on they call it, we become miracles of mental health, right? So that means is that we're going to apply these principles to alcoholism or to our human condition. So why shouldn't we start that again? Go ahead.
We had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems the same readiness to change our point of view. We were having trouble with personal relationships.
Anybody?
Check.
We couldn't control our emotional natures.
Anybody? We say, well, sometimes. There's time overall. If somebody gave you your opinion of you, would they say, oh no, he's happy, joyous, and free and pretty level-headed all the time? Would that be how you describe yourself on your resume? No. If they were writing your resume for you, would that be on it? If you were writing that resume, you'd say, I'm the nicest guy you ever wanted to meet. If it wasn't for these people, we're having trouble with our emotional nature. Anybody? Even when we're not responding, the grouch in the brain, for anybody have the troubles within their own emotions and ideas? The energy, any anxiety.
We were having trouble with personal relationships. We couldn't control our emotional natures. We were a prey to misery and depression.
Anybody? Pray. Think about that. Pray to it. To be hunted. And what's hunting us is these things within inside of us that keep reoccurring, that we're attached to, that we can't seem to shake off or get rid of. Pray.
We couldn't make a living. We had a feeling of uselessness. We were full of fear. We were unhappy. We couldn't seem to be of real help to other people. Was not a basic solution of these bedevilments more important than whether we should see newsreels of lunar flight?
So,
of course it was.
Here's what they're saying. It's kind of saying, why shouldn't we apply to our human problems the same readiness to change our point of view? So in order to have a different point of view, you're going to have two ways of looking at things. Otherwise, you only have your own point of view. Most of us only have our own point of view, and that's what we negotiate and talk with. Yes, no?
Yes. Yeah.
Our own point of view. Here they're saying there's a different point of view. So you need to recognize your point of view and an alternative point of view. Alternative, different, right? Something desirable or achievable. So that means if this is my thinking here, and that's all I got, then this is all I'm going to get. Right? But if we have a different way of looking at things, a group of spiritual principles, and I'm looking at my thinking, and this is undesirable, and they're saying, well, you have this over here, you have an alternative. You have to, so which way am I going to go here? The Serenity Prayer is two alternatives. The way you look at things and the possibility of things. Yes, no?
Yes,
St. Francis prayer, all these prayers is your way and the possibility of a different way, right? But you need to know what that is. So you ever hear people say, why do you always go down that road all the time? Giving you the impression like you're making a decision, like there's a different road to go down. Anybody? So we ended up where we ended up because there was no other alternatives but for the life we were living. Here they're saying there's something different. And all of us have that conversation. Like we can sit here and talk about, I handled this thing like this. I feel regret on the way I handled this like this. I talked to this person like this. I treated my kid like this. I treated this. Anybody have those? Geez, I wish I would have done something different. I didn't have an alternative. I couldn't do anything different than what I was doing in that moment. Right? I was being driven by these things inside. If I could have done it different, I didn't choose to be an a-hole in this moment. Right? I didn't choose to treat my partner like this. I didn't choose to self-pity and resentment. These things captivate, they possess me. I don't choose to be dwelling on these things that cause me discomfort. I don't choose to be living in my past. I don't choose to be living in the future and be being kind of any possessed by these things that cause emotional deformities in myself. Anybody? Because why am I in it? Because lack of power. So what happens when I'm in these things and I can't create change, then I create a diversion. I need a diversion from that. So when I feel discomfort, how many people create arguments without really wanting really to, or broaching the brainstorm toward their partner, kids, and people? I was just talking about that earlier. Sometimes I treat my wife, right, the way I really don't want to. I'm irritable with her. Or we're talking about that last night. I don't want to be, but I find that I am. I'm just kind of, because I'm overwhelmed. It has nothing to do with her. It has to do with, over here I'm thinking about my finances. Over here I'm having a bit of problems with some anticipation of future stuff. But I had a snapshot of it. You know what a snapshot is? Remember those old photo things? You get them on a card and you put them in a projector and it puts it on the screen? Yeah. You ever see those things?
Slides.
Slides. Remember those things? We get those in our mind. Our conscious will tell us what the problem is, what the perceived problem is, or fear, and then we push that away and we're not dealing with it, and then we start creating diversions. Even though we push, it's like a sliver. Anybody ever have a sliver here? You know it's there at first, so you ignore it. Anybody ever ignore a sliver? Yeah. Then it starts letting you know it's there. How does it let you know it's still there?
Festering.
It starts festering. Right? You forget where you got it from, but now you're aware that it's there because it's festering. It's becoming sensitive. Right? And so I have a sliver here. So now my focus point when I'm is on this thing. I'm no longer participating. I'm focused on this thing. Right? Does that kind of make sense? If I would have dealt with it back then, it wouldn't have got to the stage where it's causing problems and a distraction from it. You can put anything in there. Anybody? Mm-hmm. So when they say lack of power, that's our dilemma, and we had to find an alternative way of thinking. I don't know what that is yet, because if I've been able to create that, I would have. And the neighborhood I'm used to is I'm used to it. So most of us, what that looks like is we live by the railroad tracks, by the airport, by an industrial area. And it's noisy. But we don't hear the noise anymore because we're used to it. But what it creates is a discomfort. It creates an anxiety. It creates a subconscious level that is just on tension and fear. Right? Anybody? So if I had this thing here, it wouldn't say happy, joyous, and free, would it? Irritable, putting up with, right? Just managing, and then constant berating of me and the people around me, and constant brainstorm, the bombardment of thoughts, ideas, and emotions. Anybody? I'm used to that neighborhood. So it's like there's a video, it's pretty funny. The guy's sitting in his living room, and his friend's visiting him, and it sounds like gunshots. The guy's sitting there drinking, the other guy hits the floor. The guy looks at what? You get like two different experiences. The guy's used to the neighborhood. We're used to the neighborhood. So we need to see what's the neighborhood I'm living in causing my discomfort, causing my reaction, causing me loss of sleep, causing me anxiety, causing me to be absent of what I'm hoping for. Why do I go to all these other things? We could add anything, things, right? We talk about food. Anybody? Food, gym, sex, electronics. We could add the list here, the things that cause a distraction from my life. Anybody? Relationships, multi-relationships, no relationships. Like it goes on and on. Anything that causes a distraction in your life that you've created to help me cope, which causes me more problems. Anybody have that now? So the more we try to fix self, the worse matters get. Anybody? And now if you can't stand yourself, how are you going to be with other people? I can't even tolerate myself. You'd lock me hanging around with you. Anybody? You see those people, if you want what I got, I'm trying to get rid of what you got. Okay, so then we get into how it works. How it works is how it works. It's kind of weird. Yeah, how many people sat in a meeting and go, I wonder how this works? This is how it works. And they talk about a basis here. The funny thing with that is the human perplexity is we'll go, here's a solution that works for us. We'll go, that's nice, and everybody will talk about a different solution other than this. Right? Hey, there's the Joe and Charlie tapes over here. Hey, there's Novelco over here. Hey, there's the Feng Shui. Hey, there's the Drop the Rock. Hey, there's this Christian New Age kind of approach. Hey, there's other methods. But you're here looking for our solution, and you're talking about other solutions. Kind of weird, right? Another distraction. Why wouldn't you do our solution if you're here looking for, if you want to do that stuff later to enhance what you learn, but wouldn't be to do this? So rarely have we seen a person fail who has clearly followed our path. Write down what this path is. Well, someone asks you, what's this path? Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. What path are they talking about? Okay, you're absolutely right. The spiritual path laid out at our feet. These simple ideas, right? A lot of people think it's the mechanism of the steps. The steps are a mechanism. They're not the path. I don't know how else to say that. They're not the goal. They're a vehicle to get you to this thing. So, the steps, this book is designed to get us to what? Power. Which creates a relationship. The confirmation that this has taken place, this relationship, the access to this power, what confirms that? It's simple. It's so simple. But it's complicated. Why? You know why it's complicated? Because you're thinking. So we're in how it works, right? So, what confirms how it works? Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. So what's the purpose of the steps? To have that spiritual awakening. How do I get that spiritual awakening? Is by getting access to this power. What are the steps for? To get me access to this power becomes personal to me, and as the result of these steps, this problem of the malady gets removed because I experience a psychic change or spiritual experience. Then I get a daily reprieve contingent on my relationship with this power, not on how well I do the steps. I know a lot of guys who do the steps very well, who have no relationship with a power greater than themselves, who suffer from self on a daily basis. They have no control over their mind or their emotional nature. They have no alternative way of dealing with things. They're still applying self to self without knowing it because they haven't experienced this thing. It's about the experience. Once you experience it, then no further explanation is necessary. Until you experience it, it's all about explaining it. This lady explained it when I heard her, and I said, that's so simple. She says, until I experienced this thing, I was asking everybody to explain it. Once I experienced this thing, I didn't need nobody to explain it anymore. Can't be that simple. It's that simple. Because once you experience it, you kind of go, ah. And it's so subtle, because how many people's heard the promises here? How many people said, we think not? Come on, how many people get the chanting, we think not? You're right, you think not. I know, so we'll get that on the way home. So, in there, what's the greatest, again, write down, you hear it all the time. What is the greatest promise in the promises? Write down. So say, hey, you know the promises they read every meeting? Some people say there is the result of the 9-step promises. They are not the 9-step promises. They're read in the 9th step, but they are not the 9-step promises. We'll get into that later. But what's the most profound part of the promises that they talk about in this process?
God is doing for me what I couldn't do myself.
You'll suddenly realize that you've been experiencing something without realizing you've been experiencing, but when you get there, it's like, holy shit, there's something going on here. There's something that's personal and real. There's a change, there's a shift. The neighborhood I walk around in I'm no longer unsupervised. The neighborhood within my own mind. And it seems like the band stopped and the riot stopped and there's no more shooting going on, not all the time. Right? It seems like I'm okay walking through these streets of my mind unaffected and unscathed and unattached to these things. It seems like not a bad neighborhood. How many people like a nice neighborhood? Yeah, how many people like the neighborhood they're walking around in now? Okay, yeah. So, then they give us some ideas here. And they said, willing to go to any lengths. If you want what we have, what do we have? We have a new story. We have a solution for alcoholism. Like Chris has changed through the access to the power. If you want what we have, we're willing to go any lengths. What are those lengths they're talking about? 90 meetings in 90 days? Any lengths within inside of yourself to face these things that are causing you a hindrance. These blocks, these things that we find are acceptable, that are not acceptable, but we learn to live with. You don't have to live with these things. You can be free of it. Why did you drink and drug and do all those things? To be free, right? To find that moment of, if you could have stayed in the, right? But we couldn't because of the allergy. So we have something way better than that. And it's not exactly free because it cost you everything you had to fucking get it. cost you all the self-respect and self-worth and everything that you had, the loathing. It cost you everything worthwhile in life. But hey, what do you got? Better than anything you could ever imagine, really? If you could package this stuff, it'd be pretty wild, man. This is the stuff I've been looking for my whole life. And it only cost me everything to get it? Yeah. First big book is cost you everything you own. Second big book, $16 a piece. Okay, so some of these we bought. We thought we could find an easier, softer way. Every solution that you come up with or that you hear other than outlined in this thing in Alcoholics Anonymous is an easier, softer way, formulated by people who are self-reliant. This recipe is designed to have you in relationship and partnership with what? This power. Or God, or whatever you want to call it. But our common understanding is the same understanding we all have, is lack of power is our dilemma. So we had to get access to a power. Is that some of our understanding or all our understanding? All. That's our understanding. So you need to understand that. The second part is, if you could look up the word for me, concept. You hear people say all the time, you could choose your own conception. Most people don't understand what that word even means. It means my own ideas. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean your own ideas. Nowhere does it say go with your own idea.
An abstract idea, general notion. An idea or invention to help sell or publicize a field.
Conception, the one I looked up, it meant a group of ideas and direction.
Forming or devising.
Forming or devising a game plan or direction. So what they say is you could choose your own idea of what we're talking about. They didn't tell you that before they explained it to you. When Ebby was sitting with Bill, did Ebby tell Bill after or before the conversation you get to choose your own conception? After, not before. He explained his experience. Bill seen it was possible to experience what he was experiencing. It was only a matter of being willing to believe nothing more was. He could go with his own conception of what his friend was talking about. But he understood that he had to do a course of action to get this thing. Right? So if it was your own conception, step 2 would say go with your own idea. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It wouldn't need to explain, we had 13 pages to explain we agnostics and the access of our problem is power. It wouldn't need to explain that this thing's located deep within us. It wouldn't need to explain that when you got access to this power, we don't care what you call it. Remember? Hey, I mean... Yeah. Electricity, power, current. I don't care what you call it. Hey, can I borrow your phone? Oh, it's a Samsung. No, sorry. Like, we don't care what you call it. Can I get a call on it? Yeah. Can it function the way I need it to function to do the things I need it to do to make my life more comfortable? Yes. Who cares what kind of phone it is? The name of it. Is it able to do? So we don't get caught up on the name of it, so you can choose your own. I like Android. How many people start arguing? Well, who cares? Right? This phone makes sense to me. I could utilize it for everything I need. Are there better phones? Probably, but not for me. So does that kind of make sense? So we don't get caught up on all the outside, because what's our problem? Lack of power. We don't care what you call this. Secondary, when you go through this, you can call it the creative intelligence, creator of the universe. But no matter where you go on this planet that has cell phone and the basic idea of a cell phone, when you go like this, unless you're in Thailand, it could mean something else. But when you go like this, like when you point at the bottom of your phone, it means you need access to power, right? Is that a universal language? Everybody understands that. And that's what we say as we understand it. It's lack of power. In the book, when they say as we understand it, it's a collective understanding. So, then they go through here by saying, remember that we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. Or old ideas. How would you know what an old idea is? It's anything in regards to formulating or devising your own plan of recovery that can't be found in here. That's an old idea. Well, it just got quiet, right? Because if you're doing our process, you can't show people what you're doing, and you've come up with your own idea. Whose idea is that? It's your own idea. So it's not our collective understanding or our solution. It's your solution that you're passing on to other people. If you want what we have, it's collective understanding, right? All our members, collective experience, right?
Yeah.
The spiritual appendix, all our members have tapped into an inner resource. Our more religious members call it a God consciousness, but all our members have tapped into an inner resource that got access to power through this course of action. Some was through a sudden. We talked about that earlier. The sudden ones are for the real sick people, because they need not to start this course of action. Like guys like me, I couldn't do this without a jolt of some change sufficient enough for me to start this thing. I would have died. And then I got the sudden, followed by the educational variety. So, remember that we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without help, it was too much for us. Write down, don't say it out loud, the most important part of what they're saying there. Remember, give this guy a nudge. Remember. Okay. So remember, we deal with, if you're getting tired, just stand up, do some jumping jacks. No, just stand up, relax, kind of because this is really important. Remember that we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without help, it was too much for us. What's the most important part there that they're trying to reiterate to us? Remember. Remember, you can't remember. Remember? Oh, now I remember. Remember that guy? After he got drunk, oh, I remember now. Remember that guy? I now remember what my friends told me. Well, why didn't you remember that before? Because I remember I can't remember now. Remember? Right? It may sound funny. So when you tell these people, just think it through, I forgot. Remind yourself. Why didn't you remind yourself? I forgot. Right? As the malady parallels with our sound thinking that fails to keep us in check, self-knowledge is absolutely of no avail. So where does the self-knowledge? It propels you to step 2. My self-knowledge is how well have I done so far? That means I'm going to continue to do that well. Do you have anything other than my experience? Yes, I do. Right? And that's what. So then they talk about here, half measures avail us nothing. Why? Because I need this change. I need a certain change to have this problem of the malady removed so I can start dealing with the human component. Right? I need this human experience and a solution to this on a daily basis. But as long as alcoholism is still present, it's beyond my pay grade, so I need to experience this thing on the level that it does. The impossible is to remove this problem. Is that not a miracle? When you think about it? Can you explain it? No. But I got so desperate I had to believe what you were telling me to be true. Right? That I bought into this based on your experience. I did this thing, kicking and screaming, and I went through it. Didn't matter how well I knew it or how well I did it. It was the willingness to do it. The key elements: humility, willingness, and honesty. And walking in the experience of those who went before me to formulate this relationship. It was the relationship that created the change, not how well I did this. I know guys who do this very well. They know the book. They're no longer here anymore. They're running big book studies. Running them. They stand up men. They got a great thing, but no relationship. The relationship became power, prestige, and money. They're no longer here anymore. Dead, gone. They became the credit to their sobriety. They started representing their own ideas. Look how far I've come. Look how well I'm doing. Anybody know that talk? Yeah. Right? And the rest of us is look how well I'm doing as the result of this stuff. Right? Big difference, right? So, half measures avail us nothing because we need to create this change. That's why it says as the result of these steps. Right? Does it say some of these steps or all these steps? As the result of these steps. As the result of these steps. Not a result, the result. The result is this psychic change of spiritual experience. Unless I have this thing, what's my fate? I'm going to die an alcoholic death. Yeah. So it's very specific. Once I experience this, in this regard, is the removal of this problem, then what other problem wouldn't be able to be fixed, solved, or I'll be able to face with the access of this power? What other problem wouldn't I be able to face or be taken? So the limitation to this thing would be me again. If this thing can create a psychic change, a whole rearrangement in your thinking, that you thus not only become comfortable in your own skin and be able to help other people, and you experience something on a spiritual level that's profound, and it created and removed the problem that was having a contract on your ass, killing you, and that you're having a different experience just because you were believing that this course of action to be true because the other people said it was possible. So that's how most of us started, isn't it? It wasn't your idea. Somebody presented this to you. Because if it was your way, you'd still be going to meetings talking about 417, right? Oh, there she is. Yes, and I'm doing really well now. Click, click, click. Right? I'm going to impress her on how great I am. You know how much money I make? Yeah. Yes, you're good for half of it. No, sorry. Oh. Still dealing with some of that sick stuff. So they talk about here this experience. So then we see that they talk about here are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. That who took?
They took.
They took it, and anybody since then.
Yeah.
This is the course of action. And so when they talk here, are they talking in present tense or past tense?
Fast.
Right? So we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, not are. So if you're new, like guys, anybody who hasn't been through this yet, you're saying you still are powerless. They're saying they were powerless. They're no longer powerless. This thing no longer has it. This thing no longer has them. It's removed. Big difference, right? So what they have is the daily reprieve. And these people that are recovered, they don't understand the book. Don't argue with them. Right? Because this whole idea is, that's the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous, is the idea we could recover from this thing. Right? And have active, productive lives. To go back to our families and communities and friends and family. And back to the life we desired and beyond anything we could ever imagine. It's possible for the renewing of these things. That's the miracle of AA. Right? And so to diminish it by saying we don't recover, that we're always, that's not the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. Right? We don't get in, whatever. Try reading the book. Okay, so now the first half of how it works talks about the steps. And they never talk about the steps again. Meaning in the second half of how it works. When do they stop talking about the steps? Once you have this change. I'm getting a lot of looks.
After step 12,
Well, what does step 12 say?
having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps.
We try to practice these
Principles.
principles. They're no longer steps. What's the purpose of the steps? It's to get you to connect to the power. What's the purpose of the power? Is to create a psychic change.
Yeah.
Right? So what's the purpose of the principles? Is to stay connected to the power. How many people got a driver's license here? How many people know somebody with a driver's license? So those people had to go through a process, and it wasn't for them. Like when they got the manual to learn the basic understanding of driving. Remember that?
Yep.
Whose understanding did they have to have?
There's.
They had to have the people that put this together, not the person who's I'm going to go with my own conception. Well, for me, imagine a driving instructor. Well, for me, that doesn't work for me. So, how well you study that manual, and then you go to a test, and it's multi-choice. You push the button, right? And if you don't study the manual, what is the chances of passing that test? You don't even qualify to get ready. That's like step 1 here. Step 2, right? Now we're going to get to step 3. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, I got my learners. I'm going to go through this process. My learners is the beginning. Step 3 is you just got your L. I'm not even going to go where you can go anywhere with that, right? You just got your L. You ain't got shit. You can't even go unsupervised. Can you?
No.
No, that's like if you knew you shouldn't be unsupervised. You should be connected with someone. I've been thinking, oh no, I'll phone somebody. Anybody here in the meeting? I've been thinking, oh no, fast, surround them. So you get your L, then you go through a process, do you not?
Yes.
So you get connected, hypothetically, to power. Going through a process. You're learning everything you need to do to function. You're learning certain steps, right? Then you book your license. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're sitting there and you're putting all these principles together. You've had a change. You're not the same person you were when you got the manual. Are you?
No.
You've learned whose process, whose
Theirs.
instructions. That's right. And the more you understand their process and their principles, right, the more efficient you'll be in that car. So you get in that car and you're going to put all these things together now. They're not compartmentalized anymore, are they? If you got in the car with somebody saying, I'm only practicing left turns today. Or if you got in a car with somebody and they had the manual still beside them, coming up to a light, what do I do? It's like, you can let me off here. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So once they get their license, do they still have the manual beside them?
No.
Could it be at home for a refresher?
Yeah.
But mostly they're putting all these principles together. So once they got their license, do they have to go every day and work on these things? They work on the principles to maintain and they develop. And if they adhere to those things, they never have to go do the license test again. They do a renewal. Right?
Yeah.
That's the exact same principles here. I've never heard anybody who's ever had a driver's license say, I'm just working on my braking today. I'm working on braking, turn signaling, and reverse. Working on 10, 11, and 12. That's what it sounds like. If you got in a car with someone, I'm just working on 10, 11, and 12, braking, acceleration, and parking. You kind of go, what? You got your license, right? So to have your license means there's no more barriers. That means you handle things as necessary. Yes?
Yes.
And the more you adhere to these things, you watch for these things, but you don't concentrate on these things. Watching and concentrating is two different things. Working on and enjoying is two different things. How many people, when you're enjoying driving, you're driving your car in a car with somebody you're enjoying, like if you ride with me one day and top's down, we're enjoying, got some music down, and I'm relaxed driving, would you be relaxed?
Yeah.
Now, if I got in the car and I'm like, oh God, like, would you start having anxiety driving with me?
With my wife.
Yeah. So you see what I mean? Like it creates but the whole, and that's like the process here. So once you go through it, it's not compartmentalized anymore. People like to say 10, 11, and 12, but people don't hear what they're saying. Because if you were doing 10, 11, and 12 every day, if you're doing 12, you wouldn't really need to be doing 11, would you? Because you're already doing it. If you're doing 11, you wouldn't need to do 10, would you?
No, we're doing it.
So 10's an indication you're not doing 11 or 12. Because 10's after. When these things crop up, it means I'm already sitting on the curb.
Yeah.
And if you're having to do step 10 every day, fuck, you're missing something. If you're hitting a curb every day in your car and you're not learning nothing from it, you've missed something. Yes?
Yeah.
You're not borrowing my car. Maybe you borrow his nice car. What do you think? No? No. That's like, no way. So, the second half of how it works, so look at now when you hear it from now on, you'll hear something that you never heard. So the first half talks about the steps. Here are the steps we took to have this or experience. Yes?
Yeah.
Once I have this experience of this access to this power that's personal to me, what does it become for us? What's the second half say?
Many of us exclaimed, "What an order! I can't go through with it." Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles.
The principles of these things. And we'll learn what those principles are. Right? Humility, honesty, perseverance, right? Integrity, all these things that they talk about, we learn that become a working part of our mind. So it's pretty interesting. And then we learn to live out of our subconscious instead of our thinking. When you're living, most people, when they do 10, 11, and 12, they're working out of their thinking. Is absent from their subconscious. Right? When you're working at 11, you're working out of your subconscious, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. That means you have to be able to meditate. You need to be able to free from attachment, free from your ideas, thinking, and thoughts, and problems. To be able to seek direction. What that means is, how many people has ever been in a car in a storm? 2 people? How come this is a participation group, people? Come on. That way you stay awake a bit. So, how many people have been in a car in a storm here? Right? So, give him a nudge. Teamster driving. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh.
Marty. Give him a nudge. Make sure he's still alive.
Marlon,
Marley.
Push him a little.
You're not at work. You're the third guy here. We got this guy. You're all going to stand up there. We're going to point at you. So I told you I'm going to get around to everybody today, so don't feel bad. No, Lavin and we're going to take turns here. So how many people have been in a storm in a car?
Me.
Okay, so when the elements start getting too much around you, what's the first thing most people do?
Slow down.
Slow down.
Turn the music down. Set the music down. They sit up. They go back to the basics. Everybody in the car starts looking forward. Nobody starts talking. Everybody's looking forward. All your instincts are on high alert. Yes?
Yeah.
You're prepared for whatever's coming at you. You're free of any thought, distraction, or anything. Looking at the road. You're in the moment. Yes?
Yes.
And you're waiting to deal with anything that comes at your way. Yes?
Yes.
That's like meditation. Life's happening. The ability to come back to the moment, to quiet the noise, to be present, and ask for direction to deal with anything that may be coming your way. Right? And not to ignore the symptoms of things that are happening. Because it's in the ignoring that causes problems in the present. And it starts to reflect on everybody around you. Yes?
Yeah.
So when you're having a nice sunny day, you notice everything's nice and sunny? And when you're not having a sunny day, you notice nothing's nice and sunny? What's the difference between those 2 days? You. Right? And so the second half here, many of us claimed one in order. We get these faces of these things. Well, you're going to have to kind of deal with this thing that's causing you and other people a problem. My infidelities, not paying child support, not taking care of responsibility, theft from work, right? Maybe I'm still chipping. Maybe I'm still being dishonest. Maybe there's things that I don't want to bring to light because there's a lot of fear attached to it. There's a lot of security attached to this. We're saying, what in order I can't go through because I can't see living without doing these things or having these things. Why? Because I'm self-reliant. This is my attachment to my comfort, even though it's causing me pain, agony, and anybody picking up what I'm putting? Am I talking to the right group?
Yeah.
Right? And now it's not only affecting me, it's starting to show up in my relationships that we talked about earlier. So how do I deal with these things? Perseverance. And that's where they're getting to the next part here, right? Many of us exclaimed, what an order. Anybody ever say that here?
Yeah.
Anybody say that last couple days? What an order. Right? Anybody start thinking about episodes or challenges they've been having? See the human component, right? It's not alcohol, it's the human component. And unless I find answers for those things, guess what's going to return again? The insanity of the first drink. And guess who's the only one that don't know what's coming? You're the only people that are going out is the people that don't know they're going out. Because if they knew they were going out, you think they'd do things differently?
Yes.
Here's your opportunity to do things differently. Because if you have this problem and you don't deal with it on the level they're talking about, guess who's not going to be here for the next one, next year? Daily reprieve. How do I get that? That's what they're talking about. What in order? My conversation with self. The inability to practice humility. The inability to bring this darkness to light. The inability to deal with these things that I find comfort in. And distractions in. That cause me guilt, shame, and remorse. I'm doing things that I don't want to do. Not doing things that I want to do. Anybody not fit in that category? So they're saying we know that. Relax. It's not about becoming, a saint. It's about what is it becoming about. Go ahead.
No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles.
Damn close some days, right, guys?
We are not saints. The point is that we are willing to grow along spiritual lines.
The point is that we're willing to grow what?
Along spiritual
So it's
lines.
the development. I got my license. I got my spiritual apprenticeship, my license. Now I'm going to develop these skills. Like when you first got your license, it took a while to develop. And the more comfortable you got, the more, right? It showed in your driving abilities, yes? And the more comfortable you became and the more enjoyable it became, just like life. But if you didn't know basic principles, life would let you know that you don't drive very good, do you? Move over to the slow lane. No, that's my buddy. So, right? Life will let you know that you're not conducting yourself properly when you're in a vehicle surrounded by other vehicles. Yes or no?
Yes.
And then if you're really not adhering to these principles, somebody will pull you over and remind you. Right? And they'll give you notice. And you'll think they're the problem. Anybody? And if you continue to ignore them, then they will revoke your license. And then you have to go through the process again, or through a whole different process, because you didn't get it the first time. Does that kind of make sense? Is it kind of, seems like there's a lot of similarities to these principles. So if I'm on the road and I'm sticking within these guidelines, you know what guidelines are? You know the yellow line, the curve. If I stick between that and I adhere to the signs that are happening, that are being presented, how well do you think I'll conduct myself? Anybody ever hit the Kelowna? They give you notifications on the road ahead, don't they? Right? And if you're watching what's happening, you get indications to what's going on, right? Yeah. And some of those curbs, you want to slow down to the sign that's designated on the side, right? And if you adhere to those things, how well are you going to do?
Good.
And when you go up there, you're not like, I'm watching over these things. Like, if I'm watching for these things and concentrating on these things, how well is your drive going to be up there? Is it going to be pleasant? Fun? How are the people in the car going to be with you? Huh? See? Now, if you just adhere to all these principles, do it, enjoy the ride, wow, look at the birds, you see what I mean? I'm watching for wildlife, I'm watching for rocks, I'm not concentrating on it or working on it. See the difference? Where's my energy spent? I'm aware of these things because I know the potential danger of it. That's the purpose of the 4, the 5, right? That turn into 6 and 7. And that I work on is actually an 11. And what I'm working on is my spiritual relationship that takes care of these things. So what I'm not working on is my cornering. I'm working on the principles leading into the corner. Does that make sense? I take all the corrective measures to go into this situation for a different result. Okay, so go ahead.
We're not saints. The point is that we're willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we have set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection.
Okay, so here we go. So here's the tough one. A lot of people think step 3, right, that we're going to do here is the change step. Step 3 is an idea. You do step 3 all day long. It's not going to bring you to where you need to be. I'm going to go get my license, and getting my license is 2 different things, isn't it? Step 3 is an idea. How many people's had ideas here? How many of you talk about those ideas?
Yeah.
At great lengths. Unless you take a course of action, those ideas are never going to come to play. So what's the idea in step 3 is the possibility of the solution in step 2 to the problem in step 1. So we see step 3 is the course of action is outlined in what step? 2. So what confirms the information in step 2?
Step 1.
Listen to the question. Now, what confirms step 1 is another drink.
Step 11.
3.
Okay, ready?
All 4.
How are we? Want 2 more guesses? So listen. Listen to the question. What confirms the outline of the possibility that's being presented in step 2?
11.
What was that? Step 12. Step 2 is an idea that I can have this experience based on a course of action. Is it not? Remember we were reading that earlier? 2 members of Alcoholics Anonymous visit. They grinned. I didn't like it so much. Then they outlined a program of recovery. Those guys are talking about step 12. But the person who's hearing it is step 2.
Right.
They talk about the problem, the malady, and this, and he snuffed out the last flicker of hope. He could do the job himself. What step was that? 1. He could reconfirm step 1 by what? Drinking again. That confirmed what these guys were talking about. Now they're offering him a solution in step 2, which is a course of action. Then they outline course of action, right? Remember that? Yes? When Ebby was sitting with Bill, what did Ebby do? Outlined a course of action that who did? He did. That enabled this change. Bill said, there's only a matter to be willing to build what I saw in my friend. Meaning if I did what he did, I'd get what he got. Yes? No?
Yes.
We picking up what? So when Ebby was talking to Bill, what step was Bill doing? 2. He was finding out the solution, but what step was Ebby talking about? 12. So what I'm doing 12-step work. I'm talking about my experience through this whole thing, and if you're new, the summary of it is step 2. Like my friends in the back, the newer guys, or anybody that haven't been through this, the whole experience is outlined in step 2 as the course of action from 3 to 12. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
I didn't go get my driver's license, okay? They tell you everything you need to do, don't they? Here's the course of action you need to do to get your license. So when I make my decision in 3, what am I making a decision to do is the course of action as outlined in step 2. Right? What confirms step 2 is when I get my driver's license. Right? So what confirms step 2?
Step 12.
That almost hurt it a bit, eh? Because step 2 is the solution to step 1. And the solution is a psychic change or spiritual experience. Am I picking up, everybody picking up what I'm putting down here?
Yeah.
Right? And through access, through power. Came to believe that
Power.
greater as recovery restores to sanity. How and where do I find this power?
That's exactly what this book
That's
is
what this
about.
book is about. Holy shit, it can't be that simple. Can't be, can it, Joe? So you mean now if I take this course of action as outlined by who? By them, I'll have this experience as talked about here in step 12. And once I have this experience, these steps become principles that allow me to maintain this relationship to keep my license. I have a daily reprieve. Well, what makes you say that? Well, go get drunk and drive your car and get caught. Will you still have your license? Go take somebody else's car. No. Go 240K down the road. Tell me how long you're going to have your license for. It's a daily thing, contingent on certain principles and ideas. Yes or no?
Yes.
I need to know what they are to be successful, don't I? I can't plead ignorance. If I don't know how to read the signs, then who's the only one to blame? What are you doing on the road? How many people said that to drivers? What are you doing on the road? Get over the slow lane. No. It's funny, when I drive my truck, I'm calm. When I drive my car, I'm an asshole. I don't know why that is. I know why that is.
You know why that is.
I know why that is. No, wait. Come on, do it. Okay. So, then they go, our description.
Our description of the alcoholic, the
Oh, sorry. Did we claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection?
We did.
You know what that means?
You're gonna fuck up every now and then.
But where do you gauge that from? Where's the starting point of that gauge? Well, step 1 is the illness, determining that. Where would I claim spiritual progress? Well, I mean, when I look at 4, what do I see in 4? What a life run on self, absent of spiritual or absent of God. Yes or no?
Yes.
So then when I discuss this with another human being, I'm starting to invite this power, get access to this power for this change. Yes? Now I see how I used to live based on who? Self. Right? Is the heat on in here?
Fire's on.
Oh, the fire is on. Okay, so because everybody's like,
Maybe we'll take a break.
yeah, let's do a 5-minute break and then
Open some doors.
open some doors, get some air. Okay, so let's get back to where we're looking at here. Good break, everybody. Revise back here, present. So the challenge here is so step one. What confirms step one?
Drinking.
Drinking. Step two is an idea to the possibility of a solution that's obtainable through a course of action. Yes or no?
Yes.
It's presented, hey, you know what, you're afflicted with this illness, me too. I went through this course of action. I'd be talking to him about step 2, but I'd be doing step 12. Is that right?
Yeah.
He would know, like Bill knew at the kitchen table, it was just a matter of being willing to do what my friend did, that I might build what I saw in my friend. Would I have it? Of course I would. So he knew that if he did the same course of action as his friend did, he would get what he got, right? So when he went through that course of action in the hospital, remember that? His friend promised what? When these things were done, he would have the elements of a way of living that answered all his problems. It's funny how we say that, right? All these problems. Well, the problems are the attachments and ideas contained within us. And allowing to enter the world of the spirit, that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different element that when you get there, I'll talk a bit about that tomorrow and later. But it's just mind-boggling how this thing is unfolded. So, the confirmation of step 2 is step 12. Makes sense now?
Yes.
An idea, as the result of this course of action, you've experienced the idea in step 2. Step 3 now is an idea. Well, people get, what do you mean by that? It says that right in the book. Step 3 is an idea. Of what? Of the possibility. Of what? Of this relationship with power, God, creative intelligence, whatever your conception of our solution that makes sense to you. Frequency, right? But the basic understanding is lack of power. And I need to get a relationship with this
Power.
and that's what this book is about. His main object is enable you, the reader, right, to find a power greater than yourself or to have this experience with this power which will solve your problem. What's your problem at this stage of the game? The malady, alcoholism. As long as that's present, you ain't going nowhere. So once that's removed, now we could have this experience of the human experience of the development of moving my life in a place that I want it to be. What relationships, people, places, and things, having a life worth lived, that I start having a past that I feel good about. And the people around me start experiencing these promises where there's harmony, peace, contentment. People are phoning me for direction and help. And I'm participating in the saving or the development of their lives where they could have union with their family, kids. Pretty wild, right? How this thing becomes communal. That everybody that I'm in association with now gets in one way or another, even though they may not know it at work. I got one of my work colleagues back there. I'm not a bad guy to hang around with at work. Pretty positive, I try not to get involved. I bring a different element compared to I stick out a little more than most guys at work. Because I have a different demeanor. Right? And when I talk to guys, I give them little tidbits of my life and all that other stuff. And I have people go, "You're a Christian," like the atheists. They always say, "I know you." They know right away. I said, "I never told you I was a Christian." What makes you say that? I could just tell. I could just tell. Why? Because my light's no longer under a light shade, right? It's no longer diminished. Our life force that attracts us to each other, how we're connected, is pretty well with the fellowship of the Spirit. So they talk about here, as we start going through this,
60 right now.
so 60, they talk about being convinced we're at step 3. We're at step 3.
Yeah.
So we're at step 3. What got us to step 3 was we agnostics and how it works. It prepared us to sidestep all those ideas that we have of detachment to the possibility of the experience and the beginning of the pursuit. Does that kind of make sense? the possibility that this thing is so I need to sidestep all my preconceived ideas, old ideas, a lot of my own conceptions, to adopt the idea that I need to get access to this power, that this power originates in me, and my life ain't changing much to the element that I'm hoping for unless I get access to this power. We agreed on that? So then, page 62 is self-explanatory if you ever read it. How many people has read it or heard it read? How many people thought of somebody else that applied to? So there you go, right? Yeah. First time I heard it read, I didn't go, oh my God, that's me. I thought, I'm going to go home and put this on a night table for the girlfriend. Because that's her. No wonder I got problems, right? So then they talk about, there's something else available here for us. But there's no way of entirely getting rid of self. What's self? Is the attachment to your thinking and emotional perplexities. You know, all that stuff that you're thinking about and bombarded with all the time. How many people stuck in the future? How many people stuck in the past? How many people anticipating stuff that's not even happening? How many people having conversations where people are not even present? How many people are having arguments that are not even happening? Right? Anticipation of conversation idea. So you're always under turmoil and anxiety. How many people notice shortness of breath when you get thinking? You hear people say, I have an anxiety disorder. No, you have a thinking disorder. The bondage and difficulties of self, but I can't see it because I'm used to the neighborhood. They're saying, well, there's a different way here, right? And at the bottom here, they talk about, well, not. So our troubles, we think. Go ahead.
Page 62. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. Middle paragraph. They arise out of ourselves, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot.
So we're an extreme example of the human condition. Because 60, here they talk about the human challenges. Right? And all these people, most people are selfish, self-centered. What can they get? A lot of people are driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion. Driven by these things they can't see at a lower level. That's what they're talking about. They're talking in past tense by realizing it through going through the 4 steps. When they said my life is a mess, they didn't say, oh, it's because I'm driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion. They don't know that. We don't know that. If we knew that, then we could do something. If we were able to assess that, then we could fix that. But because we're unable to assess the nature of where this thing comes from, right? The emotional deformity that is attached to it at a subconscious level that's dictating how I think, how I feel, and how I view the world, right? Because all I am concerned with is my thinking apparatus, right? The memos that are being presented to me, the commercials in the TV, right? So I have the drama of life. I'm watching my life unfold, but there's way too many commercials in this movie called My Life. And a lot of these commercials I'm not digging. Anybody? And I'm stuck on these commercials and I forget about what I'm watching or what my life is. Anybody ever have that moment? You're watching a good movie, commercials come on, you forget what the hell movie you're watching. And you're locked in the commercial. You ever notice it becomes louder and it draws you in? You're ordering shit you don't even need. No, I'm just well, maybe that'll make my life better. No, but so driven at these things at a subconscious level, if you knew what they were, then you'd be able to deal with them. They know what they are. They're talking in past tense. So they made decisions based on self, which later placed them in a position to be harmed. That's what they're getting at here, and that's what we're going to look at. Go ahead, Joe.
They arise out of ourselves, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so.
So how many people, when we're talking like this, they don't think, well, I'm pretty good, justify and rationalize their life and their behavior and how they treat others and how their relationships with people, places, and things are. How many people have a rationalization of that? Well, it's not bad. We'll ask the people around you if they would like it to be better. No, don't involve them. Right? Right? Ask me. I'll tell you how the relationship is with it. It's satisfactory. To who? To you. Well, we've seen what was acceptable to you for years, and now it's satisfactory. Maybe we should go with somebody else's opinion.
Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of selfishness. We must, or it kills us.
What kills us?
Selfishness.
our thinking and fixation on our own thinking. What does that mean is, as I was doing this presentation, how many people spent time thinking? You're locked in your thinking. You don't even know you do it. It's like you're like, then it's like you're participating, and then your face looks like it's starting to watch a Stephen King movie, and you're front and center to the vision or the story in your mind, and now you're a participant. We're all functioning here, and you're eating popcorn, wondering how this thing ends in your mind. Anybody? Go to the past, go to the future, go into arguments into the present, go into the narrator talking and nattering, and your inability to stay focused, to stay present. That's the self-centeredness. And it has a hold of you. Right? And you're used to it. You don't even know you're doing it because nobody's ever challenged you on it. You've never done an inventory of how non-present you've been in your life. And if you're non-present in your life, guess who else's life you're not present in? Everybody around you. Right? And it's so distracting. Like, you ever try to talk to somebody and they're on their phone? Oh, yeah. You ever do that?
Yeah.
And then why are they getting upset? I'm listening. Hey, we're out for dinner. You think you'd be present? I'm present. The kids, here, take the ball, go over there. Right? Anybody sloughing off responsibilities, commitments, things because you're too wrapped up in self? They ask you to participate in a meeting, you're not even in the meeting, are you? Something you're figuring out in the future, something you're figuring. That's self. The bondage, and there's no way of getting rid of self. Self stuck on self. They're saying there's no way of entirely getting rid of yourself. So how we try to do it was we cause distractions. Anybody cause distractions here? Fantasyland? Anybody spend a lot of time in Fantasyland? When this happens, when that happens, when they do this, when she does that. Right? Anybody? But it may be funny, but what you're doing is your inability to stay present. You're creating endorphins through your thinking that creates a change within your experience. So you're creating endorphins within inside of yourself that creates some form of emotional change within inside of you. Most people think they have an anger problem. No, you have an endorphin problem. You're addicted to the endorphins. Anybody ever seem to have chaos happening in their life a lot? Because you're addicted to the endorphins created by it, fight or flight. Anybody ever think on stealing something and you never really stole anything before, but all of a sudden you want to become, I'm going to steal this. I don't even wear eyelash. but no, you start having these weird thinking and emotions that causes anxiety. Anybody?
Yeah.
Like, I used to laugh with my wife, is because it causes distraction and causes an endorphin that kind of, addicted to. So it may sound kind of weird, but like the sex, the porn, the gambling, all that stuff creates an endorphin shift within inside of me that shifts me from the present, that shifts me from the bondage of self. So I'm trying to create a diversion for me because I can't change me. And by creating these diversions with people, places, and things, food, sex, activities, and all that stuff, trying to stay ahead of myself, I'm causing more problems. Unless I find a solution to this discomfort within my own being, I'm going to drink again. It's just a matter of time because all these solutions will be insufficient. Why? Because it's not producing the sense of ease and comfort I'll find necessary to be comfortable within my own skin. And we're saying we found that ease and comfort and comfortability through our relationship with a power greater than ourselves. We've totally had moments, days, and hours of being totally free from self. Totally free from the attachment of the world around us. We've experienced a new happiness and freedom beyond anything we could ever imagine, and we seek this more. So it's not step one motivating us anymore. It's our relationship that enhances us and develops us. Where I watched my guys when they kind of go through, the main part of their life was yes, step one motivated them, but what enhances their life today is their relationship and their working with others. They light up. They're lit up. And they meet their family obligations. They're involved in the community. They have their calendar at home, basically. And it's all set up with meeting all their obligations. And not only that, everybody attached to them see the promises happening in their life. Well, they start having a new freedom, a new happiness. They start having a shift in attitude and outlook. They start becoming comfortable. Hey, Joe, when are you coming back over again? What? Joe, I never want to see you again. What caused that? Joe talking? No, a demonstration of these things. He was inwardly changed. Renee with his kid, like we can go on and on. All of us have the same story. John just took a year. People around was like, hey, there's something going on here. Every once in a while he shows up. Oh, there he is. Right? But that's where the progress comes in. He goes back to the recipe, even though his mind tells him otherwise. Anybody mind talk shit to you here? Because its job is to keep you under its control, under its domain, keep you distracted from the light that's available to you within inside of you. Right? The life force. When you're living in your life force, how wonderful is your life is. It's reflected. It's like this light, man. It reflects nice light when you stand in it. When you stand outside of it, it's a little more dimmer. But if we block it, we take this thing and block it, the light's still there, but I don't have access to it. I go through this course of action, it changes everything. Right? It becomes personal to me. I can feel the difference between standing under this thing like the, right? Life's so bright I gotta wear shades, right? So that's what they're saying here. Yeah, I want that. I want that experience in my life. How many people want that experience in their life? So that's where we come up to step 3. And they finish by saying here at the bottom, this is the key. And where are you
We're
here?
on 62. This is the how and why of it. That one?
Yeah.
This is the how and why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. It didn't work.
Our plans and designs, right? Playing God. Anybody? As soon as I get, as soon as I have, that's playing God, isn't it? Yeah. This person will do this. As soon as I get that, as soon as I get, I'll be happy. You got it, you're not happy. I got the wrong thing. I'm going to return it and get something else. If you're not happy within yourself, you'll never be happy with anything you get. It's temporary delusion. Go ahead.
Next, we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director.
So this would be the next. I seen what I got me. How many people were happy with what they got themselves? I'm still debating it. Well, would anybody want what you're passing around? No, right? Sorry. Oh, what a dick. No, but that's the truth, right? If I'm not even liking what I got, and is there a lineup of people wanting what? Well, yeah, right? First, it has to resonate in you. So it's next. Okay, we're taking a new position here. Next, right? I've seen what I've gotten. I've seen what I'm up against. I've seen what I'm plagued with. Yes, I'm convinced that if I keep going down this road, it's going to lead to my own demise. It's always getting worse, never better. Everything that I've hoped to achieve, I haven't been able to achieve for any given period of time. There's been delusions of moments, rewards. You know, after we punish people, how many people reward them? As long as you're doing what I want, good. You're not doing what I'm going to punish you. Nobody like that in here, right? We teach people how to respond. So you're saying, you know what, next? Okay, am I ready for the next? How many people are ready for the next? 2 of you. That's good. It's been a good workshop so far. Really paid off. So you guys want to stay the same?
No.
So how many people are ready for the next? Okay, next. Right? What you're offering seems a lot better than what I'm experiencing. Or on the level I'm experiencing, it doesn't seem on the same level you're talking about. So now I'm in a position of making a conscious decision. You know what? I'm going to move in this direction. I'm going to set my GPS for a new course. Right? Because, some of the scenery and some of the road I'm on, it's nice, but it's not what I was hoping for. It's not the vacation that I was hoping for. So you know what? We're going to move in a new direction. What direction? This direction. Direction of those that went before me. Rarely have we seen a person fail who's clearly followed our path. I'm going to move in that direction. The path is outlined as I think of Second World War, was a guy would go through a field. Imagine this. And his job was to look for landmines. And he'd put flags down. And the people coming behind him, how successful do you think they were if they followed his path?
They were all right.
Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. How would you know if they didn't thoroughly follow the path?
Boom!
Hey, look at George. He always wanted to do things his way. Right? And that's the same with us. Where's Ryan? He's dead. Where's Bob? He's dead. I'm talking people in my life. Right? Where are these people? They're not here anymore. Why? Somewhere along the line. So how long do I need to follow this path? How long do you want the daily reprieve? Right? Because now I realize the only thing keeping this thing at bay is my relationship with something else, and what got me that relationship is this path put out by those that went before me, and I don't have to walk it alone. I can walk it with these gentlemen. We're walking it together now. We're all connected in some form that we're going to continue this road together. Some people a little farther ahead in the experience. Some people just starting, but we're all walking together. The apprentice and the apprenticeship. And the apprentice. Does that kind of make sense?
Yep.
And we all walk together, right? We all got to lift this thing together, right? Many hands make for lift, but we can't do it for you. And we're saying this is the road we did to get it. Is it kind of everybody picking up what I'm putting down here?
Yeah.
Is it kind of cool? Okay. Is this sounding a little more appealing than oh my God, I got to go join church, get a haircut, do thing, no more nookie, right? My ideas of God compared to what's available here, this sounds a little more exciting than my ideas. Okay, go ahead.
God was going to be the director. He is the principal. We are his agents. He is the father, and we are his children.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right? So ideas of when you go to work, most of us go to work, we're given the instructions for the day, are we not? And if we follow those, we're successful, are we not? Anybody ever drive by a construction site where they're just starting, they level it, and then they put the pegs down? Each one of those stages are dictated by somebody who's already put the planning in. Does that kind of make sense?
Yep.
And so if those people follow what's being dictated to them on a daily basis, pretty soon there's quite the structure, right?
Yeah.
If you're still putting down the foundation and you're worried about what the fixtures are going to look like on the 18th floor, you're missing the point. When you get to the 18th floor, you'll know what the fixtures look like. They'll be presented. Does that kind of make sense? And at the end, there'll be a structure put in place and something that'll be livable, right, and obtainable and worth value compared to something that wasn't there. And those instructions and everything was put in place before you even initiated that. It was all put in place. Does that kind of make sense? But as you see it as it unfolds based on your pay grade and where you are in this thing. So what we're saying here is there's already a plan in place. There's already something that's available. There's already a structure. There's already an experience. It's already put in place. Now, do you want to get involved in it? Right? That's what they're saying here, and it's simple. Right? He's the father, we're his children. How many parents are here? How many people have been parents? So when you look at your relationship, an ideal relationship is, my kids have never, ever worried about, is there going to be food tomorrow? Clothes, or if I was going to be there, or show up. I'm talking sober. Like, I grew up in an alcoholic home, and I was always wondering if there's going to be food tomorrow. Someday there wasn't food. I always wondered if my parents were going to be there, because I always got taught, you learn how to look after yourself, because I might not make it home one day, based on the lifestyle and where I come from. So you need to be self-sufficient. You can't trust nobody or anything. Right? So that's a fear-based life, right? Would that be a good relationship between me and my... No, because even them, I couldn't trust them. Weird, right? So the ideal relationship is with my daughter, is she never worried about nothing. Every day, she'd know when I was supposed to pick her up, guess who would be there? She never stood with her friends and said, I wonder if Dad's going to be here today. I wonder what kind of mood Dad's going to be in. I wonder if I'm going to get fed. I wonder if I'm going to have clothes. I wonder. Wasn't that, hey, Dad, I need new shoes. No problem. We'll get you some. I already knew that. Some days her lunch were always made for her. Like everything was prepared. So all she had to do was enjoy and follow my directions. And my directions were subtle. And how were they subtle? Because I was getting her ready for life. Right? My job is to get her ready for life. The steps are designed to get you ready for life. Right? And so those times she was doing stuff that she didn't like, what an order. Do it anyways. Right? You're going to get your black belt. It's a family tradition. You're getting it. Right? I don't want it yet. I don't care what you want. You can make it enjoyable, or you can make it very uncomfortable, but you're going to do it. So she learned to make it enjoyable, because when she made it enjoyable, didn't give me grief. We went for ice cream after. And I rewarded her for achievements. And hey, you see what I mean? Is that a nice relationship? So that's what they're saying here is available for me in this power. If I could trust and rely and develop this relationship. Okay, I'm skeptic, but based on what you people are telling me, it's available. Okay, you know what? If it's that simple, okay, you know what? I'm in. Because what's the alternative? An alcoholic death. What you guys are offering doesn't seem that bad, does it, Joe? Yeah, blowing out on a Pantrix or a liver, or not trusting a fart. I mean, like this sounds like a way better life, right? Knowing who you wake up with in the morning, that's appealing. Knowing where you wake up and where you go to bed, is that appealing stuff? Not drinking your rent, not hanging up with the neighbor's wife with no teeth. I mean, like it goes on. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Okay, go ahead.
Most good ideas are simple, and this concept is the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom.
So, Keystone, Joe probably talked about that in great length, is the stone that holds the archway up. So all these principles, the keystone is my relationship with a power greater than myself. Now you got to think about this. Keystone, which we pass to freedom. If you had to, most of us read that and don't give it a second thought. How many people? Right, so the keystone is a different experience on one side of the arch compared to the other. Yes? So imagine this door is an archway, and that exit is the keystone. And it's getting hot and uncomfortable in here. And it's going to increase. It's not going to get better. And I said, outside that door is a different freedom and different happiness. And that's the start to the access to the experience on the other side. We could talk about that out there. We could even look at it and see what it looks like in other people's lives. But am I experiencing it? What I need to do is get access to that door to go through it to experience it. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
So here the idea is that we're talking, seems really nice out there, right? Joe's thinking about taking some guys for a walk. It sounds nice, doesn't it? But how do I get there? Well, that's the archway. The keystone is the walking through this reality into another reality that's inside of us. So you have the anxiety-driven, fear-based Neanderthal instinct response to life. Anybody? And on the other side, you have this feeling of times of hope, aspirations, and wonderness and freedom from self. What does that mean? So it means like this. Anybody ever feel great despair here? Depression or darkness? And you see no way out? Then you had a moment where a prayer or intervention or somebody phone or something happened that created a shift of hope inside of you? How many people has experienced that? Do you notice it shifted your whole demeanor when that happened? And you're sitting in the same spot with the same reality, but you just had a different experience in that moment. Why? Because you shifted from the instinct-based to the spiritual-based of the idea of the power that's available, and you just had a glimpse of it. It changed your whole thinking, your demeanor, and your emotional state. Anybody ever have a lot of problems where you had to get to a meeting? You go there crazy, and then you sit in a meeting for a little while, and you just kind of go, It created something inside you, a shift inside you, but you had to go to those great lengths to do it. This recipe is saying you don't need to go anywhere to do it. It's already available inside of you. And if we can give you the access key to this door, like you push that lever, it opens the door, you can have a new experience anytime, anywhere. And you can spend more time on the other side of that door enjoying life than in here in the heat. How many people would like that other experience? That's what they're saying here, right? So this is the key way. We're going to show you this access code inside of you that you can get 24/7, 365, where you're no longer alone. That's what they mean. You're no longer alone. Right? Okay?
When we sincerely took such a position, all sort of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer, being all-powerful. He provided what we needed.
So this is the promise. That a new employer providing what we needed, not what we wanted. This is the contract between me and God. That if I'm willing to go through these things and maintain this relationship, I'll get all that I need to maintain the order of things called life and to be successful with inside of myself, the happiness, peace, enjoy and be useful to other people. Pretty wild, right? Okay, go ahead.
He provided all that we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of his presence, we began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, and the hereafter.
Here's the recipe, right? As we felt new power flow in. Then what happened? As we enjoyed peace of mind, right? As we discovered we could face life successfully, right? As we became conscious of his presence. You see the order of things? Lack of power is our dilemma. How do we get this power? That's what this book is about. What's the byproduct of that? Is this experience. So these people are talking about the experience of having gone through the process. They're not talking about step 3. When we sincerely took such a position, meaning making the decision to go through this rest of the course of action, how many people are ready to do that? One person. That's good. Very successful weekend.
I thought you were asking in general.
So how many people are ready to take such a position? How many people want to go through the rest of the course of action? How many are ready to take the next step? So the next step is the third step. They're saying the wording is quite optional so long as we express the idea. What's the idea? That I could experience these things. The third step prayer, you want to read it, Joe?
We are now at step 3. Many of us said to our Maker, as we understood him, God, I offer myself to thee. Build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those that I would help, of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always.
That's a summary of the whole course of action. In order to achieve that experience, I need to go through the rest of the steps. I'm entering this with the idea that these things are possible. That as I start to experience this power, I'll start to experience the freedom from the bondage of self and the difficulties, and I'll be able to, what? Help others of thy power, thy love, and thy will, through my experience. Have I experienced these things yet?
No.
Can I carry this message yet?
No.
Am I free from the bondages of this thing?
No.
Am I free from the difficulties?
No.
So step 3 is an idea that makes me feel good, but unless followed by the rest of the course of action. So what we're making a decision, they said, we thought well before taking this step, making sure we're ready, that we could abandon ourselves utterly to him. What does that mean? Is to move from my ideas into a new direction, to abandon ship, to move from a sinking vessel to a life raft, or to a life, and get on the life raft that moves you to the main ship. Does that kind of make sense? A safe vessel, safe harbor. Right? So that's what we're making a decision to do. So for those that want we're going to do the third step, right? I do the third step on my knees. You can do whatever you want. I think, for me, it's a humility thing. After 33 years, I still do it that way. And I still think everybody's staring at me. See how my ego will still talk to me after all this time. Right? So those who are ready to do step 3, we can do it together, and we can do it in a group, or you can do it alone. So what's the source of the possibility of the change that's available to us through the course of action that we're about to take? And whatever God himself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, and victory over them, and bear witness to those of hell. Thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Right on. We're going to have dinner at what time? 5. And we're going to start again at 6. Bring your paper and pens. Okay, that dinner was pretty good, eh? How about for the cook? Right on. I got the carb coma going on, so I'm going to stand for a bit. Okay, so the third step was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it is, right? To be done in a group. So what are you kind of committing to? They're committing to the idea of carrying through with this to have this experience. Because we understand now, unless I have this experience, it's just a matter of time before I return to the life I'm trying to get away from. Even though I'm able to create the delusion of change, anybody ever done that? Those that went before us said it's an illusion unless it's based on something. If you're an alcoholic of this type, you can't create the change necessary to save you from the fate that awaits you, which is the malady. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
None of us want to return to where we're coming from, do we?
No.
So the fourth step is the beginning of seeing the things that stand in the way of my relationship to source, power, or God, whatever you want to call it. I like to look at it as abscesses on my spirit that cuts me off. Right? So anybody know what an abscess is?
Yeah.
It's a poisoning. And actually, the guy that had problems with his mouth, if you have an abscess in your mouth, how many people know it could actually kill you?
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, but the abscess isn't the problem, is it? It's an indication of a different problem. So it's a symptom of the problem. Right? Does that kind of make sense? So you could puncture the abscess and get rid of the pus, but the problem that caused it still remains. Yes?
Yeah.
So here they talk about, before we go over in 63, they talk about step 3 is but an idea. When I said that, how many people went, whoa, what do you mean by that? It says that right in our book. The wording is quite optional so long as we express the idea. What's the idea? That this relationship is possible, that I could have this experience based on the course of action that's available to me that I'm about to engage in, because it says we thought well before taking this step, making sure we can at least abandon ourselves. So it's a voluntary thing. You hear a lot of people use the word surrender. Well, why don't they use the word surrender? Because it's not the same thing. You're not surrendering to an opposing force. You're joining alliances with this force to save you from yourself. Big difference between being drafted and volunteering, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're seeing the benefit of this alliance with this power to save me from this illness that has me. Does that kind of make sense? It's like the Second World War, right? The states didn't get involved. They got involved because everybody knows the story. But they in themselves couldn't beat the forces that were against them. So they joined alliances in order to overcome this thing that had the power to change our lives as we know it. But they took corrective action to change the outcome of the opposing force. So it's like our addiction. We're going to join alliances with this power, right, to change the outcome of something. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
Because without this, we already know our fate, right? So then on 64, they talk about what confirms our decision. Well, it says, next we launched out on a vigorous course of action. And then on the top of 64, they talked about, even though our decision was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless that
Once.
Once. What does that once mean for us? Next week, month, I'll get to it later. That's not what it means. That once.
Now.
If you were drowning, unless you grabbed the life preserver now, if you were in the water, dying, drowning, so imagine that they use the Titanic as an example. See, what a lot of people don't realize is that when you're in the water, that's one problem, right? You're in the icy water, right? With the sharks and gonna drown, like the possibility of drowning and dying. But there's another problem that happens when you're in the lifeboat. Anybody know what that is? Hypothermia. There's a different elements that could kill you also. So not only can you die by being in the water, you can actually die from being outside of the water. Anybody realize you can drown outside of the water? So there's people that actually were in the water drowned and they didn't treat it and they actually died in their sleep drowning from drowning. It's a really weird thing. So anyways, they didn't treat the actual problem. When you're in the water, it's a problem, right? And all you are hoping for the same thing to be rescued. So this is kind of like the life preserver being offered to you. But when you come to AA and you're in the meeting, you're just in the lifeboat. You're not treated yet. You haven't treated the problem. Does that kind of make sense? So what happens is you go back to the main ship and they treat the hypothermia. I don't know if anybody's ever had hypothermia or exposure. They treat that. And then you get out of that with the gratitude for those that helped save your life. Yes?
Yes.
Now you can do one or two things with that. One, you can go grab a handful of life preservers and get back in the next boat to go save the people who are still in the water. Or you can go play pool in a rec room and watch TV and talk about how grateful you are. Who's the grateful person?
In the water.
The guy who's back in the lifeboat. And that's how AA is developed the way it is. Remember when Bill was in treatment? As he lied there, he had this experience. Right? He had this experience with this power that became personal to him. And then he thought of how many other people might benefit what was so freely given to him. And that's what the book talks about. How shall we, right, offer... Many could recover if they had the same opportunity we have enjoyed. So our job is to offer the same opportunity. But before you could offer that opportunity, you need to know how to do the process. So in 64, they talk about here, therefore we started upon a personal inventory. And this here section describes a new way of doing things. Fact-finding, commercial inventory. It's a system put in place by commercial or businesses to make sure they're successful, right? About fooling values. They talk. Anybody ever read that? So what they're saying is they implemented an inventory process so the business will be successful. So what we need to do is learn a new recipe where we could take stock about the trade in stock, our lives, to see what's causing our failure, right? And if we know what's causing our failure, and we work toward the correction or the removal of that, will our lives look a lot different?
Yep.
So we need to see what they were looking on page 62. It says, out of ourselves, right? These things arise out of ourselves. These things that set the ball in motion or cripple or cause our problems. So here, they talk about, we did the exact same thing. You want to hit that up?
Middle paragraph, page 64. We did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out our flaws in our makeup, which caused our failure. Being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, was what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestation.
So we're looking for the flaws in our makeup that caused our failure, right? And we considered its common manifestation. The common symptoms of the abscesses of these things that are poisonous are causing our demise. Is that kind of what it says? So I need a recipe on how to look at this thing. How am I going to see what it is? Most people go, oh, it's selfish and consider it dishonest. That's not what's causing our failure. You're going to be struggling with that for the rest of your life at varying degrees. It's the human thing, right? Like my buddy caught a couple coho. He had a 5-pounder. He said he was going to give me the 3-pounder. I said the spiritual thing would be give me a 5-pounder and you keep a 3-pounder. Right? My own interest. Right? But on his spiritual excellence, my buddy with the watch. They look way better on me than you. Right? Like we're like that. We serve our own interest, right? But we do it in a loving way, and hopefully we'll all always struggle. 2 pieces of pie, you take the biggest pie, other person says, that's selfish. I said, well, what would you have done? They said, I would have gave you the biggest piece. Well, I got it. What are you complaining about? so you know what I mean? So here they're saying, we're looking at its common manifestation in the things in our makeup which caused our failure. So the first thing is resentment. Go ahead.
Resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease.
Okay, so the first time they're using the word spiritual disease, yes?
Yes.
In association to what? Alcoholism or resentments?
Resentment.
Resentments. So we see the human condition. Anybody with this level of resentments is going to be sick.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Right? But for us, it kills us. Why? Because it cuts us off and we go back to drinking. My wife, I remember her talking about resentment. I said, we can't afford resentment. She says, maybe you can't afford it. But she says, I can. She says, somebody messes with me, I nuke them. You pray for them, I'll nuke them. I said, okay, dear. I hope our peace treaty always stays in place. So, like, she can afford that, right? It doesn't govern her life. It makes her upset or whatever. She's able to compartmentalize it. I don't have that luxury, right? Because when I get resentments, I get busy. Anybody? So we see this is the number one thing that causes this ailment on my spirit that cuts me off from the sunlight of the Spirit. Right? This is one of the things, resentments. And then they start going through on how to deal with it. So if you open your booklets to here, the inventory process, right? And on the front of these booklets, you see these little things. You could QR codes. It brings you to our page, right? Discussion page. We get extra support. And also the talks and the worksheets are on there. If you need help with the inventory process, you can go on there, and we have all the Keystone groups like Joe's and all that on Sunday, all the different groups you can go to for extra help, right? And it also has the talks on there to help you go through the 4-step, because it's a tedious process, right? And we'll hit the highlights of it. So the first part here is what they ask us to do is make a list. So on the resentment sheets here, on the front here, the first sheet, as soon as you open it up, it says, what does it say? Resentments. You see that, resentments? So what it asks us to do, and we can practice here for a second. So what they ask us to do is we're going to learn how to meditate. What does meditate mean? Well, most of us think it's this big, long, dragged out event. It's very simple. The ability to kind of be aware of what's happening. So when they say resentments, when they say we listed people, places, and things with whom we were resentful at, I didn't understand what that meant. So my sponsor said, people you still had to get even with. I said, I know what that means. Because I didn't have resentments. I didn't have a harms list. Like, I'm bent, right? I remember I was sitting in a 12 and 12 study before I actually got sober. And this is after 10 years of in and out. I'm coming up to my 11th year of in and out. And I'm sitting in this meeting, and everybody shared. Alex was there, my sponsor. I had the least amount of sobriety. These guys were all like 3 years over, up to 30 years. And I listened to everybody on step 8, and it came to me, and I said, I don't got much to talk about. And my sponsor said, why is that? I said, I never did nothing to nobody that didn't have it coming to them. I have no step 8. So that's my mentality. I couldn't see what you guys were saying. So when it came to this list, I had a list of people I still had to get even with. I had a list of people I was pissed off with. He says, well, write that list. Anybody come to mind that people you're pissed off with? Whom you were? Put that down. Just the name of the person, place, or thing. Just make a list of whatever comes to mind. So you sit there quietly. Who am I mad at? Just start making names of people, places, and things. Right? And then as you make that list, there might be a block, or you might get stuck to the story. Then you do the 3rd step prayer. Because it's about accessing this process to see how it works. Not how it understand how it works, but to see how it works. And as you go through it, you start doing that stuff. So then you got the list of all these people, places, and things. The next thing it asks us to do is, if you look at the sheets, is to why. Why am I mad at them? Well, the cause. So we see on these sheets is the first list. It says, I'm resentful at people and institutions. Now, we have a separate list, right? And if you only have 5 or 6 as your first one, then you're lying. Like, you should have a good 50 plus. Easy, 50 plus. I mean, whatever comes to mind means what? Does it mean assess whether it's worthy to be on the paper or not?
No.
But how many people do that? I'm not really mad at them, but it came to mind. Or I've already dealt with this, then you wouldn't be thinking about it, would you? Right? When we go clean that kitchen, if it was clean, there would be nothing still on the counter, right? If you went in there, oh, look, this is not supposed to be here. That's not the question. It is there. So we need to take care of it. So you make this list, and part of that list is the sick question. And list is to your subconscious, present the things that are at a subconscious level. Does that kind of make sense? So you make that list, and some of it may sound stupid or crazy. It doesn't matter. You write down the people, places, things, whatever comes to mind. And you're going to struggle with that. Right? Why you're going to struggle is because you're going to use your intellect to go through this when it's a spiritual exercise. The spiritual exercise is your conscience is letting you know there's things that are still at a subconscious level, that there's still some emotional attachment to it without realizing what it is. So if you're doing a commercial inventory, fact-finding, fact-facing, the point is when you look on your list, you see on the shelf that this thing is still there. So you write it down, right? And so then you'll have blocks. A block is, after a couple days of writing things, I was starting to think about my sister. And I said, I'm not mad at my sister. I'm not putting her down. I'd start having this intellectual talk with me. Well, why would it come to surface? And why wouldn't I put it down? Because there was association with the idea of being mad at my sister who caused me guilt, shame, and remorse. Right? Anyway, so my sponsor, I talked to my sponsor, this is where sponsorship comes in, this is where prayer comes in, and the instructions to come in, and part of this thing is to follow instructions. Not does it make sense, just follow the instructions. So I put my sister down, and you know what happened? 6 names followed. If I didn't put my sister down, it wouldn't unblock that channel, right? So I'm thinking this is stupid. But I'm going to do it. Because if I had the experience of doing it, then I wouldn't think it's stupid. The other one was, when I actually did this process, this may sound kind of weird, but I had the guy with the blue cap. Do you understand what I'm talking about? No. I do, so it's code. As soon as I mention or see that on that list, right, blue cap, I know the story behind it. I didn't have to write the whole story. Did you notice I just word association would go back to that situation, right? So I put, when I went to the cause here, I put the one name, say the guy with the blue cap, no other names. And then I put the cause, why am I angry? And I put the dog, the laneway, and beaten up. 3 causes, right? And now then, next on my list was my mom. So I put my mom, 3 boxes down, I put my mom. And then I put all the other causes. I got 2 pages of causes with my mom. If I fill out the first column, what I've done is I've limited the second column. You see what I mean? And what our minds will try to do is trick us into doing things differently, or minimize or change the instructions that we're given. A part of the exercise is you get to see how your mind operates with instructions of your participation in the saving of your own life and your resistance to it.
That's when you get your sponsor to grip something to pick over. No, do it this way.
So what happens is you go through, why? Because it's a recipe, it's a spiritual recipe, right? And what we're looking for is the outcome of it. The process will lead us through the outcome that we're hoping to achieve. If you understood it, then you wouldn't need to do it. And if it made sense to you, then we're explaining it wrong. Because everything that made sense to you did shit for you. And everything that don't make sense to you is going to help you. Right?
Did you say write down all the causes?
Yes.
Like every one?
Yes. If it comes to surface, why not? Write it down, right? So there would be in its point form. You see the example on page 65, where is defined usually is defined as this example. I'm mad at Mr. Brown. His attention to my wife. Told my wife or my mistress. Right? What else does it say there?
Brown may get my job at office.
So Brown means his ass kicked. No. So I can see why I'm resentful. So, but when I do my fifth, I'll tell the story. So why did I put the guy with the blue cap? I went to treatment twice. I've written out life stories, and the guy with the blue cap has never came on that list. None of them. When I did it this way, the guy with the blue cap came up, right? And so I put it down there, and then as we go along, and then the next is, they talk about social instinct, which they talk about here on page 65, and then they go on to a part of the exercise we're going to look at on page 66, where they talk about social instincts, security, sex, and ambitions, which is our instincts that make up the human condition. Right? I cannot have a resentment or be afflicted with something unless I have a threat to one of these basic instincts that make up self. Right? So, with this guy with the blue cap, did it affect my self-esteem? Yes. And then the thing with my mother, so I go down from top to bottom, the one question. Did this affect my self-esteem? Once I finished my entire, right? I did all the names and all the causes. So I may have 10 or 15 pages. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. Then I do the self-esteem. Why do I go from top to bottom? Because I don't have to change my mind. I'm looking at one thing and I'm listening to my conscience, whether it affected it or not. And if I'm unsure, I leave it blank and I revisit it in my fifth. So I'm seeing how this has affected me. So I go through all that, and did it affect my personal relationships? 100%. Did it affect my material, my security? No. Did it affect my emotional? Yes. Right? And so then, sex instinct, did it affect? It was no, I was 9. Right? So then my ambitions, did it affect my social ambitions? 100%. This situation. I'll get into it, right? Did it affect sexual ambitions? No. What about my security? Yes, 100%. So this is a small item that I've been carrying for years, that it's subconscious that I didn't know was there, but by writing it down, it brought it to the surface, and there was emotion attached to it. And what happened as I was doing my fifth, I didn't go through the emotional process or at different parts where there's an attachment to the story. Anybody, when you start thinking of past events, have emotion tied to it?
Yeah.
This is where you stop, remind yourself of the exercise, and do what prayer? Third step prayer. And then it started making sense. Relieve me of the bondage of self. Take away my difficulty. It's not about reliving and re-feeling the situation. It has now become warped and distorted. You've warped and distorted this situation. You've changed the story so many times, or you've buried it so deep that that it's kind of, right? So, then it asks, when we did all of that, then the next category is the fourth column. It says, was I selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened, or inconsiderate? Some of those you may have no across the board. Some may say, yeah, how I set the ball rolling. Right? Some may be hard to look at, like this situation with the situation with the guy with the blue cap. So what happened with the guy with the blue cap was, I was in a small gang, a street gang back in Toronto, and what happens is I'd have to try to get home up the laneway before the older kids in the gang would get a hold of me. Right? When I was with my friends, they left us alone, but when you're an individual, they would target you. And sometimes I'd go across the roof or try to... So I was almost home, and he grabbed a hold of me, and he started feeding me a knuckle sandwich in the laneway. And I was tucked up and holding on. There's this, I think he was 13, and he was beating me up. The dog next door was a police dog. Me and him were friends. He jumped the fence. He grabbed the kid by the face. They put the dog down. I buried it. Never revisited it, never thought about it again, never even give it a second thought. There was all that emotion and guilt and shame tied to that situation that I never talked about, never even thought about again. So it comes up in my fourth. It's like, wow, from 9 years old, that one episode buried. Right? And then when I talked about it in my fifth, there was a bit of emotion to it, and I released whatever was still attachment to it. I released it. Now I can talk about the story without the emotion, right? So you see how our experience can benefit others, and whatever the situation. So what was my situation in there? Well, I was kind of like, well, I don't know. You know what I mean? I wasn't dishonest. I wasn't selfish. I wasn't self-seeking. But I was frightened. Right? I was frightened. And my fear is what set this whole thing off with the dog to protect me. Right? So when I did my 5th, I was able to do that. Situations with my mom, the resentments I had toward my mom, by looking at it differently, I was able to be free of a lot of that stuff. So what they talk about here on page 66, it talks about here, it is plain that a life which includes deep resentment, what's deep mean? Right? Deep inside, leads only to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might be worthwhile. But with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is fatal. We found that it is fatal. For when harboring such feelings, go ahead, Joe.
When harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit.
Ready? So when you think of harboring, to harbor something, to find refuge, to keep, harboring a fugitive, a harbor, a vessel, ships where they find safety and refuge from the storm. They're anchored in deep refuge. You ever see an anchor you never see the anchor of a ship into the bottom, right? Bottom, but it holds this vessel in place, right? So when you think of these things that we're attached to, they're so deep inside that every now and then they come to the surface, but not really. But when they come to the surface, we revisit things once or twice or every now and then or never again. Anybody have that stuff? The reoccurring thoughts, feelings, and emotions, the reoccurring story, the reliving, the refeeling, the reliving, living in, how you do it different, how you do this, the waste of time, how we permit these things, but lack of power to change it or redirect it is our problem. So when harboring such feelings, so the things that we attach to that harbor these emotional deformities, which is inside of it, the poisoning of our own self based on past events that we still harbor, right? The cyst on our soul that keeps us, our spirit that keeps us cut off from the sunlight of the Spirit. So what we need to do is the removal of these things, right? And so we see what we're trying to do here is have this relationship, right? The maintenance of a spiritual what?
Spiritual connection.
Right? And so, and here it tells us, if we don't get that, what does it say?
We're going to drink, the insanity of drink returns.
See, not the obsession, the insanity returns. Because why? We're still blocked off. And at a subconscious level, we're still not happy with our lives. This stuff is still dictating how we feel, how we think, and how we respond to life. Anybody ever have situations where you already know what's going to happen before it's happening?
Isn't that paranoia?
Yeah, well, it is. It is. But it's not that situation that you're dealing with. You're still dealing with the past, bringing it forward, and projecting it on the people you're dealing with. So you're not actually dealing with today's stuff. You're dealing with yesterday's stuff and today's stuff, and the inability to control your emotional nature.
That you've been harboring.
So what's really determining how you react today is the past. Anybody ever suspect people are up to something? And they're not up to something? Anybody have an argument with themselves, wait for the other person to come home so you can finish it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what you're up to. Good, you want to tell me? So right? And we formulate this argument that causes separation between us, our partner, our kids, and people around us. Anybody?
No. Yeah.
So it's not today determining your relationship. Still, it's the stuff in the past. So if this stuff was gone, how well would your relationship start to be in the present if you're dealing with today's stuff today?
Much better. Much better.
Much better. So what they're saying is then they go into the deep-seated stuff, right? On the next page, it talks about here. So each specific course in here in the manifestation of these things, resentment's one part. Then there's fears. Then there's sex conduct and harms. These are all manifestations of our problem, how They exhibit themselves, right? So we should look at as common manifestation. These are the 3 areas or 4 areas that we're going to look at, right? Because these are the things that are causing our demise. And if you can get the recipe for these things, then all the rest of it's simple. Does that kind of make sense? So what's the point of the resentment part is to learn how to master it. Let's see what it says here. So when harboring such feelings, go ahead.
Okay. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns and we drink again. And with us, to drink is to die. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us.
That's not good. You know, we're brainstorming. That's not what they mean by that. Brainstorming is the bombardment of emotional and ideas, uncontrollable thoughts and attachments, and conversation within our own mind. How many people's had that? And the more, and then you start talking to it. You ever notice when you start talking to it, the angrier you get?
Yeah.
And there's no talking to you, is there? And then you show up. Now you're making amends not only for today, but for the past. You're reliving. The past is dictating how you handle today. Most people keep on recreating the same relationship over and over and over again that failed in the past. Why? Because they're bringing in the same recipe. You start loving this person, and the very same person you're loving, you start despising. Where does that change? It changes within inside of yourself. You go from a loving, kind spirit to formulating an argument within inside of yourself, your jobs, your relationship. Anybody ever get a job? This is the best job I ever had. Oh, thank you so much. 2 paychecks in, they're lucky to have me. 3 checks in, I should be running this place. 4 checks in, who needs them? I quit. And then you're really surprised that they're still functioning without you. I showed them. Yes, you did. You keep showing everybody. Anybody? Right? Yeah. I like the one, you'll never find anybody like me. They say, I hope not. Okay, so you'll get that later. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are a poison.
Why are they poison? Because we're creating a toxic environment within inside of ourselves that we're permitting, we're feeding, we're fueling, we're narrating the story. And so when harboring such feelings, that's resentment toward other people and resentment toward ourselves. How many people keep on talk shit to themselves? Right? Would you allow other people to talk to you that way?
No.
Not unless you pay them, but I mean, that's a different kind of thing, right? See who's listening. But the idea is, when you start thinking that way, do you feel the change in your energy?
Yes.
You realize your world becomes more narrow. You realize your breathing starts to change. You realize you're more irritable and you have a fight or flight instinct. You're more touchy. Anybody?
Yeah.
You can hardly stand yourself, never mind anybody coming in your proximity. Right? I remember once going, you drive me crazy. No, they're just revealing how crazy you already are. People don't make you crazy or make you mad. They reveal who you are. You hear people say, I would never do that sober. Yes, you would. Alcohol just reveals who you are. Yay! Yay! Oh, right? Huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then when you start doing shit sober, you don't got alcohol to blame anymore. It's like,
Right.
the worst thing I ever did in my life was sober. Sober, based on resentment. Right? Some of this shit, alcohol would save me from me. Alcohol actually saved me from a lot of my story. I was too drunk to carry half the shit out.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? When you're sober, fuel. Right? Driven. Anybody been driven here? Anybody do shit and then afterwards, as you're doing it, you can't stop it and part say, hey, what are you doing? You are going to you, hey, what are you doing? Snap back, watch this. And then afterwards, you have, as you're walking away, I showed them, and then the guilt and the shame starts filling you. Because the way you treated them, the way you conducted yourself. Anybody? Who's making those decisions? Your past. That's why we got to get down to root and cause. Go ahead.
We turned back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle.
So entirely different angle here is we've been looking at it from left to right. When we're done, we're going to look at it from right to left. We think it's the people and the causes that caused our problems in this area. Then we realize it's actually our instinct that invited these things to happen. Right? Based on our instincts, we reacted selfishly, dishonesty, frightened, or inconsiderate. And we invited these.
Did you guys write one out?
What, for fear?
No, on the resentments that Tony's talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You guys read just one of them?
I just got down causes and conditions. That's because I'm listening, right?
So yeah, so yeah, how to fill it out, right? So what happens is I don't want you getting stuck to the story, right? Because it's going to take a long, right? So we're going to go through it. So what happens here? Then there's going to be certain resentments that you're going to be tied to. Does that kind of make sense? Tied to some deep-seated. You're stuck to the story. Anybody got a story they're stuck to? Something that happened to you, something that happened in the past, something transition, something, right? Mom, dad, brother, somebody did something horrific way back that you're carrying, harboring feelings against. When you think about them, you think, how many people got that? So now I'm stuck to the story. So here, what do I do with these people? What do I do with these people that doesn't seem to be shaking my perception of them? Anybody have that? Yes. So this is what they're saying here. I'm going to start having to look at them different and the situation different so I can have freedom from that. Because the way I'm looking at it keeps me justified to the attachment of it. And what am I doing? I'm poisoning myself. I need a different view if I'm going to be free, because what am I trying to do here is I'm trying to master resentments. That's the goal of this exercise, is learning how to master resentment. What does it mean to master something? Is no longer afflicted with it. So what does that mean? So the example that they use, I think is the best one. I've heard there's a lot of them. You're living in the neighborhood, it's gone to shit in a handbasket. Nobody's ever lived in that neighborhood here, but you ever see one of those ones? You see it just falling apart. Everybody's comfortable with the idea it's falling because everybody's house is like that. You're comfortable with that. Your wife's comfortable with that. Guy moves across the street, starts fixing his place up. You're okay with that until the wife goes, look at his place. Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? Right? Yeah. Now you're resentful at him for making you look bad. Yes?
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to think, who does this guy come in, change the neighborhood, start fixing up his place? Now my wife's giving me anybody know the argument?
Yeah.
She's saying, well, if you took some time to mow the lawn, right? Now who's making themselves crazy? You feel the energy that's happening with that? So now that's a resentment, yes?
Yes.
So there's two things I'm going to do with this thing. One or two things. I'm going to go burn that guy's place down. That's how we deal with this shit. I'm going to throw a can of paint at his place. I'm going to throw some of those paper bags with shit in it. I'm going to light it on fire. I'm going to do something to him. I'm going to show him. So what does that work toward? Your own demise, right? So you take that same energy, you know what? I'm going to start fixing up my own place. That's mastering resentment, right? Instead of looking in the mirror and taking the resentment towards yourself. Look at you. Anybody have that talk? Look at you. Look at you. And then when you say, then you go to the fridge and get a tub of ice cream, right? Like like that's the resentment, the self-loathing, right? Anybody ever have that? Nobody here probably, right? Instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to take this and master it and work proactive. Take this energy and I'm going to move it in this direction. Because that energy has to go somewhere. It doesn't go anywhere. So to master it means to use it for your betterment instead of your downfall. Does that kind of make sense? It's like Steven Seagal. What does he take when energy? He moves out of the way of it and he uses that energy against his own component. And that's like us. We see it, we're able to assess it, and change it. And the mind is very tricky. Learning how to master things is like this. My mind works like this on a constant basis. I woke up this morning, I seen Renee's bed was made. Part of my brain says, you don't have to make yours. The other part says it would be the right thing to do. I don't want to make my bed. I'm having an argument about making my bed. I spend more time arguing about it than it would take to do it. It's time to go to work tomorrow. You should go to bed. Now I'm going to stay up and watch. A part of you tells you the right thing to do. The other part of you argues with it. Something says, get up this morning, you should have a shower. You lose it. I don't want to have a shower. Have a shower, you'll feel better. I'm having these conversations with myself. Obviously, it's going to be way better if I have the shower. Why am I fighting it? Right? I'm in there having a shower. It says, you should shave. I don't want to shave. How many people have these conversations with themselves? It's like crazy. It's like you feel better when you shave and have a shower. Why are you so resistant to it? There's a part of me that's just resistant to everything. How clean up? Why? Right? So these are the small items. Never mind the big shit. We're talking big shit here that we've been carrying for years. Why don't you deal with this? Why? I don't have a problem with it. But you've been thinking about it for the last 5 years. It's been eating your lunch. You haven't been eating alone for a long time, even when you're alone. You've been having people help you eat your lunch for a long time. Some of these people are even dead. Anybody? And they're with you. How are you this morning? Yeah, never mind. And you're talking to them. How many people talk to people who are not even there anymore? How many people relive stuff? If I was there again, I would do this. Boy, I would do that. If I was there again, I would do that. So the way we look at it, a lot of it causes guilt, shame, and remorse and anger. Yes? Like my friend, we're talking about his guilt around some of the episodes that he did in his addiction. So that means as long as he looks at it as him being the problem, as a behavioral issue, he feeds the guilt, shame, and remorse. Right? So this is looking at it from an entirely different angle. I put that I'm resentful at myself for the things I did. Anybody? I did this, I did that to these people. So as long as I look at it that way, I reinforce that I'm an asshole. I'm going to reinforce I'm a piece of shit. I reinforce how people I perceive see me. So how do you think I'm feeling? I'm not even started my day yet. Now you should brush your teeth. No, but you get what I'm saying? If I'm feeding myself all this stuff, the resentment, the pain, the agony, and I'm living in the past and it's refestering inside, resurface, it's one thing at a time we could think of, and there's thousands or maybe hundreds of episodes. How am I going to be feeling? How many people spend way too much time reliving shit in the past? Right? Beating themselves up. So what I said to my friend was, to look at it differently is, you know what? You could have done it differently if you didn't have this illness. It wasn't you determining this, it was the illness determining this thing. And when you don't have this illness anymore, you're not doing these things anymore, are you? Anybody, are you? Right? I'm able to be that dad, that parent, that person. I'm able to provide. I'm able to do these things I was never able to do before. A part of me is able to curb this thing used to drive me, where I have the ability to pray and alter the shift inside of myself. Does that kind of make sense? So this is what they mean by mastering resistance. So what do I do with these people that really, like my dad, my mom, I without getting into it, I thought about offing these people many a times without getting into the story. I fantasized blowing my dad's brains out. I know how he got to work. I went through the army. I have a sniper I get away with it because of the things that happened about it. And I'd fantasize about this thing, and I thought it was making me feel good, but it was actually poisoning myself. Anybody? Right? So, go ahead here.
Top of page 67.
Oh, this was our course.
Oh, you want to do the bottom?
Yep.
Bottom of 66. This was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way they disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too.
Well, wait a minute. You mean not alcoholic? They, like ourselves, were sick too. So why did I do these things? Because I was sick. When I look at the things I did and realize I couldn't help myself from doing it, anybody? I didn't choose to do these things. These things were dictated to me. Big difference. Right? When you look back, can you have done it any different than the way you done it?
No.
Right? But we beat ourselves up hoping with the knowledge we have now that we could have changed back then. We couldn't have done it any different. And so we realized that the people, places, things that we harmed or caused harm to were collateral damage. No matter who was in our path would have had the same results. It was nothing personal. That's hard to fathom because you know why? Now I got to look at these people that hurt me the same way. It was nothing personal, even though it felt personal, that anybody in that situation would have got the same thing. It wasn't because it was me. Anybody in that situation would have got the same thing. I witnessed it because they were acting out of their instincts and they were also being selfish, dishonest, and inconsiderate. They couldn't have done it any different either. That starts changing things. So that means if I'm going to give myself a little leeway, I need to start giving them a little leeway. And if I'm going to be free from my attachment to them, I got to start looking at them differently. Right? So I got to start looking at, well, they were sick. They couldn't help doing what they were doing. Right? Like I couldn't help doing what I was doing. The things that I did, I didn't really, you know, like some of the shit we do is like pretty wild, eh? Right? Right? Anybody? And it's not like you show, oh, what a good idea to do this. You're being driven by these things, right? So here, go ahead.
We'll start at the top again. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way that these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. We asked God to help us to show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant the sick friend.
Where's this taking place? Inside your thinking. If you start changing how you view your thinking toward them, this is going to sound funny. So, at my place, from the neighbor, there's a rat infestation. I got traps set out all over the place, catching rats, and kill them with a shovel, right? Yeah, you're on my property, my place. Last night, I went into the bathroom, and there was a little teeny mouse, furry mouse, in the toilet. And he was struggling to get out. I just seen the fight for life in him, trying to get out. And I had a moment, right, where there was compassion for this mouse. It was weird. No, I didn't flush him. I could have. I'm in his house. I took him out of the toilet, like on the thing. It may sound kind of weird, but there was a moment where we kind of looked at, and then he went and sat in the corner, relieved from the fate that he was in. And I had a moment with that mouse. It sounds kind of weird because I was in the same place. But my toilet was life. And the more I struggled, the more I knew it was over. It was over. This mouse going 100 miles an hour, not going anywhere. And you can see he was getting tired, right? And I had a moment of compassion. Something may sound crazy for this little, and I let him, he went into the corner, and he kind of got his breath, and then he went back to carrying on his life. This is his home. Right? If he was at my place, I would have squished the little shit. No, I'm just joking. Not really. But no, you see what I mean? It's just perspective, right? Because at my place, it would have been eating the wires of my home and causing damage to my place. Here he lives here. Well, who am I? This is his domain. I'm visiting. Is that kind of just a different perspective? But you know what it did? It made me feel really good.
That's great.
It made me feel really good. That little compassion for a mouse. Really, Essie would be so proud of me right now. Right? For some of you know the story, right? So it may sound kind of weird, but to be able to enjoy those moments is what this is all about, right? It really, and it's the moments in life. So here, go ahead. We will get to it in a second. Go ahead.
We ask God to help us to show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend.
Who are you involving here?
God.
You're doing that prayer. Does it mean you got instant relief?
No.
it means you're getting some relief. Because now you're not working toward their demise and the story anymore. You've interrupted it for the first time and being willing to look at these people differently. Right? You're willing to look at them differently. Doesn't mean you're going to feel that way all the time, but now you got a bit of relief. Pretty cool, right? A bit of relief. And you're inviting this power of prayer. And then you get to see how this stupid idea of praying for these people actually causes you a bit of okay. Taking that mouse from the toilet. May sound stupid, but it made me feel good. I felt really good about it, right? That, because I seen his struggle and I had identification with knowing his demise. As weird as that may sound, right? And his fight for life there, right? And then I remember being there, and it was over for me, right? And there was an act of kindness that has me standing here today, right? And the willingness to do something that didn't make sense, right? So he's happy now. Not that he's thinking, oh man, that guy's a really nice guy, right? But you know what I mean? And so imagine if you could do that with these people. Start looking at them differently. Next time you see them. My stepfather, meanest man you ever wanted to meet in the world. Second World War. Escaped from, he worked just under the SS. Atheist. Meanest man, most hateful man I've ever met in my entire life. Right? Without getting into all that stuff. So he was the guy who would sit me out in the middle of a lightning storm, and I would be horrified at what's happening. And he'd say, now remember, being in my pajamas, I'm probably 6, 5, and I'm horrified at what's happening in Toronto, big electrical storm. And he looks at me and says, you know why that's happening? How about, no, I remember as a little kid, no. He says, because God's mad at you.
Wow.
I went upstairs under my bed and I was begging God to not be mad at me. 6-year-old. And then there's times where he would go into blackouts and the beatings, and I'd come to with my sister begging him to stop beating me. Right? This guy was, so when I got sober, that's just parts of it, right? And then I got locked up in custody of the ward. So when it came to this guy, I want to get even with him. Beat me when I was a kid, do all that stuff. Not a kid anymore. How you doing? Right? But I'm poisoning myself. Right? I'm working toward my own demise by participating in the anger that's still driving me. How am I going to go make amends to this guy for the stuff I did to him? I was a real little prick to this guy. I dropped record players on his head. I put insulation in his bed. Whoa, yeah. Yeah, piss in his coffee. Don't drink the coffee. You want to play? Let's play. Right? I was a kid. I learned that stuff from the people I grew up with. When I went and made amends to him, I didn't. First, I had to get right with myself. Because if I wasn't right with myself, how do you think those amends would have went?
Not very good.
Not very good. So I had to look at him differently. In order to look at somebody differently, you got to understand why they are the way they are. He's since passed. The reason he is the way he is, he escaped from the Second World War under the Hitler regime. And part of his story is he had to, in blackouts, he would talk about killing people in barns, women and children, shooting them, point blank, dead. Watching people running upstairs with their heads decapitated. I was a kid listening to this as he got drunk, drinking the vodka, and he'd be in his veins, and he says, God, worms in the back. And he'd be like this, right? No, really, he loved my sister and my mom, but he hated me, right? So now I'm going to go. So as I started thinking about his life, I started thinking, could you imagine Second World War? Could you imagine being in that place between getting your head blown off and having be put in that position of being able to do that to those other people for your own survival? Could you imagine what that took? And I started having compassion for the guy. So I got to, every time I thought of those feelings and those emotions in the story, I stopped it. And I did an investigation, right? And I prayed for him. And as time went on, I got to a place where I forgot what happened to me, and I just was okay with him. And when I went and made amends, I sat with him, and I had pity for him. Because he was sitting alone in an apartment with nobody or nothing. Angry and bitter. His story consumed him. Right? And all that was left was my sister. And then when he passed, my sister phoned me and said he passed. You know what I said to my sister? My condolences. She says, you're coming to the funeral. I said, I have no need to go there. We didn't have a relationship. I'm sorry for your loss. And I was able to be genuine about that. Is that not a transformation and a miracle? Right?
100%.
So did it happen overnight? No, this is step 6 stuff that we'll get into later. Right? But I was able to start mastering this stuff. And that's why this recipe takes a little more than 2 seconds to go through, giving you the highlights of it. Does it sound pretty cool recipe?
Yeah.
And if you want to learn how to do that, we do workshops and we'll get into it, and the things, we'll take you through it at a more in-depth level, right? So go ahead.
This was a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God, save me from being angry. Thy will be done.
Yeah.
We avoid retaliation or argument.
Okay, so most people think retaliation or argument means this. Hey, retaliation or argument. You know what that means? Most people think it's on a physical thing, like this. You could see it. What retaliation and argument is, it starts in your own being, in your own mind. How many people have retaliation and argument in their mind? The story. How many hours do you spend there? How many days does it add up to? Now you know why you feel like shit. Now you know why you're having conflict with everybody. You're constantly poisoning yourself, trying to act like nothing's happening. The basis of your fertilizer don't smell so good. Right? Right? Because you're toxic, right? You're still toxic, and these things are still surfacing. So we need to diminish this stuff. So the argument, stopping the argument before it happens. Changing the narration of the narrator. Anybody know who the narrator is? That part that talks to you. You know that part that you talk to all the time? So now here's part of the exercise is to step back from the narrator and be the observer. And realize for the first time that you're not your thinking. That you have domain over your thinking through the exercise and the power, accessing power to this creation. So through the prayer, I don't know how it works, but I know when it works, I seem to get relief. And the more I do the prayer, the less I suffer from myself. So there's something here. I convince myself of that. Because when I don't pray, I seem to be a little more toxic. I seem to be a little more lost in my thinking. I seem to be talking to the narrator way too much. Anybody? Yeah, so now I'm dictating to the narrator, no, that's not the story anymore. He goes, what do you mean it's not the story? I got a new script for you. What do you mean you got a new script? Yeah, we're going to look at these people differently. In fact, you know what? I'm not even fucking listening to you. How's that? What do you mean they're going to listen to me? I'm in charge. Not anymore. Not in charge anymore. Because now I'm an observer how you have led me to an experience that I don't really enjoy anymore. I want a new story. I want a new narrator. You know what? I'm going to start doing these things. So as time goes on, how long do you think before this voice will have less power over you? How you realize that voice is just the voice that just talks shit sometimes. And I need a new voice, a new direction, a new narrator. I need this consciousness to start directing my life. I need to learn how to listen to this other entity other than this entity, and I need to know the difference between those two voices. One comes from inside, and one comes from the back of my brain. Right? Okay, go ahead.
We avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one.
Who? Each and every one of these people I'm still stuck to in my brain. A lot of them are not even around anymore. How many people having relationships with people you haven't seen in years? There's a lot of them. They call it the committee. We're about to have a meeting. Where did we pick up the last time? Oh yeah, I was an asshole and a piece of shit, and yeah, okay. Nobody likes you. Blah 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 blah. Anybody? No, that's not the story anymore. I got a new story. I'm working toward a new story. This person, blah. No, I'm not going to be toxic anymore. I look at the things I did. I could have a little more compassion for the things they did. Because it wasn't personal when I did it most of the time. But the times it was personal is because I was living a lifestyle that I shouldn't have been in the first place. Anyways, go ahead.
Referring to our list again, putting out the minds, the wrongs others have done. We resolutely look for our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Louis, go ahead.
That's a hard one. So I'm looking at some of these situations. So that time I got molested by that girl in the laneway, it had nothing to do with me. She was a predator. She was an older chick. She had mental health problems. I was a kid. I went back. Everybody was drinking. I went and told them what happened, right? And everybody said, yay, tapping me on the back and all that other stuff. It caused guilt, shame, remorse around that episode, right? I was more mad at them than I was that person. And it warped my perception of life and trust and all that other stuff, right? And it got to that place of what are you talking about here? So then when it came to other episodes, I got involved with this group of people who I thought were my friends, and then they threw me under the bus, right? I was going to take the fall for this whole thing instead of these people taking for it. I became, whatever, the fall guy for it. And it was like, so when I got on the resentment sheet here, how was I involved in that? Well, it's funny, right? The first time, shame on them. The second time, shame on me, right? So what does that mean is I was in that situation because I was being self-seeking. I was being dishonest in the way I was living. I was frightened. These things were making my decisions for me that placed me in these positions. The first time I get in the situation that caused me harm, it's them. The second time I get into that situation and don't say nothing, it's me. And it's hard to look at that. Well, why were you there the second time? Why did this continue? Because in some form I'm self-seeking, or my self-esteem, my self-worth. I was trying to get something out of the situation. How did you get into this situation? My friend Doug talks about different things that's happened to him. And he's dealing with those things quite, on our new thing. So you could just look, oh, because of this. Well, what drove you to do those things? Ambition, security. So he sees we could have the attitude of, oh, look what they're doing to me. Anybody ever have that? Instead of, look what I'm doing to me. Look what I'm doing to me again. Look how I've attracted this situation again. Look how I've orchestrated this situation again. How? By being selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest. Look how I talked myself out of AA one more time. By putting it on them. Look how I ruined another relationship by putting it on them. Look how I got rid of another job or fired, or we can go on and on and on. It's always them, right? Then when you start looking at, oh my God, maybe it's me. If I wasn't being so self-seeking here, I wouldn't have gotten that situation. What do you mean? One of the guys I'm resentful at rips everybody off. Everybody. What are you resentful at? He ripped me off. Well, didn't you know that about him? Yeah, but I didn't think you'd do it to me. He just showed you who he was. He rips everybody off. What makes you think you're different? Because I thought we were friends. Well, he was friends with all those people too. So my level of dishonesty and my self-esteem, right, by having that person in my life, created that situation, yes? This guy don't pay people. I really need a job. But he's been known not to pay people. I really need a job. I'm broke. So I go working for this guy and he doesn't pay me and I get mad at him. Well, you already knew he didn't pay people. Everybody told you he didn't pay people. Why did you go there? Because I was frightened. Because my instincts, my security, my self-esteem, right? My ambitions. I needed to get money and this was the only opportunity I had, so I took a chance. Why did you go up with that chick? You know she sleeps with everybody. Because it's me. I know she would stop. She won't do it to me. And then she did it to you. And I'm surprised. Well, why did you go there? Well, if I had better self-esteem, would I have gone out with her?
No.
No way. I would have seen what's coming. If I had a better social or ambitions or security, would I go out with her? If I wasn't sexually driven, would I went out with her? So I was more concerned with my needs, my wants, and then when I placed myself in a position to be hurt, I blamed her for it. How many people's done that? Yeah, instead of saying, well, you know what? If I really felt a lot better myself and I knew the truth, what I was getting into, then there you go. But because I didn't, my self-esteem wasn't any better, and self-seeking, the return I think I was getting was better than the punishment that happened. Anybody? So we weigh it. But you couldn't change it anyways, because lack of power is our dilemma, right? So go ahead.
Referring to our list again, putting out of our minds the wrongs other had done, we resolutely look for our own mistakes. Where we've been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened. Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight.
Where do you set these matters straight?
Step 9,
How about in your own thinking?
step 11.
In your own thinking now. So you have another story. You have the way you used to look at it. Now you have a new way of looking at it. Right? Well, the reason I ended up in that situation because of my self-esteem, my personal relationships, my security, my instincts. I was trying to get something out of this situation, so I was acting selfishly inconsiderate and dishonest about what was happening. I put myself into that position. I ended up getting hurt, ripped off, lied to, or right? Something as a result of my participation in it. Wow. So so it's like this. If somebody owed me $20, they're on my list, owed me $20. And that's all the money I had between me and my next meal, and they said they'd pay me back today, and they don't. Would that affect my self-esteem?
Sure.
Yeah.
If I had good self-esteem, would I give them the money?
No.
The last $20 between me and eating, right? Would it affect my personal relationship? Is that why I gave them the $20? Because I wanted to secure our personal relationship?
Sure.
Yeah. Then causing the very harm because it interfered with our relationship, yes?
Yeah.
How about security? Would it affect my material? How about my emotional? How about my sex instinct? If you're not eating, you're not getting no sex. And she's coming over for some ravioli and you can't afford any. Right? So good, right? Back yourself. Right? Okay, so you're hidden. A lot of people say, well, hidden, would it affect your hidden? So what's hidden? What does hidden mean? If anybody found out about it, you would be embarrassed about it. That's hidden. Anybody want an example? Tony got married. Beautiful woman. They had sex on their honeymoon. Everybody go. Is that hidden or acceptable?
Acceptable.
Yeah, but there was a sheep involved.
Hidden.
Hidden! It became embarrassing once the fact got out that we were not alone. Had a bridle and everything. Pom-poms. It was a night to be remembered. No, so no. So, anyways, it becomes hidden, right? See the difference? So acceptable. See, which is weird is so I could have resentment that, say Kim, but we have an acceptable sex life between me and her, but it's hidden between me and everybody else. See, it's tricky, right? So hidden means you don't want other people to find out about it. That's the rule, right? So, and security, social. Well, did it affect my social? Everybody knows I lent this guy $20, he's not paying me back, right? What about we already talked sexual ambition. If I had a date that night and I was looking for that money, blah, blah, could, right? What about security? Oh yeah, it's the last $20. So, what created that situation is all these instincts that are interfered with, right? Based on that, I lent the guy $20. Why? Because I'm being selfish. What do you mean you're being selfish? I want him to like me. Right? I don't want to seem like, you know what I mean? He said he'd pay me back tomorrow, but I already know what I did was place myself in a position to be harmed by trying to be nice. Right? So am I being dishonest? Because I'm acting like I got more money than I do. So it is a dishonesty, right? So am I being self-seeking and frightened?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay? And I'm being inconsiderate.
Yourself?
Oh yeah, and him. Because now I'm mad at him. I created it.
Yeah.
Right? He needed the money to eat too. Or whatever he did, buy some rock, who knows. So the idea is, so now let's look at the situation. Now, I got a good job. Make good money. My life's good. They asked me for $20. Like I borrowed $5 off of John. Right? Took me a couple weeks to pay him, I gave him the $5 back. Didn't give it a second thought. Why? Because he has everything going. But it was the last $5 between him and eating. How you think he'd be treating me every time he seen me?
Yeah.
Right? So this guy that I lent $20 to, would he be on my resentment list? No. Because all my instincts are secure. $20 doesn't even matter to me. That's what I'm saying. The example of, I got a good job, I got good money, things are really good. Right? Got money, credit cards, life's good. $20, right? Whatever. Drop more than that on a pull on the slot machine sometimes. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever. Right? Like sometimes, so we see that based on my instincts, I make decisions. And based on where I'm at with my spiritual condition and my instincts will determine my reaction to life. That's just an example, right? So if I was insecure, say I was mad at Kim because of her flirtation and her inability to control herself, would it affect all my instincts?
Yeah.
The reason I'm in that situation is because my instincts are already all affected. My wife would never make this list. Why? Because I would have never married her or went out with her if her conduct was like that. It has nothing, doesn't matter to me. If she decides to live like that, I would have never pursued it. Would I have in the past? 100%. Man, she's looking good. I'll try to change that. Anybody? And I got changed, shortchanged. And we'll leave that alone. But
Coffee.
yep. So does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll finish this off, and that's the idea, and then we'll come back and we'll look at fears. Okay, let's rock and roll. Okay, so here's the exercise. Someone asked me to be a little more clear on this in case it got missed, right? So we kind of hit on it, but we're going to hit on it again. So we're learning, there's actually kind of 3 prayers in this process so far, right? Because what happens is here's our thinking, right? And all this stuff is here at the subconscious level, all these packages, right? Resentments and harms, right? Cause to us perceived they're real. Right? They talk about fancy, they're real. So when these things come to the surface, they become a thought, right? It's pre-existing. Then the emotion happens. The emotion is tied to the thought that's anchored to our spirit, right? So the first recognition of when we're connected to the story is what's the first prayer we would do?
Third step prayer.
Third step prayer. Why? It does a few things. One, it interrupts the story. 2, it asks us to access this relationship that we need to form with power. I need to start seeing how it works in my life. I already know how it works in your life. I need the experience of it. Yes, no?
Yes.
So then we get to 67. There's 2 prayers on there. An association of who? People, places, and things. When these things come to the surface, a lot of it, through writing it, will dissipate. You ever see, like, as it comes to so once we add truth to it and we bring prayer or power, get access to this power, it changes our attachment to it, right? Some of it is a little more anchored, deep, been there a long time, has a real good hold on us, right? It's barbed, it's stuck there. So we see it, and it's like a pressure cooker. Anybody ever see a pressure with the release valve? Yeah. That's what we're doing now. Instead of it coming up, shh, shh, shh. And the shh is the prayer. And the first prayer is, we ask God. When would we ask God? When these things come up, when they resurface. So you're now becoming the narrator of your own story. Through prayer. How cool is that? It's not dictating to you anymore, you're dictating to it. You're starting to get domain over your own thinking and feeling and thoughts. You're not permitting these things anymore. Before you were permitted, you're driven, hostage, bondage, difficulties. You thought you were your thinking, now you're an observer. I'm not my thinking. There's a whole shit show going on in there. I need to decipher what's real or fancy. Right? Fiction or manufactured. I need to sift through this thing. So the other one is, now we're stuck to the story. We bypass. We ask God to help show them because now we bypass because we allowed it to slip in.
Who's them there?
Huh?
Who is them?
Whoever. Them. You know who them are, the same people you look through the curtain for. You know who they are. I know who they are, but they're there. Sons of a bitches. Them. We all have a them, don't we? Anybody got them? So get what's happening. Your subconscious is sending you an email. You see it. Before you didn't see the email, it just was a virus. It took over. Now you see it. Memo. Oh, Peter, my stepfather. Let's open it again. Damn, no surprises, same story. Shit, I was hoping on a new email. Right? Anybody? Before I couldn't help open it. It was already open when I received it. I was already reading it when I became conscious of this takeover. Anybody? Yeah. Anybody find you driving along and you're already in the middle of a thought? Yeah. When did that thought start? I don't know, but I'm in it. Yeah. Right? Anybody watching TV and you stop watching TV, you're stuck in your mind? Yeah. When did that start? Who knows? It's been a shift in the takeover. When you became aware of it, it's created an emotional change in you. Yes? Yeah. And the anxiety or the fear or the attachment to it is creating a change in your moment of something that's not even happening. Right? So now we get the memo. Here's the email. Don't open it. We ask God to do the prayer. You do the prayer, you don't open it. You know the story. You got a new story. I'm going to open it. You open it, start reading, you're getting angry. So here's the second prayer when the first prayer escapes you. So now you've missed 2 prayers. You missed the third step prayer, right? Which brings about the episode in the second prayer. And you missed that one because you're stuck to the story. You like the story. You like feeling like shit. You're used to it. Why do we like feeling like shit? Because it feels really good when we feel good. You know what's the good thing about a beating is when it stops. It feels good. Right? When did it start feeling better for you? When it stopped. Right? So now, what's the third prayer say? God. Now it's specific. Now we ask God, it's God. Help! Anybody know a 911 prayer? Help! God says, okay. What does it say? God, save me from being
Angry.
So you're reattached to a story that's way back then, right? So are we clear on that now?
Yes.
So you've allowed it to penetrate through 3 barriers. The bondage, the difficulties, kind of tolerant view to right to anger. You see the progression? Right? So if you went to the 3rd step, would you have to do this step? So if the 3rd step's not working, would you need to do this step, kind of tolerant view?
Yep.
And if that's not working, would you have to do God save me from being angry?
Yes.
So as that starts happening, do you think you'd start dissipating in the prayer process? Meaning, you won't get to the anger part anymore. You'll start getting to the point of seeing the email and not opening it. Not going back to the story. You already know the story.
Yeah.
So this attachment becomes free-floating. It's just there. It's not here anymore. There's no emotion attached to it anymore. So now when it represents itself, we're going to look at this later. It goes into step 6. What step 6 is in step 11. We're going to get to that. But I want somebody to ask me to break that down a little more for you. Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
But it's your job to go through this later with us. I'm doing the highlights so that when you're doing it, you know when you kind of go through it with one of us, the process. Does that kind of make sense? Because Ebby talked about that process with Bill. The first 100 men and women talked about that. This is the process. You want to go through with it. And, right? Your job is when working with somebody, ask them to read the book. They've read it. They've kind of gone through this. You get, oh yeah, an understanding. And then you ask them, would you like to go through with it? I could guide you through it. Would you like to go through it? And then our job is to guide you through it. Because we're oblivious to a lot of this stuff. I don't know why it is, but we miss the stuff that's most important. Anybody?
Yeah.
It's like birthdays and holidays. I didn't know it was your birthday. You know now. Oh, sorry. Okay, so notice the word fear. So here at the bottom it says, we placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs, right? And honestly, we're willing to set these matters straight. Where do we set these matters straight? Inside the story. You're changing the story. If you're changing the story, the narrator is changing the story, your association or your experience with that has changed. It no longer has power over you. It's not changing or dictating your story anymore. You're now in the creation of a new story with a new creator to play the role he assigns, right? Trusting and relying on someone. I'm formulating that relationship. Notice the word fear.
Notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employer, and the wife. The short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. We reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper. Even though we had no resentment in connection with them, we asked ourselves why we had them. Wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Self-reliance was as good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem, or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse. Perhaps there is a better way. We think so, for we are now on a different basis.
Okay, ready? Now. When?
Now.
Now. We made that decision. In where?
3.
3. And we're confirming it through our participation in the 4th step.
Yeah.
So what confirms our decision in 3
Bigger step.
is the 4th step. Starting with the 4th step, engaging on this course of action that was discussed in step 2. Right? So what's really going to be interesting here is that we'll see that fear precedes resentment. You know what that means? It happens before resentment. But why didn't we look at it beforehand? Because we would have never seen it because we had so much resentment.
Right. There's a process.
You had to get rid of the abscess first. Once you get rid of the abscess, then you can see, oh, I can see the decay now. Now we can start dealing with what's really going on here.
Yeah.
Right? And you notice that what they said here, when we're looking at fear, is classifying it, should we still, it says, why do we have it? Most of us want to tie an excuse to it. Anybody? But what they're saying here is when we get into it, there's only one reason we have the fear. It's either self-reliant or not. So, we reviewed our fears thoroughly. What does it say?
We reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them.
So here we go. So what does that mean is on this one, photocopy a whole bunch of sheets when you get ready to do it with your sponsor or group or whoever you're doing it, or when you go home and you get an instruction, and just write it in the first column. Everything that comes to mind. It was an evil and corroding threat. So this is how your inventory will look. Your resentments will be 6'5" high of paper. Your fears will be minimal. Your sex conduct will be next to nothing. As time goes on, it all switches. Your sex conduct starts to get more evident. And your fears are 8'7". Right? And that's kind of like an evil and corroding threat. Our inability to recognize it. We're just used to it. Right? Ailments. Anybody have any ailments? Just get used to living with it. Anybody? If you're getting old, you know what I mean. Right? So, you
Sorry.
yeah, you could use the washroom. Is that what you have?
But your fear stack getting high is a sign that you're on the right track because fears precede resentments.
Well, yeah, but as we explain that, it kind of you'll see when you go through the process that it was an evil and corroding threat. What did it? It set in motion trains of circumstances that brought us misfortune. Right? Most of the decisions we make are fear-based. Most of our reactions, how we treat people, places, and things are fear-based. We see that I have one of so what they talk about here, so what I did when I did that list was relationships. Nobody has a problem with that, right? Being in one, not being in one. Being stabbed. Being shot. Being beat up. Right? Suicide. I have these fears, these stuff. Falling on a picket fence, cutting my fingers off. Falling through picture windows. Anybody not being able to get out of a burning building, like on and on and on. Like, sometimes we don't know how much fear we have, but how many people have snapshots of things that could happen to you at any given moment?
Yeah.
How many people anticipate or participated in the thought of their own funeral? And their own, right? You're like, well, let's go over my funeral one more time. Like, oh, what a good feeling that is. Like, it's crazy. I'm in a loving relationship. I think she's cheating on me. She was the most beautiful woman I ever met. Now she's a bitch. Fear, right? Anybody? Is that all fear-based? I'm fear this, fear that, fear. So these things will start determining how you treat your partner. Those in a loving relationship. Why? Because he views and sees her a certain way. If he starts having fear that some of his past experiences are going to be coming present, even though she's not demonstrated anything like that, I know she's a beautiful woman. God-filled woman. Still in my life. Beautiful wife. Beautiful. But if he starts having association to past experiences, how long before he starts treating her like those other relationships?
So you know it.
Who's creating it?
He
Her?
is.
But he don't know that, does he? Because he's self. So as we go through this, this one we go across the page, right? Across each one individually. And what does it say we do?
Says, where?
Right?
Perhaps.
No.
We put them on paper?
Yeah. There you go.
We put them in paper even though we had no resentment in connection with them. We asked ourselves why we had them. Wasn't it because self-reliance failed us?
So where does the fear come from? We look on the page here. Does it come from my self-esteem? Does it come from my personal relationship? Does it come from material, emotional? Does it come from my acceptable or hidden sex life? Right? Does it come from my social, my security? Right? Or sexual ambitions? So we see one of these things, we get a snapshot of, it causes us anxiety, we bury it, and it starts determining our actions and our narrator within inside of us. Right? Anybody? How many people realize, oh, maybe there's a lot more going on with me in this area than I ever anticipated?
Yeah.
Right? On the way to work, on the way at work. Anybody having conversations about people at work that aren't even talking to you? The boss, the people, conspiracies, government, blah, 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 blah. You drive yourself right off the deep end. You become a Trump supporter. Sorry. I don't know where I went with that. But anyways, just joking. We have no opinion on outside issues. So, but we start placing ourselves in a position based on things that are happening in belief systems, right? Yes? No?
Yeah.
So then here's the good part. Ready?
Perhaps there is a better way. We think so.
So we asked ourselves why we had them.
Yeah.
So here's where we try to tie an excuse to it. Oh, this happened when I was 8. This happened when I was 7. This happened when I was 15. This is why I have this fear. No, fear is something you feel in the moment. It's now. It's an instinct. Fight or flight. There's actually 3 instincts. We only know really 2 of them. Anybody know the 3 instincts? One's fight, flight, and
Pause.
pause.
Freeze.
Freeze, pause, same thing. Some of you know that. It means translating, don't move! Okay, some of you got that. Okay, so okay, but we're missing one of those. So is that, why do we have this? Well, it's simple. Is it because self-reliant or God-reliant?
Self-reliant.
Wow. So when I look at all this thing that drives me, is it based on my reliance on me or my reliance on God? And now when I look at this stuff in regards to all the causes of resentments, I realize because I was self-reliant, I was trying to create security in one of these areas. Security, meaning not having to worry about it, right? Self-esteem, personal relationship, right? I invited these people, places, and things to come into my life because I initiated it based on my warped instincts, trying to create security. They didn't do what I wanted to or did, right? And I got resentful at them for not taking care of one of my basic needs.
Wow.
So this will always continue to happen when I'm self-reliant. So how many people looking forward to continuing their life based on you? No. How many people are hoping there's a better way? Well, you know what? You're lucky. Today, if you order right now, you too. The first big book costs you everything. The second one, $16. Okay, go ahead. Let's see what it says.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Perhaps there is a better way. We think so. For we are now on a different basis.
When? When? Now. Not later, now. You could utilize this stuff when? Now. You want relief from you? When is it available?
Now.
Who's the only one that doesn't access it?
Me.
You. So the only one permitting how you feel now is who?
Me.
Oh, isn't that good news? Who wants to do the wave? You feel like shit because you want to. Why didn't they tell us this before? Because lack of power was our dilemma. You couldn't do nothing about it anyways. Right? How many people felt like shit and tried not to feel like shit? Come on. And did shit that make you feel better only to make you feel like more shit.
Just keep your hand up.
Right? I'm going to go do this. Oh, why did I do this? You shouldn't do this. I need to do this because I need a sense of ease and comfort. Why did you do that? Guilt, shame, and remorse. Ugh. Right? Anybody? So now, why they're saying this is because now we have access to power. When? Now. Perhaps there's a better way. So when we utilize this thing, who is it up to now?
Us.
Yeah, the second half of how it works, right? Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. Spiritual progress. You could keep doing it your way, Burger King sobriety, or you can have it our way. You know what our way looks like, and you know what your way looks like. Pick a team. Yay. Okay, go ahead.
Perhaps there is a better way, we think so, for we are now on a different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns.
Whoa, wait a minute. How many people have been to a topic meeting where they're talking about God's will for us? And everybody talks at great lengths of total bullshit. Right? And then you start sharing the same bullshit at another meeting, newcomer goes, oh, will you sponsor me? Sure. I haven't got a clue what I'm talking about, but you don't know that. So, yeah. Let's go to page 417. No, sorry. Get some Lululemon pants, yoga tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. So anyways, buy some incense, then, you know. So here, they're saying I could get access to this thing and have a different experience, right? But trusting and relying upon this power to create this shift through prayer. So, does trust come easy for us?
Absolutely not.
I've struggled with that with my friend Joe, but it has nothing to do with Joe. It has to do with me. I tell people who are close friends of mine that sometimes I have a paranoid part of my brain. And I know this, and it's a defect that just takes over. There are those who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders. Sometimes I tell them I apologize because I think there's a conspiracy going on, that they're planning again, because that's been my story my whole life. Right? People conspiring against me who I've trusted and relied on. So what happens is I trust Renee. What's your name again? Joe. Right? I'm getting to know John. John's getting to know Grant. People that know me know, and I sometimes describe this, I may seem a little bipolar. I have the characteristics of that. Right? I could get into a depressive state. I could get into a state where I think nobody likes me and you're conspiring against me. But what I do is I tell myself, my friends know that about me. My wife knows that about me. And so I'll go to my wife, I'll say something because it's fear-based, and she'll tell me, hey, Tony, these people love you. These people, right? And she'll remind me, and then what I need to do is go to prayer, because what happened is my brain got a hold of me longer than it should have. And I didn't know that. It's entrapment, because it makes a strong case based on my past. And I'm 33 years sober. It makes a strong case when I'm spiritually becoming depleted. That means the absence of God, or my connection to it. God's there, it's my connection to it. So I can't go to Joe and Renee or my friends and mend that fence. I need to mend it first with God. And what that does is take care of my thinking based on my spiritual aid, and if it's too much, I go work with somebody else, and it dissipates. And then I end up phoning and apologizing. If you've been my friend for any period of time, you'll get an apology from me sooner or later. You still owe me about 6 apologies.
About 12.
No, it's just but you know what I mean? Like people who are in your close circle. Like we're close. I'm close with a lot of guys here, but people that really you won't spend a lot of time with get to know you. Right, we've had conflict. He's seen the ways of his errors. No, but as the human part, what's the basis of that? Fear. And it has a way of evil and corroding thread. Once it gets a stronghold in me, I get stuck to the story. Anybody get stuck to the story here? Yeah. That starts determining not the evidence of our friendship, how much we mean to each other and all that other stuff. It starts grabbing a stronghold. I need to correct that at an internal level. Right? Like my friend Brett, he talked about when he relapsed and how he I seen for our own protection, I didn't invite him to the wedding. It wasn't because I didn't love him. Right? And you think he struggled with that?
Sure.
But he had to find a place of peace within himself to see the truth about the situation to mend our friendship. Right? Where was the conflict? With us, or was... So you get what I'm saying? I always loved him. It had nothing to do with him personally. It was the illness. And I know the illness, so why would I do that? He knows that now. But at the time, how do you think he felt? So in order for us to mend things, we need to correct things at an internal level. And that usually because we're self-reliant. When we're self-reliant, it will diminish and destroy relationships with the very people we love. Because it gets a stronghold. So this 4th step turns into 11. Right? What we're learning here is the basis of step 11. And the basis of the fear part is the acknowledgement of this is happening as an observer. And not tying a whole bunch of excuses to it and doing a fast assessment on who am I listening to? I'm listening to the narrator. It's making good sense. And he's got a stronghold. Right? So in order to interrupt that, what does the book say? Perhaps there's a better way.
Perhaps there's a better way, we think so, for we are now on a different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns.
When does that assignment happen?
Now,
Now, what's God's will for me?
play the role He assigns.
Right? So if I'm in communication, relationship, so when the fear comes in, there's a part of me that says, that's not true, it's not happening. And what I do is I'll tell on myself, or I'll pray till it dissipates, and I'll continue the relationship. Does that kind of make sense? Because I know the trusting and relying is already taking place. How did that happen over a period of time? I know most of you people in here who have a assortment wouldn't hurt me intentionally. I just know that I would trust you with my life. It may sound funny, but it's true. It's true, because that's what we're doing here, aren't we? We're kind of trusting each other with each other's lives here, aren't we? Right? I'm being vulnerable. Joe, Renee, everybody, our conversations all here are all based on the idea of a better life.
Yeah.
Different experience. We're trusting each other with vulnerability. We're a bunch of men. Keep your hand down. We're a bunch of men are getting together that nearly talked ourselves out of this thing before we even got here. How many people anticipated what the weekend would look like? How many people had anxiety about the idea of getting together with who would be there, what would be like, how would I fit in, what would happen? Sleeping with 20 men in the same dorm, what the hell? Right? Is that not fear? Why do you think a lot of guys didn't show up? Fear. How many guys didn't nearly show up because of the fear? Well, there's a part of you that talks to you. Anticipation, preparation, self-present, right? So here we're saying, oh no, I'm trusting a greater process. That's what they're saying. Is like, I don't have this total relationship with God, but I'm open to trusting and relying. So how do you get that relationship? Is you got to build it through situations. Where do those situations happen? They happen on an hourly and daily basis. As you start to experience this thing, nobody else needs to explain it to you. I got a guy, he's an atheist at work. Doesn't believe in God, I don't care. But I really bug him every time he sees me, I know it. Why? Because I'm so happy. I've never seen a happy atheist yet. Never talked to one yet. Just miserable. Miserable. And nothing pisses off an atheist more than a happy Christian. Right? So, I mean, just nothing pisses off a pissed off alcoholic more than a happy one. Anybody? That's why you go to these meetings and people say, is there any burning desires? Because you're hoping there's somebody more miserable than you that you can feel better about after leaving. You hear that person? Whoa. But if you go to a solution-based meeting, how many people get some on you? Your spirit kind of goes, You're just different. You don't even have to share. You're just different. It's just, you get illuminated a bit. Anybody experience that? Just by sitting in that meeting when it's solution-based. Anybody go to a meeting that's not solution-based?
Yep.
You feel worse after the meeting than you did before the meeting.
Yeah.
People, how are you? How was that meeting? It didn't feel like slashing before I came here. I needed a meeting for a meeting. So the trust part, the trusting, relying, takes a bit of time. And the basis of that is the recipe that they're going to initiate here. Go ahead.
For we are now on a basis of trust and rely upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us, and humbly rely on Him. Does He enable us to match calamity with serenity?
Calamity with serenity. What the hell? Calamity with serenity. Enable us to match calamity with serenity. If you're new, you probably got a lot of shit going on. Anybody? And if you've been sober just a little while, you're really aware of that shit. Right? And if you've gone through this stuff, now you got a list of shit that you're totally aware of. So there's a lot of shit going on. A lot of application of these things. Because if I'm going to be successful in my life, I need to access this stuff. Right? I need to access this stuff if we're going to be successful. Go ahead.
Okay. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator.
Yeah, so stop doing it. If you're one of those guys in the meeting, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about God, don't apologize. Don't do it. Because if it wasn't for the grace that's available to us, none of us would be here. We don't apologize. I don't apologize nobody for the life I get to live. I'm grateful for this power that's available to change my life in the way it's done it. If you have a hard time with my gratitude, that's yours. That's yours. I'm not going to apologize for it. We're a demonstration of the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. Why would we apologize for that? Why would I diminish the message that's happening here? Right? I don't care if you have a hard time with it or not. The people that are surrounding me and with me and a part of my life know that's the basis of it. They wouldn't be here or I wouldn't be here without this relationship. Why would I apologize for something that saved my life? Just like my buddy here, if he knew First Aid saved my life, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about John and how he saved my life. Oh, what? You get what I'm saying? So if he saved my life, hooked me up to a machine, saved my life, how do you think I would talk about John when I seen John come into the room? When I went to tell the story, how do you think I would be talking about John in that episode? Yeah. You think I would apologize for my enthusiasm, my gratitude, and all that stuff? You hear what I'm saying? So we are now, this may sound weird, we are Alcoholics Anonymous. There's no past and there's no future. We are it. We are the ones getting ready for those who are coming. Because they're coming. We'll be the difference between those who find an answer and those who don't find an answer. We'll be the difference whether you go back to the street or not, or whether you die a horrible death. We'll be the difference whether you become the son, the father, the husband that you always wanted to be. And how do we do that? We do it in harmonious action under a loving God that we don't apologize for. Right? You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah.
How many people are grateful?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, grateful people don't apologize for being grateful. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fear.
Okay, so hold it. Demonstrate through us. So we have access to this recipe. where it will start coming really to the experience where it really happens is when you do your 9s and 11. As you do your step 11 and be able to face your 9 and watch God's fingerprints start to show up in ways that are absolutely mind-boggling, in ways that you can't explain, things that happen that are just like you just being here. Is one of those explanations you can't explain considering the condition you're in not too long ago. Right? During a good meal, good people. How many people remember being in a position that would do anything for a good meal? Hanging around with some people, clean pair of underwear. It may sound funny, right? But I mean, to be able to eat something without vomiting it all out. Anyway, right? To be able to sleep without the tremors and the nightmares. To be able to sit comfortably within your own skin without the revisiting of the shame, the guilt, and the loathing of the things of the past. How many people would like that? That be able to see it go by and realize you're okay with that. You would have done different if you could, but you can see how your experience can benefit others now. Right? Like I talk about the acceptable part of my stories. What I think is acceptable. Then there's parts of my story that I'll talk with Joe with, John, Renee, right? One-on-one. Given good reason. If my experience could shed light. And usually my story makes other people feel really good about their story. So, if you want to feel good about any part of your life, relationship, jobs, or just like, come and talk to me. Right? You'll feel really good by the time, holy shit, really? Yeah, really. So here. So they're going to get into a recipe here, which a lot of people miss. It's the spiritual axiom to the Keystone. Remember what I was talking about? The entrance of the different reality or different domain or access to in here's one element, right? You go outside as a different element. What makes that possible is the doorway, the keyway, and that's inside of us. So here they're going to give us the recipe for that. It's so subtle. And we're going to explain it in a second. So read it kind of slow. What does the last part say?
All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fear.
Okay, ready? We ask Him to remove our fear. In order to do that, what do you need to do?
Identify.
Acknowledge.
Direct your attention.
Acknowledge that this is happening. There's a change in how I feel. Anxiety has now become present. Anybody notice when you start thinking, you start experiencing anxiety, shortness of breath? You ever notice that? That's becoming fear-based. When you acknowledge that and take a big breath and step back from it, what does it ask us to do then? Once we acknowledge that this fear is happening, the takeover, nothing's happening but you're being taken over. Anybody been there? How many times did it happen this weekend? Sitting there minding your own business, all of a sudden you're in this horrific situation. And there's nothing happening. This is what some of you look like this weekend. Your whole demeanor changed. Your whole face changed. And nothing's happening. You just went to a Cineplex near you. Grabbed a box of popcorn, grabbed front row seats to the IMAX and went, holy shit! Holy shit! We're all like laughing, then realize you come back and what did I miss? Everything. You say, okay, I'll be back in a second. You go back to the Cineplex. Right? Come on. So it says we acknowledge. Then who do we invite into the situation?
God.
We commence to outgrow fear.
No, last part.
No. We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be.
So what would He have us be is to play the role He assigns.
Yeah.
When does the assignment happen? Now, if we're trusting and relying on God, that means the structure and everything, the path is already made. The blueprint's already designed. Is it not? That means as I show up every day for my life, somewhere when I look back, the life I have is far greater than the life I could ever planned. Where I started from and where I'm at is directly proportionate to my trust and reliance upon God. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
I could sit here for the next 2 weeks and talk about the remarkable things that have happened in my life that are unexplainable. Some of the things I thought were the worst thing that ever happened to me in sobriety turned out to be the best things that ever happened to me in sobriety. I can't trust if I'm trusting, relying on God, I got to trust this is the best process. And sometimes life just happens, so I'm asking for serenity, right, to match the calamity, the noise, the confusion of life. So it enables me to match calamity with serenity, to match, to be unaffected, to deal with, but to still be aware of. Because life is sometimes hard, isn't it? Painful. You get shitty news. Life is a tragic story. It's a series of unfortunate events. Isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Can't explain it. All this shit that's happening in the world. It's not God, it's the world. It's just the way it is. Right? So we're praying for the strength to be able to be here, be of service, and be of help. Right? And if I access this to be here present, absent of all the stuff in the past, and absent of all the stuff in the future, and I'm able to be present, how do you think my life would look? So to do what he would have us be, what's that at this moment? Be present. If I'm having a hard time being present, go help with the dishes. Can't be that simple. It's not that hard.
How did that go again? Strength?
What does it say? What is it, you got a book?
Yeah.
Should be underlined. So we're trusting this process, and as we go through it, we'll start seeing results, and as we start seeing results, it's like the first 2 times you go to the gym, you look in the mirror, you don't see nothing, do you? Well, it's not working. But as the time goes on, it's like eating cake. Nothing happened the first time, it doesn't seem to be affecting me. 3 months later, whoa! Should have been more aware. It's that subtle sometimes, right? So we have this prayer. And so sometimes people phone me, they're crippled with fear. I say, well, how's your dishes? What does that have to do with anything? How are they? To the ceiling. Go do your dishes. Phone me back. I don't know how that's going to help. Okay, go do the dishes. Can you go to a meeting? Can you go help somebody? Yeah, I went to a meeting. Did you go half an hour before the meeting started to help set up? Why? Did you go look for somebody who's worse off than you? There's nobody worse off than me. Did you stay after the meeting to help that person that has no hope whatsoever, that you have a bit that you're choosing not to act on? Oh boy, aren't you insensitive, Tony? Yeah, go wash your face. Get grateful. Right? I did wash the dishes. Well, good. How's the laundry? What does that have to do with anything? Go do the laundry. Do the laundry for me. I did the laundry. I did the laundry. Okay, how's the bathroom look? Would you trust anybody to come? No. Go clean the bathroom. Bathroom's clean. Bathroom's clean. Now what? We'll have a shower. Now what? It's bedtime. Thank God for the day. Start over. Can't be that simple. It's not that hard. Or sit there and live it. What's the role he assigns? I'm at work. What do you think he would want me to do at work?
Work.
This is the big one. Coming home, Ethel. Coming home. Can't be that hard. It's not that simple. It's not that hard. So if I'm at work and I'm participating in being an employee and I work amongst workers, I'm concentrating on my work. What am I not concentrating on? Self. So we're weird. How many people have done this? Especially, I've got so many financial problems. God, I really need a job. You get a job. Oh, I'm so happy for this job. You're at work, I got a lot of financial problems. I can't believe how much financial problems I have. Foreman goes, where are you going? I'm going home. Why? I got financial problems. I'm going to go home and lie down and think about this. Come on, how many people's done that?
Sloth.
Right? But it's fear determining you're overpowered and you're crippled by it. It's like, hey God, can you give me the strength in this moment just to be here? Give me the strength to be of service. Give me the strength to do the next right thing. Give me the strength to do the dishes. Give me the strength to go listen to a new guy. Give me the strength to go help set chairs. Give me the strength to go put them away. Give me the strength to maybe go help the guy in the kitchen. Give me the ability to get out of myself for a second. The basis of the change is God. Can you help me? Then we get the ability to start shifting. I remember my sponsor phoning me once. I don't know where we're going with all this. We're just going. I phoned my sponsor. I'm crippled. I got federal. I got this charge. I got that charges. I'm looking at penitentiary. My life is shit. I'm not getting invited nowhere for coffee. Nobody wants nothing to do with me. Not even the treatment girls want to date me anymore. Like, it's bad. It's bad when they don't want what you got. I mean, it's bad. I'm unemployable. I was talking to guys, I'm cutting my own hair. I got a thing holding my glasses on, and I still think I'm a vision for you. I'm totally whacked. Can't hold a job. I got voices happening. I'm seeing shit fall across the floor that's not there. You know, it's really cool the day you see something going to people around and go, we seen it too, Tony. Oh, good, finally. So, you know, it's nuts, right? So, and I phone him. I'm crippled. I can't get out of the couch. I'm crippled. Anybody been there? I'm crippled by my thinking. And he says, stand up. I said, I don't see how that's going to help. Anybody like that? Someone offer you a solution? I don't see how it's going to help. I said, okay. He said, stand up. I said, stand. I stood up. I said, now what? He says, lean forward. He says, don't move your feet. Lean forward. Keep leaning, keep leaning, keep leaning. He says, oh, is that your feet moving? I said, yeah. He says, good. Take it to a meeting. Click. It can't be that simple. It's not that hard. Because if you show up to a meeting with one of us now and you got your ass in your hand, most of us start talking to you about what? Hey, there's a better way, right? How you doing? Let's sit. Let's have coffee. Where are you in the process? What fear is crippling you? Are you talking more to you than you are to God? How did you know? The look on your face. You get what I'm saying? Perhaps there's a better way. You get to determine that. Is that cool? So the recipe is acknowledge as an observer. Step back, pray, and ask for the strength to do the next right thing. What's the next right thing? The thing's in front of you. It's not that hard, is it? Can't be that simple. It's not that hard. Right? Okay. I know you guys have been waiting for this part. Now this is where men's retreat. Now about sex. Oh. Well, if the resentments have been like this and the fears have been, I don't know if I want to go down that avenue. It's going to be simple. So I'm just going to go through this part really fast. They talk about sex. So here, it's an overview of the process. So here's the gist of it. How many people want to do a smoke break?
Sure.
Okay, because you usually smoke after sex, but this time we'll do it beforehand. So here we go. Now about sex. Most of us have our own ideas about that, right? And the book's going to it's kind of like the chapter to We Agnostics. It may sound weird, but it's all our preconceived ideas of what that is. And especially as men, we have some warped ideas around that, right? But men don't usually talk about that. Right? And so when I was raised, how to be a man was, you got food, you got shelter, what's your problem? That was it. You have a complaint or thing. I wouldn't know how to compute that or be sensitive or be a participant in the relationship at an intimate level. I wouldn't know how to communicate. I wouldn't know how to, and I would take any kind of grievance or any kind of criticism, what I would consider criticism, would be a conversation as an insult. or threat or repercussion. Anybody?
Yeah, sure.
So, and I used to gauge a lot of my relationships based on sex. That would be the basis of my relationship. May sound kind of weird, but that's instinct based. Food, shelter, sex. Now, the stuff that went with that, it was kind of, so in this area, I was really kind of warped before I even started, based where I was raised, based on the conditioning of those that went, those around me. The doctor's opinion talks about the countless warped lives of countless children, blameless children. So I would watch how these adults were conducting themselves and the things that went in regards to where I was raised as an idea of how men were. Right? And at a young age, my sex education was given in the form of a video. Right? Probably 8.5, 9. Watch this video. It was reel to reel. I watched this video. It was my first porn episode on life. Well, there's a few things happening. There was a 9-year-old watching these men and the way they were built compared to the way I was built started a process of inferiority. Don't feel that way anymore, no. Just a bit of humor. But you get what I'm saying? And then how they performed and how it was all done. So I'm getting this idea of relationships and sex based on a pornographic view of men and women. And then I watched all these people who were drinking the way they were carrying on and all the relationships and all that stuff and all the free love and back and forth and all the people cheating on people who were cheating, right? I thought everybody was sleeping with everybody. It was everybody knew, but nobody knew. It was all secret, right? So I'm watching this stuff. I'm growing up. And so you can imagine what my first real date looked like. You know, like going on your first date and you come out of the bedroom with a tool belt on. But you get the gist of it, right? And so there was a lot of confusion around what was going on. So my first episode of intimacy was actually, like, you know, there's stuff you learn growing up and all that other stuff. But my first act of intimacy with a woman of going all the way was I was drunk. Right? And so every relationship I had from there of a sexual nature was when I was drinking. Then there was a group of women who I would date sober, who I wouldn't do nothing with. I didn't know how to get from this stage to that stage. I didn't know how to build relationships. I didn't know how to continue them. I didn't know how to formulate them. I didn't know nothing about it. But while drinking, the formulation was established. It would always be after the episode. I don't say this is everybody's story, but this is kind of my story, right? And so when I came into recovery, like the last time when I started doing this, I thought I had, when I described what was going on in my life, people would say you should go to SA. Because they were implying I had a sex problem. But I never did the sex inventory, right? So based on the way I was sounding and based on what I was engaging in and based on what was happening, it would sound like I should go to SA. But then I did the inventory process and I realized I didn't have a sex problem at all. What I had was a self-esteem problem and a security problem. And ambition. My identity was tied to a woman and being a provider. So when I got sober, the most important thing in my life was getting into a relationship, getting a job, being a provider, being a protector. So most of the women I attracted were women that needed protection, the women that would feel secure around me. So when I would rationalize my relationship with them as being a provider, I provide rent, I provide shelter, I provide protection. I would justify my relationship with them. So I would attract a certain kind of women. Wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But I didn't know that these relationships, nothing wrong with them, but the combination of my deformity and their deformity always led to our demise because it was instinct-based. There was no real relationship because when things would hit, shit would hit the fan, they would look for security somewhere else. And I would look for security somewhere else. So that translates to when they stopped acting like the effect of a drink, I would move on. When the honeymoon was over, you know what I mean by the effect of a drink?
Yeah.
I got a sense of change, ease, and comfort with them. And that would dissipate. And as the honeymoon stage would wear off, the reality of who we are would start to present themselves, and there would be no basis of relationship, my inability to form true partnership with another human being. And so as I started getting sober, I never really did this inventory. So I was 16 years sober before I actually did the sex inventory as laid out. My first sex inventory was built on guilt, shame, and remorse of the things of my conduct. Anybody been there? That's a part of it, but that's not the whole thing. So I missed the most vital parts of it was the rebuilding. So you notice so far, when they talked about resentments, they talked about the solution to that problem. Anybody notice that? When they talked about fear, they talked about the solution to that problem. But when most people talk about sex, they talk about disengaging in that problem. They don't deal with the problem. Or formulating a relationship of my desire and my understanding. Right? So all the inventories I did before were shame-based, guilt of my conduct. And really it's not about per se your conduct. Because if you're okay with what you're doing and your partner's okay with what you're doing, but your only problem is society's view on what you're doing, and that's causing the guilt, shame, and remorse, and the problem is associated with other people's ideas of it, not yours, then it's a problem, right?
Right.
So here, as we go through, they talk about, those who cry for sex, those who have, right? That we don't want to get into anybody's, like, your relationships are none of our business, even though we try to make it our business. Right? Don't get into a relationship for the first year. Well, then you're not staying for most of us. Because it's those relationships that keep us here till we find God. Because it's self-based solutions. We're looking for something to make us feel better. And most of us don't find God the first day we get here, do we?
No.
So we need to find things that make us feel better, that make us feel worse. Anybody? Yeah. So we look for self-based, reliant relationships.
Yeah.
Anybody? No? Okay, so the first line here says, we reviewed our conduct. Go ahead, Joe.
We reviewed our conduct, middle of 69. We reviewed our conduct over the years past. Where have we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate?
Okay, so there. So notice how they start this list is with the last part of the last list. What that means is on the resentments, you notice it was in the last column where they talked about where we were selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate. Now they're starting this list. So what does that mean? So when I meditate, I listen to my conscience where I had been selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest. That's where the acts come in. Where I had been selfish, dishonest, and inconsiderate. My conscience will tell me all those situations. Right? And we don't need to get, you know what they are for you. Right? I lied to that person to get what I want. Once I got it, I got rid of them. I didn't mean it consciously, but that was part of the game. Right? Impress the hell out of them. Act like I was going to be more than what I was. Have a bit of fun. As soon as any problem started, just move on. I'm not saying everybody's like, but when I look at that stuff, there's like some relationships I was in, I was selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest. Well, if you don't want to do this, I'll find somebody who will. Anybody manipulative? Coercing? Yeah. Sometimes demanding and overbearing without getting into too much. Anybody get into situations where you're driven by that instinct? May cause both shame, guilt, and remorse. Yeah, anybody get involved with people they shouldn't have got involved in the way that, right? So this is the difficult one. So it's not about each relationship I was in, it was about my conduct over the years. And it doesn't have to involve another person. This is the difficult part. So when I sit quietly, I go back over my past and I let my conscience tell me where I was selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest. So on my list, and I'm going to be a bit vulnerable here, which is I had porn, right? Because porn would cause me discomfort, but I was attracted to it because of the association with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but for me, it caused me guilt, shame, and remorse because the way I was raised, it was a sin, right? You shouldn't do that stuff. You shouldn't touch yourself. You shouldn't blah, 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 blah. You're going to go blind and need glasses. Well, we see I need glasses, so I'm not blind. So, but the whole way. Some of those lenses are pretty thick out there, but you know what I mean, right? So, but you see, so what I'm having a hard time with is other people's association with the idea. There's the human part of the discovery, and as you get into the discovery and drinking, you're bound to do and get into things that cause you guilt, shame, and remorse. Even acts alone. Like growing up, the idea of masturbation was totally, it would cause guilt, shame, and remorse, right? So every time I seen the Sears catalog, I'd get triggered. No, but that's a natural instinct. But I didn't know that, so I carried this guilt, shame with it, right? So all that stuff would cause an underlying of guilt, shame, and remorse, or inconsiderate, selfish, dishonest. Does that kind of make sense? So I just wrote this all down. So I'd write stuff down like the fort. Anybody know what I'm talking about, the fort?
No.
I do. I don't need to tell you what that is. I understand what it is. RIO Theater. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
I do. The Greyhound bus.
Yeah.
Because I told you the story. No, but you know, we get into these things, right? And then there'd be things like this party, right? Things that would happen that would cause guilt, shame, that was part of my list. Guilt, shame, remorse, inconsiderate, selfish, dishonest. Things that I still harbor feelings around. Is that anybody thinking about stuff now? See how your conscience talks to you? You just write it down. You write it down in code too. If somebody finds it, nobody would know what you're talking about but you. So the first list I got, so we'll put Kim. So you see on the conduct here? So I put Kim. What was I? I was inconsiderate, selfish, dishonest, and self-seeking. Because I knew about Kim. But I got a sense of self-esteem, self-worth, and all that stuff, being her protector and her provider. And she was the hottest chick in Etobicoke. Right? She was hot. So it built my self-esteem. Even though I know she couldn't be trusted. But I thought it would be different with me. Why did I get into that? Because of my self-esteem. If I had good self-esteem, I would have sidestepped that thing like a mile long. Right? That makes sense?
Yeah.
Because who wants... Anybody get into a real painful relationship here?
Oh, yeah.
So knowing that, would you have sidestepped it if you had better self-esteem and self-worth? Right?
Yeah.
But the return was greater than the anticipated pain, right?
Yes.
Until the pain got greater, then I remember this guy going to me and said, wow, you used to go with her, she's beautiful. I said, only for the first 2 months.
Yep.
She's one of the ugliest people I ever met. Remember, she ain't pretty, she just looks that way. I was 5 years sober when I found out what he was talking about. I've been listening to that song for years. Anyways, so I put the name Kim. Whom had we hurt? Well, most of us who have done a sex inventory haven't put those people on there. What does that mean? What does that look like? It asks, who did we hurt? Well, I hurt myself. I hurt Kim. I hurt her mom, her sister, the employers, the police, all these people that were involved. That meeting I used to go to was the women in treatment. Stuck with a couple of those women in early sobriety. Who did I hurt? I hurt myself. I hurt them. I hurt my reputation in Alcoholics Anonymous. Why are people treating me like this? Look at my conduct. It's none of their business. It doesn't matter. It's public. Some of these ladies are getting loaded. You're hurting them. But I'm being honest. Are you? Right? You want what you want, but we're both agreed on it. Still being selfish and inconsiderate. Yes? No?
Yes.
You're providing security for that person, even in exchange for... Come on, say it out loud. It doesn't hurt. Right? Yeah, she's my friend. Yeah, I know. We all hang around with really good-looking ladies. You're hoping she has a slip, and you're it. A slip in judgment. I just happen to be there. Right, so, yeah, some of you are picking up what I'm putting down. So we hide our motives, and we hurt ourselves and people because we're being dishonest. Yes?
Yes.
And we hurt the people around them. Anybody say, oh, I'm just your friend? And then they show more interest, and then you take advantage of their interest, and you're not really interested in them, but you like the favors that go with your interest.
Yep.
And you know they're falling for you, but you don't fall for them, and you keep them on the hook. Is that hurting them?
Yes.
Yeah, and why are you doing that? So that's what we get into. So what did we do? Well, I talked about, like, you know what I mean? My care, my concern. So why did I do these things? My self-esteem, personal relationships, my material, my emotional, right? My acceptable sex and my hidden sex, my ambitions. This is all affected across the board. Because if I had better self-esteem, and I knew that woman was vulnerable, even though she was good looking, but somebody else is going to take her, well, that's not my responsibility, is it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So to engage in that, would it be selfish, dishonest, and inconsiderate? Would I be hurting me in the long run? That's what we're looking at, the past. It's not about beating ourselves up. It's about these things that I carry shame, guilt, and remorse around. I need to bring them to the surface. I need to see how it not only affects me, but everybody around me, how these things have worked to my demise. I'm in a relationship with this girl, but I'm spending way too much time with this girl. Right? She's showing me more attention than I'm getting over here. Sooner or later, you're going to have a slip. And you just won't happen to accidentally fall on her either. You see what I'm saying? Because when we're dealing with those emotions and those instincts, men only have enough blood to operate one head at a time. Right? And the most common thing we say when we're engaged in situations that we shouldn't be engaged in after we have our orgasm is shit. Anybody? Come on. Anybody? You're all in, and then after the deal is done, you're lying there and you go, what did I do? Oh. And you were alone. No. But you're seeing what I'm saying, right? Because nobody was hurt. If nobody's hurt and your conduct is agreeable based on honesty, then that's not what this is about. But if you're being dishonest and you're hurting people, including yourself, so this is about seeing how I've hurt myself and others through my conduct. Right? And then the next list down here, it talks about, then we subjected each relationship to the test. So now these are the relationships that I had. One's the conduct, it could involve some of the relationships, but now it's each relationship we subjected to the test. Was it selfish or not? A lot of relationships I've been in are mutual. Regardless. Drinking, not drinking, mutual. With Kim, brutal, but mutual. Some of the acts in that relationship were selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest. It hurt people. Right? But because I'm driven by my sex instinct. It's like when I went back there without this inventory, I wasn't able to see my motives because I was blind to it. So I'm going to go back to make amends to Kim. And so how I go to make amends to Kim for my conduct is over a candlelight dinner. You get where I'm going? Yeah. But it's so innocent, right? So now I owe an amend for an amend. But that's not the sad part. The sad part is that she came to a meeting with me. And that was the difference between her finding a message and not finding a message. And I didn't have control over my sexual instincts. I was more cared for my gratification than hers. Changes everything now, eh? She's sitting in that meeting and she's just thinking about what we did earlier. Right? What kind of message do you think was carried? Yeah, who was I more interested in?
You.
And you know what? I couldn't have changed it because I was driven by my instincts. We all have those stories, don't we? Am I the only one with that story?
No.
Okay, do I want that to continue to be my story?
No, probably not.
No, because you know what? That will get me loaded. Talks about that. If my conduct continues to hurt others, you know what that means. We're bound to get loaded. Why? Because we're hurting God's kids, one. And two, we're shutting ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. And we're filled with guilt, shame, and remorse. Which is when harboring such feelings. We shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit, right? Yes?
Yes.
So we got this all down on paper. It's not about beating myself up. It's about having a different experience. And so this is the part that 98% of the people in our fellowship has never done. I've done surveys. Is the sex inventory. I've done the inventory. Oh, how was your saying that's not an idea for the future? What? What are you talking about? The sex inventory. What sex inventory? You mean the nasty shit I was doing? No, it's not about the nasty shit. The first is getting rid of the guilt, shame, and remorse, yes? The things we carry. The next is to look at the relationships that I've been in and how ineffective they've been and my participation in that. And how am I going to change that to have the desires that I want? Because there's nothing worse than lying beside somebody you're in a relationship with and feeling lonely. Anybody ever have that feeling? Right? So there's got to be more to this, but in order to have substance, you have to have the basis of developing that. So, we reviewed our conduct over the years. Go ahead.
It's down by second paragraph. We reviewed our conduct over the years past. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, and inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it.
Instead means today. What would I do today given that same situation?
What do you do?
Knowing what I know. So what does that mean is, like I've been doing big book study workshops now for over 32 years. The first couple years, women would come in and act really like they got their shit together. We start dating women that were coming to the meetings. I'd start dating some of the women who were coming to the meeting that I was in a position of trust and power. They were acting on instinct and security, meaning is like, I don't know how else to say this, but they were looking for protection from the rest of the herd. So they would pick somebody to have protection from all the rest of the guys in the meeting. They would look for the security within our own fellowship to be protected from all the rest of the guys in there. You ever see, I don't know how else to say that, I mean this in the nicest way, is you ever see a female dog in a field with male dogs? It'll run with its tail between its legs and all the males want to do is hump it. That's how a lot of women go through our fellowship. We don't see that because all we see is us and our attraction to them. But there's 100 more guys to every meeting they go to. So they need to find security, so they'll pick a guy in the meeting like they used to do in the bar to find security and safety with. And they'll start dating you on that premise based on their instincts. But if you became their friend without the benefit, you can still guide them through the fellowship. I sponsor some women now, right? With the ability to guide them through the fellowship. And I tell them, I said, if guys ask who your sponsor is, say I am. And they start, guys leave them alone. Right? Does that kind of make sense? So a lot of people that come here looking for security, our job is to help them and hook them up with other ladies. If your conduct has been less becoming of a member, that's okay. It's not about beating yourself up. Like, I'm not beating myself up anymore. I just had to learn this awareness that I have a responsibility. Right? And if a person's new, my responsibility is to get them hooked up with the women before I reward myself for helping them. Oh, you guys, yeah, you guys are identifying, right? Here, let me help you through the steps. Lie down. Right? So that's what it turns out to, right? Joe's looking to see if the recorder's on. Well, and wait a minute, the women are the same way. Because here we go. Put that down. Just write it down while you're here. Write it down. Okay, pray. So the idea is why? Because we're instinct-based. That's what they're saying here. And you want that governing your relationship. Because if you don't get a hold of it before you're in a relationship, you won't get a hold of it when you're in a relationship. How many people have ruined relationships here from their inability to be in a relationship? See? And how many people have felt the effect of it? But we concentrate on what they did than us. Have you ever done this to anyone else? We're not talking about that. Yeah, keep praying. You know what I mean?
I was praying for you. I was praying for
I know. Me too. But you see what I'm saying? Oh, so we see this as the human thing. So I guess we're spending more time on this than I thought. So in this way, what should we have done? Is we got this all down on paper and we looked at it. So now I'm looking at the whole thing, the whole history. Oh my God, some of it, I was a total asshole. I know it's hard to believe. I've done things that sober I kind of go, what the hell? What the hell? The cause and the pain I caused in total disregard. Total disregard. No thought whatsoever to the family, the friends, the people, these people who were engaged in trust and love and hoping on a relationship and the dream and all that stuff, and they ended up with an alcoholic addict. Man, I've made amends for all that stuff and I found peace with it. But to be totally unscathed by it until you look at it this way and you go, oh my God, to have empathy for another human being. That means you're starting to have empathy for yourself. And when you start having that, right, then I've never met anybody who's ever loved their partner who's ever hurt them.
No.
Why? Not that you don't want to do these things. You don't because it will cause them pain. See the difference? So it's the harm that you would cause them and the pain that you would cause them that would stop us from doing some of the stuff we would otherwise engage in. It's a pretty powerful gift. And in turn, it saves you from hurting yourself. Right? So, in this way,
we shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life.
see, our future sex, what do I want it to look like? Do I want it to look like this? Do I want this related to, what do I want it to look like? I get to determine what I want my relationships to look like. A lot of my friends are married. We talk about what a married man how they should conduct themselves. Ask any of my sponsors who are fathers, who are husbands, how they should conduct themselves in that way, who are sons, right? Talk to my guys. I'll tell you, this idea of relationship goes in all areas of our life, not just our sex instinct. Now, the other one is I have single friends. And they conduct themselves in a manner that they're okay with. I'm not the arbitrator of anyone's sex life. They tell me what they do. It sounds interesting. Right? And I tell them that's enough because then I start getting envious. Are you sharing to bother me or no? It should be in a general way, unless you got pictures.
In this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. We subjected each relation to this test. Is it selfish or not?
You know what's selfish or not, don't you? Come on. And you know who's talking to you. There's the head of reason, and then there's the head of denial. Some of you will get that on the way home. Okay.
Where were we?
We ask.
Yeah. We ask God to mold our ideals and help us live up to them. We remember always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised or low.
Who are we asking for guidance here?
God.
So that means if I'm going to be single and I just want to have fun, then I'm being honest with the people I'm engaged in. Hey, you know what? I just want to be single and have fun. I'm just looking for action on the weekends. No, I don't want to be with one person. I'm raising my kids. I want somebody to go to movies with her and then have fun with her. I don't want to introduce you to my kids. I'm a single parent. Right? Or I'm looking for someone to have a relationship with. And one day have this relationship with marriage and all this other stuff. You see the difference? I'm honest. Or you know what? I want to do this or this. Not what you. Who cares what you want to do? I'm into this or that. Who cares? If you're happy being into it, be honest with the people you're engaged with. Because you'll find people who are just as happy doing what you want to do. Right? But if you're lying, then who do you end up hurting? Yourself. And if you're in a relationship, how can I maintain and develop that relationship that I would like to have? So if you're in a relationship, you could make the determination on how you want that to look in the future. Now you're involving God in that. I was 16 years sober before that happened for me. 16 years sober, I was in so much pain from the relationships I was getting into because they were instinct-based. I didn't know that because I had no other way of looking at it. I mean, at 16 years sober, I'm driving my bike down the road and I'm thinking there's got to be another way to live this thing. And as I was doing the study, I seen this. At 16 years sober, what's this? Doing the study, week in and week out, oh, what's this? And then I looked at this recipe and I did a sane and sound idea and I asked God to help me live up to it. Right? What does that mean? They talk about on the next page, I'll summarize here. They talk about here praying for the right idea and not yielding to my instincts. What does that mean? Is if I'm into fast foods, it doesn't matter where I go. Enjoy fast food. But if I'm looking for a 4-star experience, I got to stay away from the fast food. Right? If you're going to be going for a big turkey dinner and you stop off at McDonald's before you go there, are you going to enjoy the meal? You're going to have the same experience that it was prepared for. You're going to have the same experience as those that prepared it. You're not. Two different things. You won't be ready for that experience. Right? And the people that you're going to engage with will know that you're not ready. You're not ready to have the same experience because you're not hungry. You've been doing too much fast food. You get what I'm saying? I'm tired of fast food. It's causing me too much pain and agony. I want a better experience. I want 4 or 5-star experience. That means I got to go hungry. That way when I sit to prepare for this meal, I'll be engaged in the whole 5-star part of it. The whole experience. Yes?
Yes.
Right? And the host, everything will be wild. So that means I need to fast from certain things. In order to fast from these things, I need to involve God in it. So when I did a sane and sound idea, right, I prayed. So what I did was I took all the best aspects of the relationships I've ever had with people, places, things, including my kids, all that other stuff, and I put it together in a list. Right? And I formulated this idea that I did in prayer and meditation. And at that top of the list, I said I must become these things if I'm going to attract it. I can't ask for something that I'm incapable of being or doing or achieving. Right? Right? I can't ask for someone who's honest and I'm still full of shit. I can't ask for someone to be loyal if I can't be loyal. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
So I did that prayer for 3 months. For the first time, I invited God into this area. 16 years sober. I brought God into every other area of my life, but this one. Why? Because I thought I was self-sufficient because I was getting all these relationships. See the delusion there? Right? So I bring God into this thing. So, the phone rings. It's an ex. I'm hungry. Maybe this is God's will for me. I've been praying. God answers prayers. Huh? Right? Then the other part says, what's your saying and sound idea? You've been here. You've done that. That doesn't sound right. You've been there, done that. Right? You've been there. You know the outcome of that. This is not God's idea for you. God, give me the strength to not engage. If sex is very troublesome, go find somebody to work with. Get involved. Find something. Right? It talks about that. Because when to yield, to give in would mean heartache. Anybody need that explained?
No.
Anybody yield? Cause you pain? And go, oh, what am I doing? Lack of power. So now I have access to power. I'm asking God for the strength to do the right thing. Right? I don't take that call. It's been 3 months. 6 months go by, or I think it's 3 months or 6 months. I've been out of a relationship now for almost a year. I've been in so much pain, I'm not even engaging in a relationship anymore. But I want a relationship. So I've been doing this recipe for 3 months, but I've been first time absent of involvement of another person for almost a year. Not because I want to, it's because I got tired of the pain. My kids were, it's just at that place. So I invite God into it. And I remember that it's I don't know, it's kind of like this moment happened where she phoned, and I was very tempted and I prayed. And I went into this thing, I call it a speed wall. I call it a spiritual kind of shaking. You know when you're so hungry you can't think straight, something, huh? That's what happened in this moment. And I prayed and something said, go to White Rock. I haven't been to White Rock in years. I hopped on my bike and went to White Rock to the Nooner. I ran into a friend there. And he says, let's go for something to eat. I went for something to eat. I explained to him what I've been doing, what's been going on, and this inventory process I've been doing. Right? And I did a little fight with him and stuff like that. And this thing that I discovered in the discovery here. And I left there. He says, come to the Punjabi meeting. I haven't seen this guy in years. He has a hot rod car, right? I said, no, I don't want to go to the Punjabi meeting. I want to go to the North Shore. I wanted to go to the North Shore Mountain Highway. That's where all the girls go and all that. I want to go there, right? Anybody been there? Like, I want to go there. This guy says, no, come to the Punjabi meeting with me. I said, I don't speak Punjabi. He says, they speak English. He says, this is a great meeting. I said, I've never been there. He says, come on, I'll meet you at the coffee shop. There's a Starbucks there. I'll meet you there. We'll have coffee. Just come. He's trying to talk me into something I'm talking myself out of. So I'm on my way there. I'm driving my bike, and I start, the pain of my experience is coming to the presence. And I'm lonely. I want, like, it's a year. I want partnership. And I just started talking to God. I just said, God, you know what? I said, you got me, and you said you'd look after me. Right? I said, if this is your will for me, I got snot running out of my nose. I'm crying. It's a beautiful starlit night. I said, if this is your will for me, could you make the next one a lot less painful? I can't take it. Because now I'm in touch with this thing inside of me, and the pain is real. This thing that comes out of here is real. It's not, right? It's like that compassion for the mouse. It's retarded. I don't know how to explain it, but there's something happening to me that I've never experienced before, and I don't know if I like it, but I like it. Because I'm trusting God. I said, this is what I said. I said, I seen what I can do. Me and God talk like that. Let's see what you can do. I seen what I can do. You seen what I can do. Not a bad list. I mean, painful as hell, but not a bad list. Good for a calendar. Right? So I said, let's see what you can do. So I go to this coffee shop. I'm sitting there having coffee with my friend. This lady pulls up. She parks over here. She gets out of the car and she's glowing. She's wearing a tracksuit Saturday night. Hair's not done. She has the video. She's going to return them. She walks by and says, hey, you don't say hello no more? Act like I know her, right? Best line, try it. So she went in there and she knows she don't know me. And she's saying, I want to see if this guy's a player. She sees the bike, she sees the leather. She wants to see if I'm a player or not. She's going to come out for her own self-protection and preservation. She comes out. And I say, hey, how you doing? I went in and got a card, Starbucks card, and I said, hey, first I talked to her, hey, how you doing? What's going on? She says, I'm in here, I'm going home. I got someone at home waiting. I said, lucky guy. Have a great night. What that just told her was, I'm not interested in her if she has somebody else. And I'm not even going to try to play or give my number or anything, because it's not worth it to me or her. You see what I'm saying here? What that just told her is, I'm not a player. What she said in response was, she says, no, my mom's at home. She's not feeling well. I'm watching videos with her. I said, in that case, here's my number. All right? And I had a Starbucks card with it written. I said, this Starbucks card is redeemable for any coffee on the menu in my presence. She took the card. She's a normie. It took her 2 weeks to call. 2 weeks. A relationship, she would have been moved in by now. Right? First date, coffee, foreplay. That's AA code for foreplay. Would you like to go for coffee? Yes, I'm in, right? Second date is a U-Haul. Anybody been there? So we start dating. Our first date was over coffee, and guess what we went over? Sane and sound ideas. We made sure we were both on the same page what we were looking for. We both shared common spiritual beliefs. We both had the same vision for the future. We had both same ideas what a relationship looks like. Then I made our first official date. And everything unfolded. Everything folded like you wouldn't believe, right? And as I went through this thing, something started to happen. It was the first relationship where God was the center of it. And something started to happen with me with this recipe that has happened no time in my entire life. This woman pierced my heart. That I felt empathy for another human being on a level that I've never felt in my entire life. It was almost a borderline when you feel nothing for somebody else. What do you call that?
Sociopath?
Sociopath. I have that diagnosis. Sorry, I should have shut that off. Borderline. Right? Because people would look at me and cry. I don't know what you're crying about. What's your problem? Like, I'm just totally absent of any emotion. And the first time I felt that level of compassion for this woman, I realized that there was something here beyond anything you could ever imagine. I could go on and on and on. But we've been married for the last 13 years. Half an hour before I met her, I told God, based on this idea that I was engaged in for 3 months, let's see what you can do. I invited God into this area of my life, and I've been blown away in every area that I brought God into. Pretty wild, right? And so then there's the harms, right, of the people that didn't make all the other lists. We just make another list of that. And the conclusion of this is on page 71. What's the hope here? So we started with an idea. And then the conclusion of the fourth step is this on page 71. We hope.
We hope you are now convinced that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from Him.
Who?
God.
When did that happen? In this process. Somewhere along this process, you've had this experience of accessing this power where you've experienced some freedom from you. We hope you're convinced now. If you've followed our recipe, you've experienced this. If you haven't experienced our recipe, then you have. So this relationship has formulated, yes or no?
Yes.
So what we've technically done, we've admitted to ourselves and God. Now we need another human being. Right? The next step talks about the fifth step. It says, having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? We've been trying to get a new attitude and a new relationship with our Creator. What's the whole purpose of this whole thing? Is that new relationship with our Creator. So tomorrow morning, Renee's going to be doing a little workshop in the morning at 10, 11, and 12. right? How that translates into his life from 7 to 7:30. We're going to have breakfast from 7:30 to 8. We're going to get started. And I'm going to tie steps 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 together. The working application in 11. Right? Because it's really harmonious from here on out. It's really fast. We spent more time on this because of the mechanics. Because the fourth step is the basis for what step? 11. The mechanics on how to access power is discovered where? In 4. And it's developed where? In 11. Right? The idea of the relationship was in 3. We get the access code in 4. And we get the development in 11. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Let's close with some outside help, which hopefully is starting from the inside. Right on. Right on. Who makes the change?
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Right on. God bless.
An announcement after that.
Right on, guys. Let's do the third step prayer together. Let's get it rocking. We made a decision. Let's do it. What's the process to an extraordinary life?
God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, take victory over them, bear witness to those that will help, thy power, thy love, thy way of life. May I do thy will always.
Amen. Okay, so this is going to be a game changer. It's going to be very difficult. What's going to be difficult about it is you're going to be looking for things that you agree with or to confirm what you think. That's not the purpose of this weekend. This weekend is to challenge what you think you know to what the book actually says. A lot of us get, it's like, I was thinking about this kind of early, great job, Renee, this morning. I was thinking, I got Swansea's all the different stages, right? And then when I see, like I get guys coming, they're very a lot of the guys who stick with me are very enthusiastic about recovery, God, the relationship, family. And guys who are not very solution oriented seem to find other people that are more 417 kind of people, right? So, because if you're involved with me, right, like your recovery, your life's going to reflect your recovery, right? A lot of people talk a good game. They'll go on a great lengths of what they used to do in AA. AA is not what you used to do. It's what you're doing. Right? We don't get badges for what we used to do. Ever been to a meeting where they talk about service work? I used to. Well, what are you doing today? I put away my own chair. That's not service, right? Make you feel good, but that's not service. So we just finished the 4, right? And we're looking at the 5, and in the 5, it reconfirms what this is all about, and a lot of people miss that. And Joe's really good at. He knows we're really good, right? And the application of this in his life is getting better and better and better. At 5 years, so at 10 years, right? Could you imagine the continuation? It's like a carpenter. You learn all the tools, right? It's like when my daughter. We're working on something. Hey, do you know where this is? That she'll know exactly where it is, right? And she knows the general idea. And then as the years go on, you put more and more and more and more together. Like what they were saying this morning, years. But a lot of us get taught things that hinder our development, and we don't even know it's doing that. Right? The book is put together in such a way it's pretty spectacular, and the challenge that a lot of us get when we hear a new idea is not to argue it. Remember they talked about that in We Agnostics? Ready to change our point of view. Right? And that's been my biggest challenge since the first time I got introduced to the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous over 33 years ago by the guys who took me through it. So what they did, I started from where they were, not from where they started. Does that kind of make sense? It's like a tour guide. If you've never been to a place before, you know not much about it. But if you go through that town with a tour guide, you learn everything that tour guide knows. Does that kind of make sense? So it puts you way farther ahead of the game. Then you could build on that to start going to other places. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
And so that's like sponsorship. Sponsorship will teach you what they know and what they've experienced. You're gathering from that place, and you're jumping out from that place. So when I met Joe, Renee, so I took all this experience that I learned from them, and I built on it, and I started looking at the book. And the resistance I got in the beginning, for those who've been around a long time, there wasn't very many big book study workshops. Very few. I started probably the first one in Vancouver that was a big book study workshop, open to the fellowship. The guys who were doing it with me were closed meetings. Like, they invite you to their home to be a part of it. So the resistance we got, me and a couple guys who started this, was huge. Argue and fight all the way through it. And we'd go, well, but it says this. We don't care what it says. We got taught this. And then they start throwing names around. And then what I like the best is, well, I'm 170 years sober. Right? Oh, you must be right then. Sorry, let's bow. No, so it's kind of, so if this is kind of like our basic text, right? It's our manual, yes?
Yes.
So the more you study the manual, and the more you kind of, like your continuous sobriety for the rest of your life will be, wow, look at this connection. Wow, look at this. Like Joe, when he talked about the stones, you see he's still pretty excited when he talks about that, eh? But the funny thing is, a lot of people, after he's done, will go, but he's excited about it. And maybe one or two people out of the whole group will go, that's really interesting, and will follow that line of thinking. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
And that's how the book's kind of designed. Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. It will always materialize if we work for it. What's the work they're talking about is on a spiritual plane. Right? And they talk about certain ideas. So step 3 was an idea that I could form this relationship. So the book's like designed like this. They give us ideas. Then they give us a process. Then there's an experience. Different parts, right? So step 3 is an idea. When would I experience a lot of the stuff they're talking about is in 11, through the process, where it starts to become personal to me. It may be a good feeling, like a woman gives you her number. Huh? Is that a good feeling? Then you phone it, it's the wrong number. see the emotional manipulation there? Nothing's happening really, right? And that's how a lot of us go through sobriety. We look at this emotional thing. Oh, I got it. Why? Because, wow, promises are coming true. Based on what? Because I feel great. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
So the forming of a relationship and the idea of a relationship is two different things. Right? So here they're talking about forming a relationship. And in the spiritual appendix that I was talking about this morning, they talk about this process as it takes time. What usually takes place in a few months. Right? So there's something, so the more I invest in this, not only mentally in the idea, but in the process of the application, the more I'll experience what they're talking about. Then somewhere along the line, I'll start having my own experience, and I'll build on my experience with this thing, and that will draw me back to this thing. Does that kind of make sense? Right? And so when we do and it's really interesting how they always bring us back to the idea of our relationship. Why would they do that? Because we're prone to taking over. We're prone to thinking. How many people found themselves, tried to be engaged in the meeting and found themselves thinking? Right? How many people argued a bit with what was being presented now and then? How many people think I should have done it a little different? One honest guy. What the hell? Because my job is to challenge, right? And because if we came in here and we all agreed. And at the end of the weekend, it was good. What a great weekend. I agreed with everything he said. How would you develop? If you hired a trainer to train you what you already knew, how effective would that be? If you went to a psychologist or whatever, and they agreed with everything you said, that'd be 2 relationships that are ruined. Right? Yours and the one you went there for. Does that kind of make sense? So when you seek sponsorship, and you go to your sponsorship with a perplexity or dilemma, anybody's ever done that? And you don't like what they have to say. Anybody ever experienced that? How many people went to look for someone else to talk to? Come on. Come on. I want to find somebody who agrees with my point of view to prove he's wrong. How many people looked in the information to try to prove their sponsor wrong? That's one of the most consistent things my sponsors do. They get to a place, well, I think it's my turn to take over. Yes, it is. You can do it over there. Right?
Do it all the time.
He does it all the time. Right? So, and that's the beauty of it, right? And that's the whole thing. So we finished our 4. First paragraph on page 60. First paragraph and
72.
nope. Let's go with 72.
There you go.
There you go. Okay.
Do it all the time. All right, 72, in action. Having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? We have been trying to get a new attitude and a new relationship with our Creator.
So there, it reconfirms what this is about. Because by the time you finish your 4, how many people start taking over in their thinking and they're doing it? Come on.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Right? So I'm more in the conversation with self than I am in seeking this relationship, right? That's why it's a reminder, hey, this is what it's about. And then there's a recipe on 73. What's the recipe? It's the recipe for those, it tells you this is what happens for those who don't get it. It's usually because of this. So the opposite would be if you did these things, or the basis of these things would be the success. And a lot of us think it's all the huge effort that we do, but it's really not that. It's very simple at its core, right? And we heard reference to that in Spiritual Appendix, but they talk about they only thought.
So top of page 73. Invariably they got drunk. This is because they've held something on that they haven't been able to let go of. Having persevered with the rest of the program, they wondered why they fell. We think the reason is that they never completed their house cleaning. They took inventory all right, but hung on to some of the worst items in stock. They only thought they had lost their egoism and fear.
So what's the point of this process? Is the humbling of our pride, right?
Leveling.
Leveling. So when you start going to other methods, and some people give you different ideas of doing things other than this, that's avoiding this humbling process, because this process is about developing and having the experience of my relationship with this power.
Yeah.
So it goes from the idea and the observation of what's happening in your life to the process in here to the experience where it no longer needs to be explained to me anymore. I know what you're talking about. That's like when you're a kid. Anybody ever read Form magazine?
What, Penthouse?
Yeah, Form magazine. It's stories, right? And you go, oh, and you look at pictures. Oh, anybody? It's not the same experience as involving another person. Some of you are picking up what I'm putting down. So you can hear all about the experience, but until you have your own experience, you go, I know what you're talking about. Okay, go ahead.
They only thought they had lost their egoism and fear. They only thought they had humbled themselves.
That's to humble themselves. What are we kind of talking about? The need of help. The need to save my ass rather than my face. The knowing if I don't do this, what's going to happen? So the need of asking for help. And the funny thing is, I don't have to. I don't have to have that with you. I can listen and follow your directions, but I don't have to be humble with you. I had a hard time asking for help. Probably I'm the only one here. and listening and taking advice. I was always all standoffish, very lone wolf, right? But in my last 33 years, there's been one element that I've never turned away from and that's asking for God for help. That's the humility I think they talk about. I've had conflict with every area of my life, right? I've even been resistant to and defiant, probably I'm the only one here, to my relationship with God, because I'm going to show you. Anybody punishing God? I'm not talking to you today. Okay? I'll show you, right? And then the pain starts happening. It says, "Hey, how you doing? How are you?" Right? Yeah, it's just like a parent, right? So when, I think God kind of looks at it like He knows adolescents, right? We are really, aren't we? It's just like a parent, right? I want to throw a tantrum in the grocery store because I'm not getting my own way or God's not doing what I think. Any negotiators here? Negotiate with God, bargain. That's always a good one, bargaining with God. Hey, you know what? You want me to work for you today? We got a couple things I want you to carry out for me, all right? So I used to think step 11 was praying for things for God to do that I think is beneficial. Anybody have a list of God things? Okay, and then if you're not too busy, I'd like you to take care of this, and this. Come on. Right? So how much humility is in that?
None.
So all through this is, what would you have me do? What could I do today? How can I serve? How can it be useful to you and the people around me? And so that's what this recipe, the humility. So that's the first thing we need to obtain sobriety, is humility. And it's the first thing we lose before we change our sobriety date. Is humility. That's the key. Right? Because the humility, then comes the willingness and open-mindedness. So the combination, my experience is, that is the first thing we need to obtain, and that's the first thing that leaves before we leave. Right? Okay.
But they had not learned enough humility, fearlessness, and honesty in the sense we find it necessary until they told someone else all their life story.
Where would we learn this thing? Where would we learn this recipe that they're talking about? If we need to learn these things, where would we learn it? What have we been doing all weekend? We've been studying the process, right? That's where we learn it. It's the road to the experience. It's the road to the, right? Keystone. It's the road to the experience that's available on that side. This side's the preparation, getting ready. It's like when I was in the Army, in the infantry, the whole 2 years was getting ready, right? And so then when we started the war games, we would get ready. We'd get all our gear. Everything's ready, right? Everything's ready to go. Then we would go out and develop everything we learned. Then we actually put it into practice. So over here, you kind of learned it all, but over here is where you put it into practice, and that's where we're learning everything we need to keep us connected. We know what the obstacles are, we know what the challenges are, we know where the downfalls are, we know where our liabilities are, that kind of, and we know what's going to save us from ourselves. Because this whole thing is about lack of power. And so that means the more power I get, the more I'll have a different experience, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like this. So we got two vessels now. Here I don't know if anybody's ever seen this thing. It's kind of connected like, I think it's connected like this, right? And the other one's like this. Right? You ever see that? And the water goes from one to the other, or the fluid, and one vessel fills up, the other one empties. You ever see that? Yeah. So this one's self, and this one is our spiritual connection, right? And when this one happens, my fourth step starts to reappear. Because my fourth step is not how I used to be, it's how I am based on self. I'm starting to get weird looks. My fourth step is not how I used to be, it's how I am based on self, absent of God. my instincts created all those problems, yes? So what's going to eliminate me from continuously having that experience? There's no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid, without that relationship. So the more I experience this, the less I'm experiencing this, yes?
Yes.
Right? So when I'm starting to experience all this bombardment of grouch in the brainstorm, that's an indication that who showed up? That's an indication that you're on holidays. Huh? You think you got a hallway pass, but it's painful, right? Does that kind of make sense? And so as you start to concentrate back on your relationship through this course of action, what starts to happen? You start to, and now you're having a different experience of a new freedom, new happiness, new peace of mind. So that's saying, when I'm in this place and I'm feeling life's starting to get on me, and I'm not matching calamity with serenity, what's that a good indication? Is self is taken over. Become more self-reliant. Fear, right? Rooted. I'm in conversation with who? Self. I'm looking for me for the answers. Because I've thought about it all week and I don't know how God's going to answer it. I thought about it all week. If I can't come up with a solution for this, I don't know how God is. How many people's done that? So the trusting and relying, right? And so they talk about here, when we start, this is the rest of it, as we go through this, where do we start beginning to have a spiritual experience, Joe?
Page 75.
What does it say?
Middle of the paragraph. We pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark crowning of the past.
So, right? Twist of character, dark crowning of the past. This is where we tell the story of our four, right? The resentments, the fears, the harms, the conduct, every twist of character that we don't want to see the light of day. We've already admitted to ourselves, to God. God already knows, right? There's no secret on there. You knew all this stuff, but now you know why it's happening, because of self-reliance. Trying to, right? An inability to curb what we're doing because of lack of power. So if I want a different experience, I got to bring this entity in my life because of the idea that's presented through this process, right? So the idea, the process, and the experience. So step 3 was idea. They're going to get into the experience now of what they experienced by doing this, and you should have the same experience if you've done the same thing. Yes?
Yes.
If you get a toy model, you never been to those model shops? You go, wow, look at that car. That looks really cool. You get it, you open it up, and what's with the model? Instructions. So, being the keen intellectual people, that's for other people that don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right? Come on, IKEA furniture, we'll put that over there. What's the extra parts for? They don't give you extra parts. Oh. So you put the model together, and you go, wow. And then you look at the box, and you look at the model, it's not the same thing. And there's a group of people all over the world putting the same model together. Some of them are following instructions. Who's having a better experience? Those who are following instructions. When they look at the model, was the purpose of buying it, the idea, visualization of it, right? The idea, the process, and the experience. Then you look back and go, wow, pretty cool. Instead of crap, throw it in the garbage and blame them for it, right? Come on, and we do that with our recovery. There's a process here. There's something available. How well do I want to follow this thing to have the same experience? Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. What's the motivator for quickly is pain. What's the motivator for slowly is laurels. Resting. Oh, good. This is good. Just good. Right? Well, we got a 5-star meal for you. It's okay. I'll just eat this hamburger from McDonald's. I'm good. Okay? And it's like, that's how we go through life. It's like we spend everything we got to take this voyage on the ship. We're on the ship. And it's absolutely spectacular. The views, the experience. We waited our whole life for this thing. And then you over in the corner eating the lunch you brought. And then you see over that all these people are eating these buffet, everything you could imagine. But you're over there. People are watching you over there while they're living a life like an experience that's beyond anything you could imagine. And then one person will hopefully walk over and go, "What are you doing?" He says, "Oh, I'm just, I just had enough money for the cruise. I didn't have enough money." It says it's all inclusive. What? You could have been enjoying that right from the beginning. It's the last day of the voyage. You're over there eating your snacks and thinking what. So you could come sit at the captain's table and enjoy everything that's available, or you could sit with your little snack, your hors d'oeuvres. Right? This is not an hors d'oeuvres kind of little snack kind of thing. It's an extravaganza. It's the main event. It's the come to the banquet, man. Grab 2 plates. Pretty
Creme de
awesome.
la creme.
That's it. So go ahead.
Okay, so let's, because it's worth rereading. We pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark crowning of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us.
So the idea, right? Once we take the step, then the experience, right? You should have if you're following instructions, you'll be having this experience. If you're not having this experience, then you've missed something, right? Because there's a purpose to the process, right? What's the purpose of the process?
Get the power.
To get access to the power, so it's no longer our dilemma. Lack of power was our dilemma, not is our dilemma. Right? So the people who went before us, they have access to this power. They're no longer powerless. They have access to this power. That changes their whole life. If they separate from the connection, then they start becoming depleted of the access. Right? They start becoming self-reliant again. So here we go. Go ahead.
We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience.
Why? Because we've done the process that they talked about in this of the humility, honesty, and right. There's a big step when you discuss yourself with another human being at the level that is necessary there. If you've done a 5 the way it's laid out, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. But there's something that happens in that connection. I don't know what it is, but that was the game changer for me. And after I did my 5, some people go home and rest, like sit quietly for an hour. I went home and I passed out. I was so exhausted. I went to bed. And it was the best sleep I ever had in my life. It was like I suffer from night tremors, right? And that night was the first night where I slept in my bed and I could have just snuck out of the bed and made it. Usually I wake up, the blankets, everything's all over the place. I wake up to chaos within my own mind. I can't hear what's going on because I wake up before I do. My mind wakes up before I do. It says, "Hey, let's get started." I said, "Okay." Right? Let's get started. Got me on me, right? It's going to be one of those days. Yep. So I woke up that morning through this process, and this is after 11 years of AA, doing all different kind of ideas, 12 treatment centers, this handout, that handout, all this stuff. Went through this process, and when I woke up, not came to, there was a little voice inside. It said, "Hey, you don't need to do that anymore." And I kind of went, like it was kind of a little alarming. I was trying to figure out what was coming. I was lying there, but you didn't open your eyes yet, but you're in tune to what's happening. Anybody, you know what I mean? And I said, "What?" And it says, "You don't need to do that anymore." And I kind of went, homed in on it. The third time he said it, I knew exactly what it was talking about. I leaned over, I grabbed my cigarettes, I handed them to my girlfriend at the time. I said, "Here, I don't need to do this anymore." It didn't say I didn't need to smoke anymore. But that small little message, I was able to interpret the full meaning of it. I don't know why or how, I can't explain it. But that was the moment of this connection. where it became clear of this intuitiveness that came from within. I listened to it, I had no withdrawal, no nothing. Nothing. It's like nothing ever happened. What also happened in that moment, I heard the cars go by on the street for the first time. I lived there for about a year. I'd never heard the cars. The noise in my mind were louder than the noise in the area. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
And that was a perfect peace. Huh. Right? I began to have a spiritual experience. So, did you want to add anything to that?
No, go ahead.
So then, this is highlighting it. So then, this is, I think, one of the most missed parts in here, where they talk about step 6 and 7. Read step 6. What does it say?
Page 76. If we can answer to our satisfaction, we then look at step 6.
And what are we answering to our satisfaction? Is the work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Am I experiencing this connection? Do I get a rough idea what they're talking about? Right? There's something going on here, and it's coming from here. Right? There's something going on here. Have I kept anything to myself that I should have shared with somebody else? Right? And so it's kind of like the stone's properly in place. So why would they say that? That means the foundation I'm going to build on. Everything that they've given me, I'm going to continue with. What have they given me? Well, the idea in 3, but they've given me 4 and 5. It's the recipe to remove the blocks and get connected. Right? So now they're going to expand on what may hinder me or kind of get in the way of continuation of that relationship. It's like when I got married, we dated. It's like steps 1, 2, and 3. Nothing serious happening. Could change at any minute. I think things are great. She phones, hey, it's not working. What? Right? That's like steps 1, 2, and 3. At any minute, I cannot be here anymore. So that's dating. The engagement, right? The engagement is 4, 5, 4, 5. The removing of all the things that stand in the way of our relationship for when we get married. The marriage, right, is actually 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The way of life. Right? So this is the last preparation before the marriage. Right? The idea of step 3 is I want this partnership, this relationship, this union. So what we do, that's what the courtship's about, is to take care of all past things so it doesn't interfere with your relationship. Right? So the union of 2 people is joining the circle of 2. There's no 3, no past events. Does that kind of make sense? Most people don't finish one relationship before they get into the other relationship, and the other relationship's hindering this relationship. And you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or they don't take care of the things necessary financially, responsibilities and all that before they get into the engagement, and these things come up and cripple the relationship.
Yeah.
Does that kind of make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So we just finished all that. 5, I have assessment, I have it going on. It's kind of like, let's have another look here. Step 6 is like, let's have another look at some of the things that might be ongoing, that you're going to have to maybe carry into the relationship a bit. It's going to take a bit of time, right? What would that be? Well, hypothetically, right? So if you're looking at it in a relationship, so when I got in my relationship, I still had child support for one of my kids. I still had responsibility, right, for a couple of them. I was bringing into the marriage, the assessment of the challenges that were going to happen with this. Does that kind of make sense? Mm-hmm. So I knew what these things were. Is that kind of, so let's read step 6. What does it say?
Again, page 76. If we can answer to our satisfaction, we then look at step 6.
What are we doing? Look at. What does look at mean?
Just look.
Look, let's look at it. Yep.
Yeah. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable.
Right? Yes? Key, willingness, humility, yeah.
Foundation, yeah. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all things which we have admitted are objectionable?
Who? You mean I'm not working on this? Let me in, coach. I'll take it from here. I'll take it from here. What are you doing? I'm working on 6 and 7. Oh boy, that got to be painful. Because we already admitted we couldn't change that stuff on our own. Because what's our problem? Lack of power. So I entered this union that God will do all the things for me that I can't do for myself. And that's basically to have the life that I'm looking for, because I got too much self in the way. And the only way of getting rid of self is the more I work on this relationship, the more I get the life that I'm looking for. So the bait will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we couldn't do for ourselves. So let's look at these things. Where would we look at these things that we still hang on to from? Where would they come from?
Step 4.
Step 4. So our step 4, we've done 5. All these things are in the open. Now, we're moving on to a new freedom, now happiness, right? They talk about our fears fall from us. We have this new thing. But there's still a couple things that are deep-seated that are attached to my lifeline or to my spirit. There's a couple abscesses that are deeper than I suspected. But I talked about it. I feel kind of relief from it. I've been praying about it. But it seems to be still there. I may not be aware of all of them. It'll take, as time goes on, I'll become more aware of the stuff I hang on to. Because most of us, when we do a 5, we feel really good. But some of this step 6 stuff will show up in that moment. I'm still carrying what? So go ahead.
Are we now ready to let God remove from us all things which we have admitted are objectionable?
What are objectionable?
Resentments, conduct.
Fears, resentment, and conduct. Because the self is considered dishonesty is the derivative. It's a byproduct of the resentment, fears, right, and harms based on our instincts. We act as selfish and considered dishonest. So for me to stop acting selfish and considered dishonest, that means my instincts got to be in check. Yes?
Yes.
That means the past association with people, places, and things got to be in check. So that doesn't determine how I respond to life. Yes?
Yes.
Right? In order to do that, that means my relationship got to be in check. So can God remove these things that I still hang on to? So how many people did a 4 and 5 here? How many people were surprised they still had some resentments? How many people were surprised they still had some challenges and fear? How many people were surprised that you still had some conduct that was kind of not... right? And dishonesty and self-preservation and protection and some stuff that's not living up to standards. Anybody realize, holy shit, there's still me involved here? Anybody? So here they're saying, well, there's nothing you can do about it, because if you could have done something about it, you wouldn't be carrying it, right?
That's right.
So it's a reconfirmation that, yes, I see these things, right? In my prayer at this stage, God, I'm willing that you should have these things. Can you give me something better in its place? What would be better than resentment? Would it be peace? What would be better than hanging on to an argument? Serenity.
Where's that prayer from?
So I said this is my prayer, right? Okay, so that was kind of like, it kind of goes with that. Because if I'm going to trust something with God, I'm going to hopefully get something better in its place. Trusting and relying on God for better things and a better experience. That's why I'm doing this, right? Because if I was capable of creating this, would I need God? So I reconfirm here that, yeah, I want you to have these things, but I see my resistance to it. You ever watch a kid with candy? Got 2. Your sister don't have any. Not my problem. Am I resistant? Then the time, well, are you willing to give your sister some? Look, remember, empathy, humility, right? See these things that start taking place, right? Yeah, here. Reluctantly, and then I see the joy in her face, and then it's kind of like I feel good about my resistance to give her anything, to the fact that look what I did. You see the humor? You see what I mean? And that's how we go through life. We talk about our resistance to change our life, the inability to have a new experience, being plagued with self, right? We have a new experience, and then we go to a meeting, talk about how great we're doing. Look what I'm doing. Yes, look what you're doing. Okay, are we ready to have God, remove these things which are objectionable. The resentments I still hang on to. The story. Anybody still have a story they hang on to? An excuse? A liability? Because I used to do that. That's the step 6 stuff. So, ready? If you've done a 4, and you're still resentful at people that were on your 4, you still have fears that are plaguing you that were on your 4, and you have conduct that's still plaguing you that's on your 4 after you've done your 5, what step does that become?
6, 7.
Does it say 6 and 7? 6. It's the acknowledgement of these obstacles that still stand in the way of a new experience. But I know what they are. Step 6. Very important. You got to look at the wording. We get taught at 6 and 7. We lump those two things together. They're two separate things. One is the hindrance of the experience that I'm hoping for. And we'll see the building of that. So it reconfirms who's going to create this change in me.
God.
What do I need to exhibit for that to happen?
Humility.
And willingness. And honesty. And a bit of fearlessness. Right? And those things are derivative of my relationship. Yes?
Yes.
So when I start suffering from these things, that tells me my relationship's in peril. So does this mean I go work on myself?
No.
No, there's a recipe for that, right? We'll get into that in a second. Okay, so then, what does it say?
It says, can he now take them all, everyone? If we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing.
Look at that visual. Visual, cling. What does cling mean?
Not let go.
Sucked on.
Yeah, before we were harboring them. It's my area. Right? We're harboring them. Now we've had a clean out. But so as the stuff is leaves, wait a minute. Wait a minute. But we got new furniture for your new place. Nah, I like this couch. But it's pissed on. Yeah, I know. It has bugs. Yeah, I know. But we got something better for you. Yeah, I know. But this stuff could contaminate everything else. I know. Are you willing to let go? I'm willing to let go of one hand for now. Right? You get it?
Yeah.
So let's not take it with us. So this is like a re-evaluation. It's like when I travel, it's kind of like this. We go to the travel agency, right? Or I used to walk by them and dream about going places. Anybody ever do that? You look at all these nice pictures and stuff. Wow. It's an idea. It's a hope. You dream on it, and sometimes you even think you're on the beach, but you're still standing in front of the window, nose print on it, right? Nothing's happening. So you go in and see the travel agent and then you see it's possible that you can go to Mexico with your criminal record. Hey, good stuff, right? As long as we don't land in the States, we'll be all right. Right? So now you're excited. Or you got these tickets. Right? You're excited, right? Well, you're not on the plane and you're not there yet. Then it's the preparation to get ready for the border security, right? So you ask your friends, hey, don't bring nothing with you. Nothing? Nothing. But I want to bring something. No, nothing. Right? So you go through customs. We did that 4 and 5. Right? Now you're on the plane. That's where we're on now. We're on the plane. We're on the plane. We're going to our destiny, what we're hoping to achieve, what the brochure was saying. We want to experience all of that. We got a good feeling we're on the plane, right? Anybody?
Yeah.
But I'm still carrying some stuff. What that looks like is, did I leave the iron on? Did I lock the door? Geez, I didn't pay this. I didn't pay that. How's my vacation looking? I'm carrying things that should have been taken care of before I left. But there's some things I didn't take care of, so can I be free of that to still enjoy what I have? Yeah, there's some debts, there's some amends, but am I going to allow that to come on the trip with me? Am I going to lie on the beach and go swimming and still think about all that stuff? Me and my buddy went to Vietnam. What a spectacular trip. What kind of trip would it have been if I was still worried about everything that was happening here? Would have missed most of it. So being present was the key to enjoy what I was hoping to achieve with the brochures and the whole plan of the trip. That's where we're getting at here. Am I still carrying stuff? I know what they are. Still resistance to certain amends and things. I know what they are, right? And in my heart, so I know what they are. So knowing what they are, and who am I willing to take care of these things?
God.
So that's a kind of awareness, right? And some of these things we'll be aware as time goes on. Then what does it say to do?
When ready, we say something like this: My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad.
Okay, so good and bad. See what happens here? So we understand what's happening. We see what's hindering us. We're willing to be willing, yes?
Yeah.
Now we're starting a new idea. Okay, God, I'm willing you should have all of me, good and bad. Why does it say good and bad, not just bad? Because both sides of the coin, the good side and the bad side, is the same coin of self concentrating on self. Look how good I am. Look at the great stuff I do. Who are you concentrating on? Look how bad I am. Look at that. Who are you concentrating on? So how many sides are there to a coin?
Two.
There's 3 sides.
All not
No, God bless it. Okay, so that's some sick stuff. That's it stuff, right? So when you turn the coin sideways, does it hinder your view? If you hold 2 coins in front of your eyes, how well can you see? You're concentrated on what?
What's up?
Self, either good or bad. It's 2 coins. It blocks your vision and your experience. You turn those 2 coins sideways, can you see a lot better? It gets to a point where you won't even see those coins. You'll concentrate on what's happening around you. So the side of the coin is your relationship with God. That little thing, that little concentration, that little shift in perception changes everything. Because if you're trying to do it, you're doing this. You get the visual? Try it later. Take the coin, put them in front of your eyes. Self and how great self is. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh. You know, right? Sorry, banging into everything, right? People, places, and things. People retaliating. All the shit starting again. Oh, here comes your step 4 again. I was just standing there minding my own business. Yes, you were. And everybody else's. Turn those 2 coins sideways. God, save me from myself. Right? So, okay. Finish the prayer.
I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows.
That's in the moment. That stands in the way of my, what character defect? What becomes a character defect? The resentment, harms, and concentration of self. If you could remove those things, they're usually over here. They're accessible again. We pick them up again. So I could be of helpfulness. What does that mean? So I'm still full of resentment and fear, but give me the ability to go to a meeting and help somebody. Give me the ability to go be a part of my home group. Give me the ability to go to work. Give me the ability to not let this hindrance interfere with my experience today and the people around me. And who does that? God. In the moment. So see to it your relationship is right and all remarkable things will follow. Right? So, all these personality quirks that I have and all these things, I still have a lot of them. They don't interfere with my life to the point where it alters it or changes it for the most part. But I'm aware of it. When I'm aware of it, start suffering from it, what do you do with this stuff? So I wanted to look at something here as we go through. This kind of brings us to the preparation of 8 and 9. And this is very important as we look at it. You want to look at what it's saying. Is it important, the layout of this thing?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go. We'll read that.
Grant me strength as I go out here to do your bidding. Amen. We have then completed step 7.
Completed. Done. I reconfirm what step 3. And done. I understand the whole point of this thing is my relationship. Who am I depending on? Grant me strength as I go from here to do your bidding, which turns into step 11. Lack of power is our dilemma, right? Where do I get power? That's what this whole thing is about. Where do I continue to access this power? The charger, the plug-in, source, right? Okay, go ahead.
Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9.
Let's what?
Look.
Let's not get at it. Let's look at it. So we're going to read through it. So what happens is they reconfirm that what we're trying to do is go clean up the wreckage of our past that we've accumulated by our efforts to try out live on self. So we see how self created all these problems. If I don't want these problems anymore, I got to maintain my relationship with something greater than me, right? So here they remind us on page 83 about what our purpose is.
77.
No, 83, sorry. Oh, is it 77? Okay, we'll go with 77, Joe. Okay, we'll go with that.
77.
Everybody there?
3 lines down. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us.
Our real purpose is what?
To be of maximum service to God.
To fit ourselves. Fit. With effort. You need to make effort. A lot of us don't want to do a lot of this stuff, do we? Your home groups tonight, but the baseball game's tonight. Your home groups tonight, I want to stay home, take it easy. There's somebody going to your home group looking for you. That's okay, they can find someone else. But it's an inconvenience to them. I'm tired. I'll show right up at 5:02. Well, who's setting up? Someone else can do that. Well, isn't it your home group? Yeah. It's a business meeting this month. Not my problem. So how are you fitting yourself? It's an inconvenience, isn't it? Come on. Well, there's a real reward when you go there and help a new guy set up and you're a part of the group and they kind of realize that you build a relationship with the people around you, right? To fit yourself to be of maximum service. The phone rings. You see it's a sponsee. Well, let's let that one go to voicemail. Because I'm engaged in something. I'll answer the phone, hey, I'm in the middle of something. Is it important? Let me get back to you. If I'm at work, it goes to voicemail. But if I can answer the phone, I answer the phone. If you can't get a hold of me before 11, then it's got to wait till 7. Because if you thought about it all day and then at 2 o'clock in the morning you get the urge to call, you can leave it on my voicemail. We can pick it up in the morning. I got over 500 people in my contacts. I got people with burning desires, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock. I got responsibilities, right? Does that kind of make sense? But if you're on my call, if you're a good friend of mine or a sponsee of mine, the phone will ring, right? Is that my mom, right? You have that access where these people can get past the do not disturb part, right? I know some of you are going to test it now. Don't bother. Don't do it. Don't wake me up. Am I one of those people? Not anymore. So it says look at. So they give us all different things, right? Give us all different things to look at. And then we get into these things that we hear all the time. As if you read through 8 and 9, they make reference to your relationship with God all the time in counsel. You're saying these are some of the challenges that we had that you may have. This is what we did. So it's preparation. We got the list. We got the stuff. We're not doing nothing yet. We're reading through it. Yes?
Yeah.
We just did 6 and 7, and we're reading through the rest of the book. Do we run it? Oh, there's a line. Go run it. No. Look at. Let's read. And as we go through it, I say criminal, financial, I say emotional, family. Yeah. All these different there. So we're starting to categorize my amends. Yes?
Yeah.
I get my financial ones in place. I get the emotional ones in place. I get the long-term ones in place. And then that hits the stuff in family afterwards, where there's a long road ahead, right? a mumbling and all that other stuff is not, it's a demonstration of these things, right? And all the challenges in the family afterwards is a really good chapter, how we go from one extreme to another, where it talks about it takes years to tear down old structures to build new ones in its place, right? So this is not an overnight matter. What we're learning here is a recipe for life. Must continue for a lifetime, yes? So let's look at the promises that everybody likes to talk about.
83, bottom 83.
So as we're going to start up a little higher.
All
The
right.
top, yes. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Everybody at the yes?
Yes.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, top 83. Yes, there is a long period of reconstruction ahead. We must take the lead. A remorseful mumbling that we are sorry won't fit the bill at all.
Right?
We ought to sit down with the family and frankly analyze the past as we now see it, being very carefully not to criticize them. Their defects may be glaring, but the chances are that our own actions are partly responsible. So we clean house with the family, asking each morning in meditation that our Creator show us the way of patience, tolerance, kindness.
What step is that?
11.
Yeah. So suggesting I should be doing 11 before I even start to attempt 9s. Because if I do 9 without 11, I'm going in alone. Right? And any team, any situation, you're never going alone. You're going with a buddy system. Paramedics, police, army, anything that enters a situation that may be hazardous, right? Construction, you don't go into isolated areas alone. You always bring somebody with you. Right? There's a reason. So now, we're not going in alone. Who are we bringing in with us? God, because what's our purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to who? And
Our fellows.
yeah, so we see that step 9 is a demonstration of what's happening in our life to the people around us, that there's a different way of life available. We're an example of the miracle of Alcoholics Anonymous. So that means when you leave, they should be a little disturbed of what they're seeing that you're presenting compared to how you used to be. If you're the same asshole that you were when you were 2 years ago, how much of a demonstration is that? How many people made amends and didn't change, just go make amends to people? Oh yeah. And then you have to make the amends for the amends. How many people went in, made amends, and as you're leaving, you asked for 20? What? Oh yeah. Oh, you had to go there, did you? Right? So remember the dinner? Hey, I'm in town. I'd like to make amends. I got a table for 2. like, where's God in that, right? Right? And there's some amends where it's kind of like, I need to bring God in with me. And we'll see why. Go ahead.
The spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. Unless one's family expresses a desire to live upon spiritual principles, we think we ought to not urge them. We should not talk consistently to them about spiritual matters.
Oh, we like to talk excessively, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Here, listen to what I say, not what I'm doing. Because I know now. I'm the great and powerful Oz. You people got problems. A couple weeks sober. Let's start working on you, Mom. Because you're the reason I'm like this. And when I make my amends, you'll see for the things that you did to me. You see what I'm getting at? Is that a demonstration of this thing? Negative, right? Okay, go ahead.
They will change in time. Our behavior will convince them more than our words. We must remember that 10 or 20 years of drunkenness would make a skeptic out of everyone.
Right? Remember Bill's story? A year and a half. His friends were what? Skeptical. Resistant. Why? Because it was such a shit show for so many years. Everybody would go, oh, you're doing great. And how you doing? Right? How many of you guys? Oh, wow, you're doing so fantastic. Where did the TV go? Bring Grandma his teeth back. No, sorry.
There may be some wrongs we can never fully right. We don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves that we would right them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter.
So they're talking, right? Of different situations that will come up by looking at 8 and 9. Okay, this is how they handle this. Who am I in counsel with? I'm in counsel with my sponsor and whatever, right? So now they're continuing this conversation, not group of actions, right? Yes?
Yep.
We're going to take action on them, but are we doing that right now?
No.
We're reading, right? Preparing. Yes? Okay, go ahead.
And there may be a valid reason for postponement in some cases, but we don't delay if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or screaming. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Go. Sounds good.
Half measures avail us nothing. Keep reading.
If we are painstaking about this phase of our development,
Okay, if we're painstaking about this phase, I mean, must mean there's other phases. You ever go by construction sites? There's phase 1, 2, and 3,
Yeah.
and they're all being developed at the same time. You ever notice that? This one's more complete. This one's still under. There's different phases to the whole project. It's been put into place long before you start seeing the results of it. Yes, City Hall, planners, designers. So it started way over here. By the time you see it starting to be developed, those phases have started way over there. You're seeing the results of the development to that part. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
So if we're painstaking about this phase of our development, what the men's process, that must be, there's other phases. So as they go through the promises, we hear them all the time, so we're going to skip that. So this thought,
page 84, middle paragraph, this thought brings us to step 10.
okay, what thought?
This thought.
What thought? What thought? This thought. What thought? 9. They're not step 9 promises. Did it say these are the step 9 promises?
No.
Where are we reading about them? In step 9, overview.
Step
they're
8
not,
and 9.
yes, they're not the step 9 promises. They're a process. They're an idea through a process that we will experience, right? This thought, this idea, if we do this process, we'll experience these things. Have we done the process yet?
No.
But we got the idea.
Yeah.
This thought brings us to step 10. So it's a continuation, right? Well, this thought brings me to this thought. It's joined, right? It's a continuation. So this thought brings us to step 10. So they're going to continue that along that line. And what's that?
Which suggests we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along.
Continue. Continue means we're already doing it. Where did we learn how to do it? 4. So it's a continued thought of the 9s. As we're doing our 9s, continue to watch for these things. What things? Resentments, fears, and harms. Because I got my view and I got my new view. And if I'm not spiritually right, what side am I going to lean more toward? My view. But if I'm spiritually right, I have the strength to do what's necessary to go face these people, because I'm not doing it under my own strength. I can stick to my peace, contentment, regardless of how they act. But if I'm going under my own accord, my own power, I'm already plagued with me before I go in there. I don't know why you're doing that. You're going to think you're an asshole. They already think that. No, that's why I'm going to make amends. No, you know what I mean? So I'm going to go be a demonstration of what? My relationship with something greater than myself and this change. But I can't do that if when I go to do that, that morning, that night before, these things crop up. It's like the closer you got to this event, how many people started thinking more? And the anxiety and the idea of men and right? And some people just, look forward to the event, right? So when these things crop up, what does it ask us to do with it? Go ahead.
Okay. Set right in any new mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commence this way of life or way of living as we clean up the past.
As we clean up the past. You see the association? As we clean up the past, watch for these things that were stumbling blocks that continue as step 6, that continue to be with us. That story, those feelings, those emotions, right? Right? Crop up means it's already present. Remember, ever see those shooting signs? See those guys go bing, bing. Remember the P&E? You shoot those signs, bing. You think you shoot it, and then they hit the button, and there it is again. So as we cleaned up the past, it didn't say every day. Watch for these things. Here it comes. I've got a recipe for that. Where is the recipe? 4, 5, 6. Continue. The removal of these blocks through prayer and application of my focus on something other than me. The shift. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness.
So, this is the first time they've said that. Next. What's our next function?
To grow in understanding and effectiveness.
Of what?
Our relationship.
Well, tell us.
This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for our lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. We discuss them with someone immediately and make amends quickly if we have harmed anyone. Then,
See what I mean? So that means every time you get a thought, leave your sponsor alone. I'm not thinking about this again. Yeah, of course you are. Why? Because you got a defective disc up there or something. It skips. Remember those old records? Put on a nice record, it sticks on that same groove.
Yeah.
And so what do? You put some pennies or nickels or depending on it, and then when it hits that groove, it goes to the next sequence. Instead of the pennies or nickels, we say, oh, there's that groove that continues on. Hey, God. Right? God, save me from, and shift my focus to what would have me be. Dishes, pay attention to my kids, be a focus, phone a sponsee, go to a meeting, help. Right? Okay, go ahead.
we make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help.
What step is that?
12.
Huh? Why are they talking about it here? Step 10 is a summary. It's a preparation step. Continue. Here's the recipe, reconfirming of the recipe. Watch for these things as you clean the past. Right? When they happen, if you're plagued, go help somebody. If you hurt someone, give your sponsor a call. Sounds like stuff we've already done, eh? Is it kind of building on an idea and a recipe? Our next function, we've just entered the world of the Spirit. Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness of what? That relationship in the world. Not only my personal experience, but see how God works in my life and around me. To start looking for God's fingerprints and things. Pretty wild. Praying for direction and strength. Seeing how these weird coincidences start happening now all the time. Right? How these unexplainable things start happening. You know what? I'm going to go make these amends. We'll get that in a minute. So, then go ahead. Yep.
And we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol, for by this time sanity will have returned.
Okay, here we go. I love this one. Have fun this week. Ask people what that means. Well, we avoid that part of the 10th step. For by this time, sanity will have returned. By what time? Yes. So we got step 10. By this time, by the time I read it, oh, look at that. I just did 6 and 7. I read about this. Look, it's happened. Is that right? It says? You gotta, no, it doesn't say that at all. You got to follow the bouncing ball. Promises say, if we were painstaking about this phase of our development, we'll be amazed before we're Halfway through, what? That phase, right? What Renee was talking about this morning in the spiritual appendix, what usually takes place in a few months. Didn't happen because I'm reading it. It's like the step 3 is an idea. That conversation above that, about those guys' experiences, was the result of doing the work, not the result of doing step 3. Because if you could have this experience in 3, we wouldn't need the rest of the book. Right? In order to experience what they experienced, I got to do what they did. Right? So by the time I'm developing this relationship, the world growing an understanding of effectiveness, by the time I'm incorporating a demonstration of this in all my affairs, that I can answer the phone regardless if there's no blocked ID or not. Right? That I can face my creditors, I can be at peace and ease with the world. Somewhere along the line, this problem will get removed. I don't know when it gets removed because I can't see, feel, and touch it. I don't know when it gets removed, but it gets removed somewhere along the line. And then as a demonstration of this thing, the people around me will start experiencing the problems before I will. Usually the people around, more than the newcomer, will observe something's different about this person. How many people used to go around telling everybody how much they changed? Trying to convince people how much you changed. Come on. And then get loaded again. This, you're concentrated on your relationship, and as time goes on, it says something different. When I go to first-year cakes for people who've done this, parents and siblings, they're all scratching their heads. Something profound has happened with this person. I go to some of your cakes, says, we're waiting for the change. Everybody talks about how great they are, and the parents are like, we're hoping. You don't see that at home, do you? The kids are like, are we still talking about my dad? No. You get that later. Okay, so over, this is where I want to get. So here they talk about a process, and they said the problem's removed, and there's a warning, there's a heads up. Right? It's an overview. They're saying this is their experience. They're giving you an overview. Right? And so at the top, go ahead.
You want to go right to the middle?
Yep.
Okay, page 85, middle paragraph. It is easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a settle full. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve, contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities.
Idea, right? Idea. Did it show us how to do that yet? It's an idea. Right? I need to learn the process to have the experience of this idea that they're presenting here. They're saying the overview is this is the main focus of your whole life. Every day. Right? And they're going to say, well, what does that relationship look like? Does that kind of make sense? Well, every day what? Must carry the vision of what?
God's will.
Into? Well, where does step 10 talk about that? No, that's step 11. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve my conscious contact with praying only. And so all those ideas seem to be put in place there, right? Interesting, right? So here's another thing. How many people talk about step 10 every day as an exercise you got to do every day? Well, if you kind of look at it, it doesn't say that anywhere, does it? It says continue. And if you look at how many places does it tell you to concentrate on you in step 10?
When we were wrong.
That's it.
Seems like a lot.
Huh?
Seems like a lot.
But it's not. It's watch for these things.
I watch.
Watch for. If it's happening every day, you're missing something.
Yeah.
Watch for it. When I go on a drive, if I'm running over nails and rocks every day, how crazy am I going to be in a month? Watch for these things, and that one I can sidestep them. But if I happen to hit something, well, straighten out the bumper and let somebody know. Call ICBC, get it fixed, right? If you're doing it every day, ICBC is going to go, we need to reevaluate your driving thing, right? And that's kind of like this. So it's one paragraph. The rest of it, it's all about our relationship with and the securing and preparation of that. So all step 10, the rest of it, after that small, as we clean up the past, our next function, right? And the rest of it's all about my relationship and what I could expect to happen as I develop and mature in that area. How many people do you hear talk about the relationship with God in step 10? What's the whole thing been about? My relationship with God. Why people like step 10 is because that's their relationship with themselves. And when I think there's a problem, I'll bring God into it. It doesn't say that, does it? It says continue to watch for these things. And if you're not watching, if you're not preparing, then these things are going to get a hold of you. We already talked about that, right? Remember the 3 aspects of awareness? These people you're resentful at, well, pray. Look at them kind and tolerant. That's one line of defense. It's gone past that, right? Now take a kind and tolerant view. Past that. Save me from being angry. You see the progression of this, right?
Right.
So if you cut it over here, would you have a problem over here? So, as we read on, catch what it's saying now. Okay, go ahead.
What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will in all activities. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. These are our thoughts which must go with us constantly. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It is the proper use of the will.
You just got your will back. Well, some people. What? Your greatest gift is free will. Step 3, it was an idea that you trusted God to direct you. As you went through it, you got access to power. Somewhere along the line, you've been restored to sanity. Now you got free will. Principle of step 1 is, what's the problem? Principle of step 2 is, what's the spiritual solution? Principle of step 3 is making a decision. Do I want to take it from here, or do I want to ask God for help? We do that so much in a day, it's not even funny. Most of the time is, I'll take it from here. We don't even involve God with our thinking. Come on, I'll do it in the morning and night. And then you go unsupervised for the rest of the day? You're wondering why you have problems. I don't know why this shit keeps on happening to me. Because you're unsupervised. Right? I'm in conflict with myself. I'm looking for someone to share it with. Looking for someone minding their own business. Okay, so then they talk about here. We're going to kind of continue through because we're finishing up here. It says, much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. Much has already been said. Yes?
Yes.
A lot of ideas based on their experience. Yes? So we've just finished 6 and 7. Now we've read through all this, right?
Yeah.
We've read. Have we not?
That's it.
Has there been a 3-week or 3-month pause?
No.
Nowadays there is.
Yeah.
The way it's designed is, you should have read through it already. Now you're doing the exercise of it. So let's look at the wording here. Ready?
Where are we at?
Much.
Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, direction from Him who has all knowledge and power.
All knowledge and power. But I don't know that yet because it's still an idea. So I need to grow in understanding of an effectiveness. My next function is to grow in what? Understanding effectiveness, right? We've just entered the world of the Spirit, which makes reference to the 5th step, yes? Yeah. You may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now you begin to have a spiritual experience. We're going to build on that. Right?
Yeah.
Like when I got my car. I had certain ideas, but the experience is way different.
Yeah.
It's like it's an animal. So I need to learn how to operate it. I have one friend got in the car, he says, take off the traction control and the stabilization. Not likely. Can hardly handle it the way it is. My buddy Renee's car, right? I got to tell the story. So the guy, he says, Renee's a very generous guy. The guy's great, eh? So he got this chip put in his car. It runs like 740 horse or something like that. He'll probably correct me when I mess it up a bit, but
It's actually
since you're
9.
mentioning it, right? We're up with the Kelowna Roundup, great roundup. Kamloops. And so this guy, he's talking about his car, and the guys are all talking about car. He had a vet, and he says, well, go ahead. You want to board a car? He says, yeah. So they get in the car. This guy's used to the neighborhood. Now, Renee's not used to him. Right? That's like, so this guy has a different experience than Renee does.
The guy's a professional race car driver, though.
Renee don't know that. The guy gets in the car. You ever see that video where the guy pretends to go in to buy a car?
Yeah.
Right? And the guy gets in the car, and then the instructor or the salesman starts screaming and hanging on there. Well, just picture Renee. This guy is like the sign said like 30 kilometers an hour suggested around this corner. 240. Wow! Renee comes back. He's like, holy shit. Won't be doing that again. See, now he has the same experience as that driver.
Faster.
Does it kind of make sense? And he's seen what his car can do. Right? Even though it had the potential of it, he really didn't see what it can do until somebody who had the experience of it put it into practice. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
We're the same way here. We have this unbelievable vehicle. We have an idea what it can do. We hear what it can do, but we really don't know what it can do. So when we talk about it, we're a little thrilled. When Renee talks about that experience, I can still, he still gets lit up. When he told me about it, he was lit up. Like, he was stuttering a bit, right? So, and the other guy was, right? And so that's kind of like where we're at now. We've been talking about these ideas. You have a beginning of an experience. And what's that? Is this idea that there's this connection. So there's all this information of those that went before us, the stock car driver, there's all this, what this car can do, and all of a sudden we're like, wow, have I experienced it yet? And then when Renee got in that car, he found out what that car can do. And then after, he's been saying, maybe it's too much. But he still has it, right? So, and that's like us, right? So here, much has already been said about receiving strength and
inspiration,
and
direction,
power to be able to carry out these things. Because that car without that engine wouldn't be the same experience, would it? And that engine in any car would be the same experience. You get what I'm saying? So there's the power that's available with everything connected to it that has that experience of being amazed. Before he was halfway through that corner, I bet you he was amazed. He was reconnected to God in a way he wasn't 2 minutes earlier. He found Jesus in that moment. But you see what I mean? Circumstances made him willing to. And that's us going through. I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
Let's really, If we have carefully followed directions, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we have become God conscious. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense, but we must go further, and that means more action.
Must go further. That means to stay where I am would lead to my own demise. It wouldn't say, we'll do this and continue. We're going to add to what we're doing. Right? We must go further. We must go further. Rest if you must, but you can't rest because the only coasters in AA are what? Under a drink. No coasting. Daily reprieve. Get busy. Don't rest. Don't mistake in feeling better for getting better. Daily reprieve contingent on my relationship with God. Every day I got to do this. Every day I got to invest. It was talked about every day. So I don't know how to do that. It tells me here's an overview of everything. Here's an overview of everything this car can do. Here's all the things that this car has. I don't know where everything is. So how do I learn that? Well, let's see what it says.
Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. We shouldn't be shy on this matter of prayer. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and work at it. It would be easy to be vague about this matter, yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. When we retire at night, we construct.
Okay. When we retire at night, why didn't they start in the morning? Well, we just finished reading. That's 8 and 9. We did 6 and 7. We just finished reading 8 and 9. We went through 10. We've read through 10. And guess what time it is? It's night. That night. After what? Doing your 6 and 7. Otherwise it would have said, when we retire at night after doing our 9s, after doing our 10s, right? It doesn't say that. It says we must go further. Now this is the only part of the book that has a 24-hour clock. No other part of the book has that. Nowhere in here does it say, okay, go back to step 10, go back to step 9, go back to step 3, go back to step 4, go back. Because now we're removing all the compartments of the ideas and the process to give us the experience. Now that I have the experience, I have my license, I get in the car and I utilize everything I learned. And it just comes naturally. At first I was a little nervous about it, but now it's more natural. Checking, shoulder checking. And now they have intuitive vehicles. They'll let you know there's something beside you with a little indicator. Let you know everything that's happening around you. And that's kind of like this. Before we didn't have that intuitiveness, it was just brute string, try to get transmission out of park into drive, clink, 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 right? That was early recovery. As we develop, we start getting the indicators, this intuitiveness, right? Hey, you slow down on this corner. It looks sharp, so you slow down. If you don't follow that intuitiveness, you pay. So the next time you come into that situation, what are you going to do? Follow the intuitiveness. How many people has gotten in a situation I should have listened to myself? Yeah. I should have listened. You had the indicators, but what you were lacking was power to carry that out or stop yourself from doing it. You're in a slide. Right? And most people, when they're in a slide, in Ontario, I don't get it here too often, but when you're in a slide in the snow, most people will keep their foot on the brake. What you're supposed to do is take your foot off the brake. It doesn't make sense. Common sense thus becomes uncommon sense. What do you mean take my foot off the brake? Then you can steer your car out of the slide. Yeah. Speed wobble on a bike. You're supposed to accelerate. That makes no sense. If you slow down, you work towards your demise. Right? And your speed wobbling. If I slow down, that increases the wobble. Right? I'm going 120. You want me to speed up and the bike's on still? Yeah. Accelerate the throttle. If you're at the end of the throttle, you're in trouble. You ever see those bikes? And the raceway bikes, they're at the end of the throttle. Can't come out of the wobble. Right? Or they're going into a corner and they crash. Why do they crash? Because they can't access power. Right? If they come out of the corner and they're wobbly, you ever see them? And the bike straightens out and takes off. Why? Because they accessed power. That's like our lives. So they talk about here upon at night. So what are we reviewing? So this is something that's important. When you read this, we're reviewing our day. Let's see what it says just for the highlights.
On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead.
No, at night.
What do you want to do at night?
Yeah, when we retire at night. It's important. This is the game changer.
When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Would we been resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Our own apology. Have we kept something to ourselves which should have been discussed with another person at once? Were we kind and loving toward all?
Were we kind and loving toward all? I'm not liking step 11. I like step 10. When I think there's a problem, I'll ask God and then I'll go discuss it with somebody. If I was kind and loving toward all, there's work every day to be done. Especially every time I get behind my vehicle. Those guys in the fast lane going slow. It's a private joke. Yeah. So here. Most people get into a checklist. Well, it's review. These are summaries. What are we looking for when we do our 11? Is it mental checklist?
No.
Meditation means to sit quietly, ask questions, and sit. Sit in meditation, asking only for direction of His will for us and the power to carry that out. How does that happen? Is I got to sit quietly. So this is the hard part, because when I sit quietly, here, ready? Think about your next thought. Think about your next thought. There should be nothing coming. Why? Because you're thinking about your next thought. You're thinking, that is your next thought. If you're thinking, nothing can come. You get what I'm saying? So some people do that. You'll be driving home, I'm going to think about my next thought. Why is that? Why can't I think about nothing? Because your concentration is, I'm thinking about my next thought. You're spending your energy there. Nothing can penetrate that until you become relaxed. And then, this is the clinging and grasping. Ready? I'm just going to do step 11. You guys are going to read it. I'm going to do step, because I'm going to break it down how I do 11. Does that sound cool? So, step 11 asks me to review my day. Here's some indicators on things I should overview. I kind of look, oh yeah, here. But the main part is I sit and I look, and then my conscience will indicate, you didn't do good there. You didn't do too good there. When? That day. You notice it didn't say that year or that month? That day. So what happens is, I'm listening. Remember when you did your 4? You sat quietly and all these resentments came up and all the fears came up? They came up from where? Your consciousness. And they alerted your mind to this thing. So when you sit quietly at night and you review, you sit to God, review my day. And so you'll see these things that will come up, right? Then you ask, do I need to make amends? Do I need to make a right? Do I need to discuss it with somebody? Here's the key. The next morning it says, upon awakening, we reviewed our day. But a part of that, it says, what corrective measures shall we have taken? Corrective measures in regards to what? Anybody ever read that in 11? I missed it for the first 16 years. Actually, I was lying. I missed that part for the first 20 years. 20 years I didn't see what corrective measures shall be taken. So how that came about was, one night I was doing my 11, was I kind and loving toward all, I realized I got in another altercation with my wife about something that was step 6 stuff for me, but it was a current thing for her. It was finances. I had a real problem sharing my finances, or right? She's wanting me to be accountable, responsible, and I'm being resistant. I'm getting angry because it's interfering with all my instincts. And so as we get into this, I lose my temper. Causes her anxiety. Right? It's not a pleasant situation. This happens 3 times. Not once, so she has anxiety while talking to me because I can't control my emotional nature. Right? So in there it says, what corrective measures shall be taken? I looked at that and said, what the hell do you mean by that? Well, if it's 24-hour clock, if this thing happened today, what's the likelihood that it will repeat itself somewhere along the line here?
Very likely.
So if I'm just doing 10, what's the likely thing of this thing repeating itself? Continuously. That's why people are working on the same thing all the time. Just, here's a sorry note, just keep that on your desk. Because I'll be back. This shit will be happening again. Right? Well, we're talking about finances. I already feel it. I already feel it. So what corrective measures should be taken? So that means I have to meditate. Meditate on what? On that situation. So, meditating on what happened. I was sitting on the couch. She started talking about it. My energy started to shift. I'm no longer talking to her, I'm talking to myself. She's presenting the financial situation in our home and some responsibilities and my neglect of some of those responsibilities. Right? So I'm getting defensive. I've now turned into the argument within myself. Anybody? I feel the energy happening. Where does that energy got to go? She gets it. So now she has anxiety, doesn't want to talk to me. Now I'm doing step 11. If I would have done this earlier, I would have had a different result over here. Right? But I didn't know this recipe because I'm working on myself. I'll just try to watch myself the next time. Right? But I've already got the argument happening. I'm prepared. And then as it starts to happen again, guess who starts showing up? So I noticed when I was talking to her, I felt this energy. I thought, imagine if I would have changed direction right in that moment. Would the outcome look different? Yeah, so what I did was I involved my wife in the conversation. Honey, I have a hard time in this area. This is some of my 6 stuff that's showing up in 11. Because 11 is, there's 2 questions. Is this today's stuff or yesterday's stuff I'm bringing into today? Right? A lot of us are still carrying around yesterday's stuff that is determining today. Yes? Wouldn't that be step 6? If we still cling to something, I didn't know I was clinging to that. It took that situation to realize, look at this. This instinct's still out of whack here. I'm still associating whatever this is with what's happening here. And I'm responding to her, not her, but on my past in regards to this situation. I'm trying to create security, creating the very thing that I didn't want to create was separation between me and my wife. So I said to her, look, I have a hard time in this area. It's me. So do you mind if when the next time we go to talk about this, that we could set up a meeting, that you could let me know we have a business meeting, that I'm prepared to go into this meeting with you about this situation that I have a hard time dealing with. And I said, as I'm going through it, as I start to feel anxiety, fight or flight, can I acknowledge that with you? And can we take a moment that I could reset myself and pray a bit, or do you mind if we pray together? And can you help me walk through this? Right? So, the next couple meetings, we set up this system. This was a couple of years ago, probably, it was probably 5 years ago. Right? Right? So, 5 years ago, 33 years sober, go 34. Right? Step 6 up from way over here, undetected. It took a situation to make me realize that I'm still carrying this from over here, but I didn't know it. But when I became aware of it in 11, I worked toward it. The other day she goes to me, I come home from work, I see the look on her face. I go, what? I don't want to tell you. So it's going to be okay. You tell me. No, she's still hanging on to past episodes that I've had. Anybody? She's having anxiety because of the way I used to act in the future. Who created that, me or her? Now she's carrying that. Now I could get upset with her. Why are you still carrying that for? I've changed. Yeah, some of you are picking up like, why are you always talking about that again? Because that's her step 6 stuff. That's her fears, her anxiety. So my job now is to walk her through. I said, it's okay. What's going on? Well, you know that thing we were going to run around with the dental and all that, and insurance? Yeah, I didn't put it in. Okay. It expired. Okay. She's like, is Tony here? No. It expired. Chunk of money. I said, it's okay, we'll mail it in. There's COVID and all that stuff. We'll just approach her from a different angle. She's now had a different experience with me. Right? Next time, we still set up engagement for difficult stuff. We're both prepared for it. We get each other's permission to talk about things. We don't Shanghai each other. So in the morning, upon awakening, we review our day. This is where I pray for direction. Is there step 9 today that I can do? Who am I seeking counsel with? Who am I seeking counsel with? I'm asking God, what do you want me to do? Two of thought was, you should take care of this amend, this amend, and this amend. How many people has had that? How many people said, no, I'm not ready for that amend, that amend, that amend. I want to do this amend, this amend, this amend. Is that what came up in your morning meditation? No. Well, what's your purpose? You want to ask God for help. right? And as we go through this, they talk about over here on page 67, it becoming a working part of our mind. What? The recipe. What recipe? Nightly review of our day, right? Taking corrective measures spiritually, inviting God into these situations. We may face indecision in regards to what? Some of the amends that we got to do. Here we seek counsel, as suggested in there. We seek counsel with those who have had the same problem. So we seek their experience and application of these principles that we may face these things. Does that kind of make sense? Because everybody has advice in AA. I don't know if you've ever noticed. I remember I was in Toronto. I was having problems in a relationship, and I was going setting up these chairs with this old guy. He goes, "What's the matter?" I said, "Tell him what happened." I said, he says, "Oh, go try this." I went and tried to make the thing worse. I went back the next week, setting up chairs. He said, "How did it go?" I said, "Oh, well, terrible." He said, "Well, try this." I went and tried that. A 2-day separation. Went back and I told him what happened. He says, well, you got to try this. Third time, I said, "Well, how did it work for you?" He says, "Oh, I've never had that problem." Right? So this is it. We share experience, strength, and hope. If you want to stay single, talk to single people. If you're married and you want to get single people's advice. They're single for a reason. Sorry. You want to stay married and having to find out people who've experienced those things. Right? You want a successful relationship? Find out how people got that. The rest, how do you do these things? So, here we go. So, step 11. If you're doing step 11, guess what? You're doing all the steps. It removes the compartments. It's a 24-hour clock. Well, when do you do the spot check inventory? You ever hear people say that? Well, as we go through the day, page 87. As we go through the day, when agitated, that means there's a change in emotion, energy. How many people still here? I'm an observer of what's happening inside of me. Because if I don't get a hold of what's happening inside of me, it's going to become reality. If I don't change it at an internal level, it's going to be my reality. My thinking is my paintbrush. My emotions are my energy. Life is my canvas. If I can't get my paint in order, and my emotions are determining what I'm painting, my life will represent my canvas. So if I want the canvas to change, I've got to change at a core level. Because my thinking determines my feelings. It's not my feelings determine my thinking. It's the other way around. If what's inside of me changes, right? My thinking changes, how will my emotional state be? My emotions will change. If I change the story, how will my reaction be? How many people got in an argument with their partner here? Never. Nobody ever argues about what's happening today. It's a build-up, carrying. It's a formulating of an argument. How many people have been mad at their partner? Silent scorn. Right? It's gone from a loving, kind person to mean, judgmental, can't believe I'm with you. And then the more you look at your partner that way, the more they start looking not that hot. Who changed that? 2 days before, you're the most loving, caring person I've ever met in my life. I love you with all my heart. And then you get a little resentful, you start changing, look at you. Can't believe it. Now, who's she dealing with? She's not dealing with you. She's dealing with this person that you fabricated based on your thinking. Right? So it doesn't matter what she does, there's conflict. Yes? How about with friends, employers? How about most conflicts start with employers 3 days before you have a problem? Who do they think they are? Me and my buddy was talking about that. Who do they think they are? Talk to me like that. Huh? Then you become resistance. Huh? Become pissing contest at work, right? They ask you to do something, you give them face with your attitude. Attitude with your face, right? Anybody? They start sensing the resistance and the contempt. But I'm not saying nothing to them. I'm dragging my feet, not being a worker amongst workers. Did that start that day? Started 4 days earlier. So that tells me you haven't been doing 11. If you're carrying stuff, you're not doing 11 anymore. You're building up your 4 and you're working on your way to leave. The blocks are happening. So if I'm with my employer, I need to assess things from his point of view. Man, he's got a lot of responsibility. What's my job? To make him look good. My job is to lighten his load, not hinder it. Because if I can't do it, there's 5 people that love my job. Right? I need to be grateful that 3/4 of the world don't get to live the way I'm living. Right? You see that state of mind? So, as we go through the day, we pause when agitated. How many people pause and continue the agitation? The feeding. Come on. So the feeding causes the disturbance and the problem. Pretty soon it will become reality. What you think as a man thinketh. The guy, it's like somebody going through this and, oh look, I'm not stealing anymore. But have you been thinking about stealing all day? Yeah, but I'm not doing it. It's just a matter of time. Huh? I'm not violent anymore, but I have violent thoughts all the time. How long is it before I become violent? What do I feed? Pause, bring God into it. Interruption, change. There's times where I'm angry with my wife, where I have to start remembering why we got married, why I love her, or why she's the most amazing person in my life. I got to feed that. That went away, and I see her again. I'm not 10-minute pause, asking for direction, doing 11. Sometimes during the day, right, becomes a working part of the mind. I go work with another human being. Remember what they talked about? If I'm too disturbed, I can't get over self or me or my problems, what does it ask me to do? Go help somebody. What did Bill say was the recipe? When all else failed, go work with somebody. That's why I said the next chapter is dedicated. There's work and more work, right? Devoted to the 12 steps. There's action and more action. The 2 groups of principles. The principles that we just talked about, the principles of working with people. The next chapter is devoted toward that. That means I've already experienced somewhat of a change. What's the change they're saying I experienced? Is a relationship with a power greater than myself. That is the key to change. That is the purpose of this. When do I start working with people? Well, when I got something to offer. Obviously, you can't transmit something you haven't, right? So there's a lot of, so when you read step 11, what you need to do where you make it personal to you. So if I'm living in a 24-hour clock, before I go to bed, I review that day, right? And I carry some of the thoughts and ideas of the pitfalls that got me in here, emotional disturbances, the things that gave me anxiety, my reactions to people, how am I at work, did I get involved in gossip, did I character assassination of my brother, how did I conduct myself during the day? Was I kind, loving, and tolerant toward all people? You know what, I got into some gossip over here. Got into a little backstabbing over here. I know it's hard to believe, 33 years sober, I know. I've read one of my sponsors got me a tape, not a saint. Yeah, you know, I mean, like I still got a lot of problems. Why? Because I'm involved. Right? I see the need for God on a daily basis. Because when I live this thing, I live freer than I could have ever had over here. Right? So I see a new attitude. So we permit the experience that we're having by what we feed. How many people feed their depression? How many people feed their anger? How many people feed the argument? How many people feel like shit wondering why you feel like shit? Now you know. You got exactly what you participated in. Yay! Start the wave over here. So they're saying there's a different experience here. Step 11 is I see the pitfalls of that day. Not week, month, or year. That stuff's taken care of. Step 7 is about my future. Step 6 is about my past. And what experience am I taking from there and bringing over it here that's interfering with today's experience? We see there is this stuff. Here it is, eh? Sometimes it shows up with family, friends, and right? You want to know how spiritual you are? Go hang around with your family for a little while. Yeah. If you're spiritually okay, it's good. If you're not, it's not good. It's just like if you don't have the sacred change of spiritual experience, it doesn't matter where you go, you're going to get loaded. If you've had this change, it doesn't matter where you go, you're going to be okay. Think about that. Because I don't know when it gets removed. But I get to experience a different life where it's not happening anymore. And I don't know when it comes back. But I know if I do what's asked of me, I can have this continued experience. Because most people who are going out don't know they're going out. That's why most of them say when they come back, don't do what I did. Well, you could not do what you did, so how do you expect me to do that? The experience is, if I've never met anybody who's done this recipe who's ever relapsed. My last 33 years, including the almost 34 years, I've never met anybody who's done this and maintained it who hasn't had the experience that they talk about. It's a collective experience. The reason I'm not experiencing this is because I got an idea, but I'm not doing the process for the experience. So this here is the 24-hour clock. So I review that day. The next day I look at these pitfall falls by pausing, bringing God into it, directing my thinking to what He would have me be, wherever that is. If I'm supposed to be a parent, be a parent. If I'm supposed to be at work, be at work. If I have responsibilities come up, meet my responsibilities, adjust accordingly. We heard some tragic things that happened this week in the people's, loss of people, how they showed up. Ask them how they showed up. I bet you all the money I got in my bank account, which isn't much. That's why the white way was talking to me. So that God was the basis of that change. That they were able to show up in a way they would have never been able to left to their own devices. How they were crippled by the event of life, they incorporate prayer, and they were able to do the next right thing. Ask anybody. Ask Renee. Ask my buddy over there. Right? The immense. Ask those who are really successful what made the difference. They didn't go in it alone. They constantly remind themselves of the thought of God. If you're reminding yourself on a constant basis, what does constant mean? Once a week? It's a 24-hour clock. When you catch yourself thinking, God, interrupt, re-narrate, narrate, pause, re-narrate, refeed, direct. Gives you the instructions how to do that on a 24-hour clock as I go through the day. Don't know what to do. Pause, ask for help, inspiration. As this becomes a working part of the mind, what? This recipe. Step 11 incorporates all of it. All of it's designed for what? My relationship. Yes? No?
Yes.
Right? So, this is interesting. Is it interesting? And they talk about here, we'll close with this. Two things on page 88. Well, bottom of 87. Sorry. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful. How would your day look if you did that on a constant basis? How would your experience look with people, places, and things if you did that on a constant basis? If you did that on a 24-hour basis and corrected the things from yesterday to today with the pause and asking God for direction, would your life look the way it's looking now? Look better.
Move forward.
There would be a building of convincing yourself of this works. Because the only way to see if it really works, you need to experience it. And you know how we are when we like something, eh? I'll have a bit more of that. Will you be eating that? Right? Right? Because now, what's the focal point of our sobriety? Ask for God. Right? When agitated or doubtful, and ask for the right thought or action. For when? Next week? Now. So if I'm doing these amends that cause me anxiety, I got to go do, who am I inviting in? And watch how God shows up. I was doing a mend. I'm working with people. I got to go see my family. I haven't seen them in 16 years. My extended family. Had to take a bus across Canada. And I'm praying that contract on page 63. I always thought it was a contract between me and God. If I perform His work well, He'll take care of everything I need. So I'm stopping at all these bus stops. People said, ask for friends of Bill W. over the PA system. Nobody's coming. They told me to sit in front of the bus, not the back of the bus. People's experience made sense. I sat in front of the bus. Every bus, exchange buses, got to some major places. You get on a new bus, right? I'm on the last part of the trip. I'm on the third day or something like that on the bus. Just me and God. You think I'm getting more nuts the closer I get there?
Yeah.
You thinking about all the things you think I'm thinking about all the things I did that I'm gonna go make amends for? Thinking about all the embarrassment, stupid shit that I did, right? How am I gonna go make the amends too? Because when I drank, I wasn't related to anybody. I'll leave that way. Yeah, some of you picking up what I'm putting down, right? So I'm gonna stop, right? So I'm at the last part of the trip, and I said to God, God, you said you'd look after me. I think God's okay with you talking to him that way. You ever have a kid talk to you, hear a kid giving a parent shit? It's like, yes, there you go, Tony, good boy. You said you'd look after me. You're dropping the ball. I'm having this conversation with God. I got the headphones on. I'm listening to cassettes, grapevine, reading the book. Like I'm getting, because I got to bring God into this. The closer I'm getting, the more I'm bringing God into this, right? So now I'm challenging God on His promise to me that He would look after all my needs. Hey, you're dropping the ball. That's exactly what I said to him. You're dropping the ball. You said you look after me. I said, I'm not feeling it. And I'm starting to squirm in my seat because I'm having anxiety. I'm getting lost in my thinking. I'm not praying anymore. I'm having an argument, one-sided argument with God. This lady beside me goes, you okay? Gives me a nudge, take my phone up. She goes, you okay? I said, yeah. I said, I got to go visit these people. I haven't seen them in 16 years. And got to do this thing like make amends. And I'm really nervous. And I got to go make breaks. And she goes, yeah. She says, I get that. She says, I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous for the last 20 years. Okay. I go, funny guy. That's what I said, funny guy. And that's one episode. And you build that up for years. And the funny thing is, after episode, from me recovering to the life I live, I still have moments where I wonder if I'm still being looked after. And that's the step 6 stuff representing the denial of everything I've experienced up to this point. Wild. Anybody have that? So that's why it's a continuation of reminding myself. And I hope you get to a place where this has become such a practice that one day when in your sleep you're having a nightmare, that the people who are you're with, or somebody witnesses the fact that you start praying in your sleep. My wife said, "Do you realize you were praying in your sleep the other day?" I said, "Yeah, I was having a nightmare of a situation that was happening." She says, "Yeah, you started praying." And she says, "Then you just became calm in your sleep." It becomes a working part of the mind where even my subconscious to protect me from the demons within inside of myself that want to visit me at night. But that's another story. So let's close here with this idea. Who's a good reader? So on page 164, this is probably the most bastardized saying in Alcoholics Anonymous, other than the other 15, where they say we only know little. You ever hear that?
Yeah.
We just what they're talking about is in regards to 12-step work. They're not talking about we only know little. We just gave you the access code to the key to the kingdom. We just gave you the access code to obtain power beyond anything you could ever imagine. We just give you the access code to create this relationship with the creator of the universe, where it becomes personal to you, to access this power. All knowledge and all power. We gave you access to the mainframe. We gave you better than high-speed internet. Right? It's not dial-up. This is direct connect. Right? When having problems, repeat 1, 2, 12. Right? Direct line. Direct line. Right? If you're having problems, it's kind of like this guy goes to a church. He looks out on the wall. He says, "What's that?" He says, "Oh, that's a phone to God." He says, $10,000 a minute. That's crazy. Because that's what we think, right? We got this. Then he goes to another church and sees the same phone, but it's only $5,000 a minute. Then he goes to an AA meeting, sees the same phone, says free. Says, "How can it be free?" He says, "We got a direct line." Right? So, okay, go ahead. Still
you may say, "But I will not have the benefit of contact with you who write this book." You cannot be sure. God will determine that, so you must remember that your real reliance is always upon Him. He will show you how to create the fellowship you crave. Our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for a man who is still sick.
So you notice that it didn't say, ask every morning 10, 11, and 12. The concentration is your relationship with God and the demonstration of Him through your life to create all these things. You don't create it. Your reliance creates this. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
So what that means is, it looks like it means when I got here, I used to worry about everything. Anybody? This bill, this bill, this bill, this bill. Somebody said, "Hey, you know what? You can put all those bills that come out of your bank account. So all you need to do is keep money in the bank account." Makes sense. So you just got to worry about one thing, making sure you got money in the bank account. How many people like that idea when you heard about it?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. So it comes out automatically. Yeah. Now I'm worried about putting money in the bank account. Well, he says, no, all you got to do is get a job. Maintain that job, and I'll put money in the bank account, and I'll take care of all your bills. Well, I'm worried about the job. Well, all you got to do is be an employee to your employer. So all you got to do is worry about that relationship with your employer, and everything else will be taken care of. So all I need to do is worry about my relationship with my employer, have a new employer, being all-powerful, so provide what we need if we keep close to Him, perform His work well. I've never needed or wanted for anything since I sobered up. There's been some lulls of preparation to where it had me be, but the life I have is pretty amazing considering where I started from. What made that possible? Everything is on loan. It's my relationship with God, and that's what they're saying here, right? They're saying, remember, your focus isn't on you and fixing you. Your reliance is on that relationship. Many times each day, reminding myself, asking for direction, but we don't. We think about what direction we should take. We're not asking for direction. Right, come on, let's get honest. We pray when we think we can't come up with our own answer. I'll take it from here. And when I think there's something worth praying about, then I'll pray about it. Should be everything. As soon as you start breathing and becoming aware you're breathing in the morning, you should involve God. Right? Because as soon as you start going unsupervised, okay, go ahead.
The answers will come if your own house is in order.
This shows you how to get your house in order, yes?
Correct. But obviously you cannot transmit something you haven't got.
Transmit. If this power source in this house, in this cabin is not hooked up to the main grid, I could plug into that thing all day, nothing happening, right? So because the main source is connected, I get to utilize this whole facility. All the power, the lights. So the main thing is the breaker's on. And all those breakers are on because there's no defects, nothing causing a short in it. As soon as that short happens, the switch flips, right? And I'm not able to use, right? So I got to just hit those switches again, and I get to utilize everything. It can't be that simple. It's not that hard, right? Go ahead.
See to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact for us. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then.
Live long and prosperous, and may the force be with you.
That was awesome.